Welcome back, everyone, to the last day of group stage here for the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. Now, like I said, it's the last day, day 15. If you missed out on yesterday, which was day 14, if you can do your math correctly, we found out Mitch can't. We'll take a quick look at what happened before we get into today's games.
What? What?
He's a madman.
What are you doing? What is going on? Pitchwood's been getting shut down brilliantly by John Olsen. There we go.
He's letting Molly on the bomb. Is that won them the round? There's no smoke for it. Oh, wait, he runs into it and dies! That drops down and they've won it! What is that round for Divine Vendetta? What? How? Why? What is this? Seconds left, bomb on going down. Havoc swings, and they're going to go for eliminations instead.
Oh my god, I didn't even notice that coming. Has just been assassinated and left dead on the floor. Look at, oh, that's brilliant from Raiden. That is brilliant. For this, will score. That's nice. Just the top of the ladder.
Someone hit me up with a link to that song. That was lit, as Blair would say. Love the recap videos coming out of PGL, but we have to turn our eyes and our attention towards our last day of group stage games. Now, if you're wondering, well, Jason, at JCaplan on Twitter, why are we starting so late? Well, I'll tell you the reason for that. Maz lied, there were some problems they had with a player within the team, some emergency thing had to take care of, so they ended up forfeiting their game up against Vici. So we started the show a little bit later on. I'm not complaining. All of us in the world got to sleep in a little bit later on. And who also got to sleep in, hopefully not too much, and hopefully don't have too many bags under their eyes, is Mitch, is Bleh, and of course, Dinko at the end. And I can already tell you Dinko's going to be looking phenomenal. Yeah, looks like he slept 12 hours, didn't have a care in the world. He got all of his beauty rest. And Mitch, I like the shirt. I'll give you that today.
Thank you. Thank you. I put some effort in for once. Had to match Dinko's hair eventually.
Wait, what? Your shirt matches his hair?
Well, in terms of effort level.
Oh, well, yeah, you still have a while to go. Bleh, though, on the other hand, always looking ready to go, always ready to break down some Asian CS. How you doing today, man? The final day. Can you believe we're 15 days into this tournament?
Time flies. Time flies. It's been fun. It's been a wild ride, and yeah, I'm just ready to wrap this day up. We have a couple of great games as well, and then just kind of
prepare my mind, my soul, and my body for the finals next week.
Yes, please prepare all three of those because I can't wait for us to get into the finals. Take a look, though, at our results from yesterday. As you notice them in the recap, we had a 2-0 for Tyloo. Unfortunately, Lucid Dream, they came close, but weren't strong enough in the end to beat them out. Divine Vendetta losing to Bren. Now, this one especially surprised us, I want to say off the bat here, Mitch, because you can see there was a 16-1 for Divine Vendetta after struggling on Dust 2. And then Bren closed it out with a 16-7 on Nuke against a team who's so good. What went on? That was crazy.
Yep, the most one-sided game of the entire group stage went to Divine Vendetta with a 16-1, and then we ended up with them losing the series. So that was a real turnaround. And I gotta say, Bren showed up in a level I wasn't expecting of them, but just such a shame that we only see this Bren at the very end of the tournament.
Yeah, exactly, right? If they performed better throughout the entire time, would they have been able to get out? They saw at the very end our last 2-0 victory as well, going towards Vici up against D13. Dinko, you guys were obviously casting that match. Can you give us like a quick little recap or just maybe the impressions you got out of D13 after that game?
Well, I think D13 have a long way to go in terms of getting a system that works out for them. They've got a few individuals, but we've seen yesterday they're going up against a team like Vici, which are just so tactically adept that the likes of Annihilation will be shut down a little bit. He was completely hamstringed. He didn't get involved at all. And I think that's what Vici are really good at, is just making sure that the individuals on the other teams just don't get going. I think Flying's the perfect example. When Invictus went up against Vici, he just didn't get involved at all. So I think Vici are very good at sort of limiting the possibilities of what a star player can do, and Annihilation found that out the hard way. So I think Vici are clearly the best team in terms of tactics and figuring out their opponents, but I mean, D13, they've got the individuals. It's just trying to figure out what they want to do in the future.
Yeah, and I really want to see what they do in the future as well into the playoffs. And speaking of that, let's take a look at the standings to see which teams will potentially be meeting against each other, as you do have Bren and Mazalai both out completely of the tournament. Divine Vendetta, funny enough, even though they've looked more solid than Lucid Dream, in my opinion, are currently at the bottom of the table. We got Ty Lucid in first, you got Vici in second, Invictus in third. I mean, this is kind of pretty much what we expected. I think the only one that maybe caught us off guard here, Mitch, was that Tigers a little bit. Well, it depends, I guess, how you're going to look at it. A little bit low considering what we saw for Road to Rio and how they won, but also a little bit high considering how they've been playing throughout the tournament.
Yeah, look, the thing for Tiger coming into this tournament was we always gave the caveat that that was quite possibly a one-off success. And yes, they're not a terrible team. They've got individuals. I mean, Urcast, I think, is still the highest rated player of the tournament, but the reality is they're not the best team in Asia. And we knew that coming in. Tyloo, Vici, they deserve to be above them. Invictus, I think they definitely showed to be a better side overall. The fact that they've still made top four is good, though. It means that their playoffs won't be immensely difficult, depending on how the games go today. But I really don't think this is going to be a team that we see win this or the fall event without a whole lot of work being done.
I want to see if I can catch production off guard here to see if they're prepared for looking at the prize pool and the RMR points you do get for the event, because that's what we need to start to look at, right? Obviously, getting into playoffs. Oh my God, look at them. They're on point. I can't even catch them off guard. But the RMR points is what we're talking about, right? Obviously, the $2,000 for 9th and 10th place, but this is where you need to start building up these points going into the fall event as well. And you can see the champion taking home 2K. Just imagine if Tiger did win the whole thing, they'd be on 3,600. And then all they would really need is just a decent placing coming into the last event of the year. And then looking forward ahead, obviously with this, 3-4 months away, however how long it's going to be, is there going to be struggles within teams to stay together if there's some conflict or they don't perform well here? Or will that be time for them to maybe hone some skills that they've been missing?
I feel, at least for the top teams, when I say top teams, Tyloo, Vici, Invictus, and even Tiger, I don't think they're going to be having any lineup changes or mixing anything up. They're just going to be playing at the best level because, like I said, these teams, Invictus especially, they have a lot to lose here. They would be going for a top 2 placing here, potentially even try and get the win, as unlikely as that it would be because they didn't play the previous RMR. But for some of the lower tier teams, like, for example, if you look at Bren, even if you look at Mars Life, for that matter, teams who are getting knocked out, I expect to see a few lineup changes, but at least for the rest of them, I believe they would be looking at this kind of like a learning opportunity, looking to get better. D13, for example, how many points did it get from the previous RMR? 1,300 or something? If they have a decent placing here, they still are going to be, it's still going to be competitive. And if the 3 months, it's a pretty, yeah, there you go, 1,350. If they get a pretty decent placing here, yeah, I don't think they're going to win, but they're still going to have a pretty good total, right? And going into the final fall RMR, they might be ready, they might be better. This is a learning experience for a few of these teams, including the likes of a Beyond.
If I'm not mistaken, Dinko, I remember you saying it's about like a 400 point increase or 500 point increase between summer and fall?
Yeah, I
terms of
think
points?
that's how it continues. Yeah. So as you get closer to the major, you get much more points because obviously it's a recency. So if you started with the year in Rio, you get the least amount of points, and obviously it gets better towards the major because you need to see which teams are in form. And at the moment, I mean, Tiger winning the first event is obviously a good step. But as you go on, the teams like Tyloo which should be winning this tournament, and I'm going to make the prediction out here because I think it's pretty obvious that everybody should be seeing Tyloo's favorites. They'll get 2K points and they'll go above Tiger. So I think it's very. I think the system is perfect in that respect because you don't want to have teams winning a couple of months ago and then suddenly having enough points to qualify them for the major but are completely out of form. So I think this is the good way to go, and every event becomes more important as you get closer to the major.
So basically the old system where if you make it to legend stage, you don't have to
Exactly.
play again for 6 months to prove you deserve to be there. Let's take a look at the schedule to see which games will be coming your way today. Remember, we're only having 2 because of the initial forfeit out of Mazalai up against Vici. We'll start in things with Beyond up against Invictus. And they'll end things up with the number 1 and number 2 teams in RMR points. Tiger up against Tyloo. I'm looking at this, Mitch, and we talked about Tyloo before when they played against Beyond. They look a little bit loose at first, but when they come up against a team that they really want to make a statement of, they show up. My question is, will they do that to Tiger as well?
Oh, look, they're looking for vengeance against Tiger after that previous RMR event. They do not want to allow them to come in and think that they've still got a shot. I think that's going to be a series we see Tyloo switched on from round number 1, looking to just demolish them. The thing that I want to mention about the fall event, yes, you get the extra 500 points, but it's not just the first place that's boosted up. Every place is. So if you come second in that event, you get 2344.
Wow.
So you're actually only 166 behind everybody else. And that means then that, or 156. So that obviously means that you need to be tight to whoever's taking the top spot. Listen, the maths is hard sometimes. But you need to be really tight to them, because if they say, for example, Tyloo are able to get a 200-point lead on Tiger, then winning fall won't be enough for Tiger to actually get into the major. They'll need to win fall and have Tyloo third, and a lot of the time that's something that's completely out of your hands. So you need to see Tiger keeping that gap very, very short. If they fall early in playoffs, that's a massive deal for them, and I think up against Tyloo, this is their chance to prove that they've got what it takes to take that top spot again.
Well, Mitch, assuming we're going to be back covering the fall event, we're going to need you here to break down all the maths, because we're going to need it since things can really be determined just getting into the playoff stage alone, and see how critical those matches will be. And speaking of matches, let's take a look at our first one of the day, Beyond up against Invictus. Let's start off by talking about Beyond and talking about my boy Olivia. This guy is still seeming to be one of the strongest players, I'd say, out of the region on the team, even maybe in the tournament, because he plays so consistent, so well. He can play on the op, he can play on the AK. He's really a person you're going to want to have on your team no matter what here, Blah.
Yeah, absolutely. And I feel like everyone else, the good thing about Beyond is, yes, Olivia stands as a player, but it's not about him being an individual player and everyone else kind of, just doing their job. It's about as a unit. When it clicks, Beyond look very good. When they work as a unit, it looks great. You have these players like STK, you have QQ and all the players in this lineup. Everyone chips in. Everyone has something to say. Sorry, not Q. Oh yeah, QQ, KNTs, and Merrills as well. Like they always. Again, like I said, it's not just about the individuals just popping off or having a big game, which is the case with someone like D13. Some team like Lucid Dream, what do we talk about that Icon Parrots? We talk about John Olsen. We talk about how PDC and John Olsen, they need to step up for them to win. That's not the case over here with Beyond. They play pretty decent Counter-Strikes, pretty solid Counter-Strike, except for the fact that they seem to just struggle against these top Chinese teams, against these top Asian teams. And I hope, well, they're able to break the barrier. It hasn't happened yet, but maybe today could be the day.
Well, then obviously looking across the board to their opponents, Invictus, who are going to be coming in, I think with something to prove as well. I want to actually look at the stands again and really quickly on my side, because I wonder if there's a world where they can be put ahead of Vici, because then that would, be the difference between Lucid Dream and D13. Maybe not that big of a deal for both those teams, but in the end, higher seeding, a better chance to avoid playing against Tyloo early on. But then you have the likes of Flying on the team, the likes of Destroyer, Zhao Sage, Viva, Oi. Like, this team is extremely deadly, especially when Flying's performing here, Dinko.
Yeah, Flying is the player we talked about being the clear star from the beginning. He's the most consistent, I would say, but Viva has the potential to show up, be a bit of an X factor for them, but sometimes he can go completely missing. So that's the issue with Invictus, is just finding that consistency. We always talk about Zhao Sage being that player that can really step up in a lot of rounds. He's got the experience, he's helping Ingame lead the team. this player is probably one of the most underrated in terms of what he brings to this Invictus roster. So you've got all the pieces here. It's just about finding the consistency with the team, because some of the players just sometimes don't show up. And we've seen against Vici the fact that they can all go quiet based on playing against the system. Now, beyond not exactly on Vici's level in terms of playing that tactical depth Counter-Strike, but they do play pretty good CS. So Invictus not going to have as much space to work with, but I think if they come in swinging against Beyond today and just confident and getting the individuals taking those fights early on, this is where I feel Invictus are going to have the advantage in terms of firepower.
I mean, I like how you brought up Vici in particular, right? Because Vici just kind of smashed them. Yeah, they lost the first game on Nuke. It was overtime or it was overtime, 16-14 for Beyond. But then it only got better from there. Like Vici 16-13 Inferno, 16-6 on Vertigo. It seemed like Vici really figured out as the series went on how they could punish Beyond. And that kind of worries me for teams that don't have maybe some more depth to their pool. We talk about, D13. They're kind of very straightforward. Either they get kills and win rounds, or they lose, and they lose badly. So I wonder if Invictus is going to have that same kind of mindset coming into this to be able to know how to dismantle their opponent.
I'm not 100% sure. For a lot of these guys, pretty much with the exception of Vici and Tyler, when they really show up and really put their all into games, it seems like they rely on their opponents making a lot of mistakes. I mean, looking towards a team like D13, like you're saying, they punish their opponents for a lot of mistakes. You think about how many rounds did they win? How many games did they win where they were actually losing opening duels? They were constantly put behind, and then someone would like five players, one after another. I'll never forget that day on train, peek into Annihilation's op and let him just win the round by himself. And that's something that if you give them the chances, they'll win. I think Invictus are very much the same. When they've got their players showing up, they can play that kind of Counter-Strike where they're just loosey-goosey running around. But I think this is somewhere that they have to really focus up. Like flying against Beyond, there's a lot of players there. Even if you strip away the tactical depth that both of these teams have, you're looking at a lot of players that can punish him on those aggressive plays. Because as we mentioned a couple days back, when we were doing Invictus versus some of the better teams, they don't give space. It was Invictus versus Vici. I remember that they just wouldn't give Flying the opportunity to really push forward, is because they're always playing around each other, never offering up 1v1 fights. Now, while Beyond might offer up a lot more 1v1s than what a team like Vici will, they have the individual skill to actually punish him whenever those duels do come down. So I don't think it's going to be quite as easy a game for Invictus if we see them playing their normal Counter-Strike. But again, they know that they're coming up against a good team. There's no way they're walking in going, yeah, Beyond, we can stomp them, no problem. So I think that although I would still put them as favorites, they've got to treat their opponents with lots of respect. So I'm hoping to see at least some good thought in the veto, that they know what maps their opponents play, that they maybe get some punish picks in there, or so don't pick into their strengths like what we saw yesterday. And I'm hoping to see some actual research done on the maps because look, this game is kind of important for them when it comes down to placement. For Invictus, if they lose this, they could be in with a threat of actually losing their spot if Tiger win their game. And if they win this, they're secured on third, which is obviously nice because it means they'll play D13, which is better than having to play against a Tiger or Beyond.
Just don't use all your words, Mitch, because we still have to cast the game. That one's extremely long, but I do appreciate the answer. Let's take a look, though, at our head-to-head in this one. Of course, it's going to be Olivia. It has to be Olivia coming in from Beyond side. And you can already guess it's going to be Flying on the opposing side. You can see, again, their statistics within the last 3 months. They're the kill leaders for their teams. And, I mean, this isn't even nearly as close as I thought it would be, Blood. This is completely one-sided to Flying.
Yeah, it is, because, well, Flying just has been more consistent. Invictus as a team have been more consistent than Beyond, right? If you look at Invictus, yes, they've had some sloppy games against some of the teams they should be beating more convincingly, but end of the day, they still get the win. For the other hand, for Beyond, yeah, Olivia might step up, but there are games which they lose. Like, so many games which they've lost where we're like, yeah, they probably were the favorites. And that's where Olivia doesn't really step up. And you can't really blame him. The team as a whole kind of fails altogether. But I'm just going back to the last time these two teams faced off against each other. It was for the Pro League. I think it was the lower bracket semifinals. And it was Flying, and it was Olivia, who were top fragging for the respective teams. Of course, Olivia was held up by QQ and KNTZ as well. And of course, Destroyer had a great game. But it was, again, these two players who really step it up when it really matters the most. So not a surprise to see these two being picked as our head-to-head.
I'm looking at that third map actually played between the two. 28-25 in favor of Invictus on Inferno. That is a ridiculous amount of overtimes. How many is that, Mitch?
15
overtimes. You heard it here from our math guy. 15 overtimes leading up to the 28-25 result. I think right now he's actually trying to calculate in his head really quickly. But
It's 4 overtimes, Mitch.
No, 15.
I think
Okay.
I trust Mitch. I mean, he's
I'm the
studied
math
math.
guy
Okay.
here, Blood. Don't
Yeah.
don't.
He hasn't
All
got
right,
try that.
sorry,
anything,
take it back.
anything
I mean,
wrong.
I'm the Indian math, Asian, but fine.
Okay.
No
okay.
stereotypes for me.
Well, we don't have our vetoes just yet, but I kind of want to hear your thoughts, Blah, of where you think we could see the maps go. I want to give you the opportunity to talk through it with us because normally we have to rush through as the game's about to start. But now that we have that opportunity, can you give us your predictions?
Excuse me.
His predictions?
You
His
said that. Can't
predictions?
believe you said that. It
Dingo
is
liked
gonna
it.
favor. I hated it. It's one of the harder ones, right? Both of them can play.
Writing this
They
down.
both have pretty big map pools, right? Both of them have pretty good map pools. But if you look at Overpass, that's one map I don't think either of the teams want to play, and I feel like both of them are kind of like play a game of chicken, being just floated and being like, all right, let's see which of you guys are gonna ban it out. I think Vertigo's gonna go out pretty early on. I don't think Beyond are that confident on it, and even though Invictus have a pretty terrible win percentage on it, they've shown they can play that map. But that dropping from D13 could probably screw things over for them, I feel like. So maybe Vertigo ban coming out from Invictus early on. And if I'm Beyond, I'm going to probably ban out Overpass. Now we head into the meat of things, right? Dust 2 is a map Invictus really like to play. I wouldn't be surprised to see that come out. But then Dust 2 being a first pick, I'm not a big fan of, and I'm sure Invictus are aware of it. You know, your opponents can kind of play in it, and it's a little bit of a momentum-based map. So if I'm Invictus here as a pick, I'm probably going to go the way of Train or maybe Dusty, but Train seems more likely. They seem to know what to do there. They seem to be pretty well-rounded on it. Beyond is very hit or miss on Train. And the map pick coming in from Beyond, this is where they have the slight upper hand. They have two maps to pick from. Nuke. They've looked good on Nuke. They've been able to win majority of the games. Yes, a few of the games were sloppy, but they still get the win end of the day. Or they just go with their best map,
Or they
Mirage.
beat Vici. They beat Vici on the map, and Vici had a 100% win rate for like the last 8 months.
Although let's be real, that Vici look very off on that map. I feel like Vici kind of lost it rather than Beyond wanted, to be honest. Kazi having his worst map of all time as well. You got to count that in. But I feel like it's gonna be Nuke. It's gonna be Nuke or Mirage. But I feel like they should go with Mirage as a confident pick, and I feel like Nuke might be the decider. So there you go, Mirage, Nuke, and
Train or Dust 2.
Train or Dust 2, or maybe Inferno because it's coming in as a wild pick. But
So basically all maps except
all the maps.
Vertigo and Overpass.
Yeah,
That's basically what you just
it could
did.
really go
It could be
anywhere.
Train,
It could
Dust
really
2. I mean, maybe Mirage. It could be a little bit of Nuke. Inferno likely. Those blood addictions.
Can I throw in then? I think one of the teams is going to win, either 2-0 or 2-1. I think I'll confidently
brave,
state
Mitch.
that.
Very brave.
I mean, and it's probably going to be coming true because he's our math guy. But I'm hearing, by the way, we have some sweet stats to look at from our production crew here at PGL. They wanted to show us, and we got some sweet little graphs here. This
I
is
like this.
capitalizing on the first kill. So I'm assuming it means when they get the first kill and how likely they are to win the round after getting that first kill. Yep, I can read the graph correctly. And Tai Lu, they seem to get the first kill more often than any other team, with Vici there behind number 2 here, Dinko.
Can you repeat that, Jason? Because I kind of called my audio cut out.
Oh, okay. So you can see that as the farther from left to right we go, it's the amount of first kills per round, and from the bottom to the top, you see their chance to win the round based off of getting that first kill. And we can see Tai Lu and Vici pretty high up there in terms of amount of first kills. Tiger actually has had the most success with winning the round after getting the first kill. However, they're third in getting first kills overall.
Yeah, when you take a look at them, you can see the better teams, obviously, with systems in play and simple Counter-Strike are effectively getting those rounds. And I feel like Tai Lu and Vici are the most expected, but Tiger being up there, that's not really what I was expecting, considering they looked so shaky throughout this entire tournament. But it's quite a good metric to look at when you think about it, though, because a lot of these teams, they play based on the picks they get at the opening frags, and it's good that they can actually follow up on those, because a lot of teams, I feel, who have the potential, I think Bren are a real good team to look at in terms of how low they are down, because Wits is so good at getting opening kills, but they lose so many rounds anyway. So that kind of just shows the lack of firepower on Bren and the lack of system in comparison to the likes of Tai Lu or Tiger. And I think that's definitely something the likes of Bren can work on, and it'll change things up completely. You know, moving forward, you've got to be able to try and convert those rounds. You get the opening kills in. You've got to take every advantage you've got, because let's face it, any team they go up against in this tournament is going to be much better than them on an individual level. So you've got to take every advantage you can get. And I think it's pretty evident why the top teams are so good.
This is what blows my mind, though, for Bren. and we talked about, I think, quite a few times, is yeah, they can get the first kills, they can get into a site and plant, but I feel like they always struggled holding like a post plant situation, and to see them have such little success, the worst success, but the fourth highest amount of first kills to me, like blood, that's pretty ridiculous for them. I mean, it shows they got the skill, but something's missing like mid round to later on.
I love the stat because of how you're able to figure it out from that, right? Yeah, you get so many opening kills and you have a worse chance of conversion, worse than Mazalai sitting way back on the left over there. I didn't even notice Mazalai. Wait, where are they? And I
hello.
see them all way in the left.
At
And
least they're
hello,
like,
hi there, Mazalai.
consistent though, right? Like, if you look at the graph, I mean, it makes like a nice little square. It's not skewed in any one way. They're
Yeah.
kind of playing
But I mean, that game
normally.
this morning, Maslai didn't lose a single opening duel.
Well, they also didn't win
Very
a
true.
single opening duel.
So it's kind of neutralizes everything, I guess. But yeah, that is shocking for Bren. And I think it's very telling as to how there are these flaws in his team. And it's not just about, oh, Witch is having a bad game. Oh, Ja's not showing up. It's not that. As a team, they're not able to capitalize on these small little things. And if you're worse than every other team in this tournament, certain teams like a team like Mazlai, who are on paper the worst, they're are based on eye test, they're even the worst, and yet you're worse than them in converting those first kill round wins. Something is fundamentally wrong with the way your team is approaching the game, and I feel that is some food for thought. And hopefully for Bren, when we see them next time, and I do believe we should see them, there's not that many great SCA teams out there for them to really fight against to qualify for the next RMR, for the next major Asian event. Hopefully they fix that. It's not just about the roster changes. They need to completely rethink the way they approach this game.
Can we actually see that graph one more time? Because there was one more team I wanted to look at. It was beyond there. Because if I remember correctly, they were like third overall in converting rounds. But look how far back they are. They are the second worst team at getting first kills in this tournament, and yet they are the third
crazy.
best team at winning rounds when they do get it. Like that's insane, right? Like that's a pretty ridiculous number, and maybe that kind of shows that even if there's just 2-3 players, left alive, they can still, convert out a round or are that good at locking out a bomb site, Mitch.
Yeah, this is something that I look at for better teams. To me, what's even more important than closing out the round, well, maybe not more important, but closing out the round when you get the opening duel is something I expect of teams. On the CT side, there's a little bit of debate about it. To me, T side matters a whole lot more in that sense because, let's say, for example, you push banana, you kill one player, you die. You're now in a worse spot than you were at the start of the round. So that you get an opening duel, good, but you've put your team in a worse position. So it has to be taken with a little bit of context. I think there were a couple games where we were looking at where we would see teams get opening duels because of hyper aggression CT side, but not controlled. They didn't have the support they needed. And so after that duel, they would fall and maybe even a second player would fall. So it's a terrible start to the round, but statistically it looks good, right? The thing that matters the most to me is when you lose that opening duel, what are your protocols to come back into a map? It speaks both to the individual prowess of you as a team. I mean, like teams like Tai Lu, when they're up against the weaker guys, they win out a lot of clutches. And in those situations, that is what I think defines you as a far better team. If you're in a 4v5, how do you recover? And Tyloo have like an insane rate. I'm just looking at, let's take Mirage, a map that all these teams play quite a bit between the top four, between Beyond, Invictus, Tiger, and Tyloo. The win rates are as follows for rounds where they lose the opening duel but still win. Beyond 30%, 33% for Invictus, Tiger 31%, Tyloo 38%. They're ahead by a lot. That makes a massive difference. It means they can run out mid, get opt, but they'll get the map control. They'll then come back into it because somebody is going to run through a smoke and kill you. Attacker's going to spray down 5 of you. Why not? And that's really, I think, what can recover the most games in the rounds that for most teams are already lost, because generally it's around 25%. And for Tyler to be 38%, that means that they can just smack you back. You get the advantage, you're sitting pretty, you're thinking the round's in your hand, and all of a sudden, no, you've lost it. And now you've got no money, and Tyler were back ahead, and they're just dominating. And we've seen that a lot from them throughout this tournament. I mean, I know we saw their first kills have been pretty high, and their conversion rates maybe not so high, but I think they definitely make that up when they go down to losing the duels as well.
I think that's probably just as interesting as the graph we just saw, right? Is what you're saying. What teams who lose the first duel can still win the round and do it the most consistently? Because that's definitely one of the hardest things, right? And I like how you broke it down CT versus T side. T side getting that first kill and not dying thereafter is massive, because then you have a 5-on-4. If you're trying to execute on towards a site, you have that first kill. CT side, you get a first kill, you're more likely, I think, to win the round just because you have such a big advantage. What I am hearing though is we do have our vetoes ready to go. Now, Bleb, you basically said every map except Overpass and Vertigo. I didn't get to hear a straight 3 out of you. However, you did say Nuke probably as a decider. You're expecting Mirage to be picked by Beyond, and then Train or
I'm
Mirage
going to go
by
Inferno.
Invictus.
I'm going to go Inferno. Mirage, Inferno, and Nuke.
Mirage, Inferno, and Nuke. Let's get those on your screen. The longer I talk, the less chance I have to sound coherent at all. I want to see if those maps will be chosen. And again, just to reiterate for people at home, this match won't really have a massive income on anything in the long run, because these teams are already qualified through the playoffs. But obviously, some pride and some extra incentive, just morale-wise, going into the playoffs. We can see Mirage, Nuke, and Inferno. I think you said that, right?
That makes no sense. I didn't expect Invictus to pick Mirage.
That's very nice for Beyond.
The maps are right. The maps are right, but the way it came about is completely opposite. I thought Nuke would be a decider, Beyond would pick Mirage, and Invictus would pick Inferno earlier on. But this is completely topsy-turvy. But hey, at least I got the maps right. I'll take it.
There's been a couple of teams doing this, picking Mirage against Beyond. I can't remember who the other one was, but I remember we were very confused about it. And they ended up...
Oh, was it Divine? I don't know. I don't remember.
I'm not 100% sure.
Well, again, like this is maybe a feeling out moment for these teams. Like I would actually say going into this game, maybe you want to pick some oddball maps, maybe not necessarily to give anything away, but just to feel out your opponent. Like we talked about with was it Tyloo up against Divine Vendetta? I think that was just yesterday. Just a little bit of a chance. Sorry, no, it was Lucid Dream against Tyloo. Just get a chance to feel them out because you might meet them going into the first round of the playoffs. But if you were to look at these maps, Mitch and Bled and Dinko, don't worry, Dinko, I'm gonna get you in here to talk too. Who would you favor in this series?
I mean, on a surface level, I want to say Invictus, but if Beyond can get off to a good start with Mirage under their belt, I don't know. I think they could probably close it out 2-1. So I'm going to take the risk and say Beyond. But I do feel like Invictus have gone for a wild strategy and picking Mirage. I guess maybe they're trying to catch Beyond off guard. It's like going into a boxing match and just headbutting the guy's fist to start it off. He's going to be so confused as to what's going on. Like, did he join the wrong sport? And then maybe it catches him off guard and you can land a couple of blows.
Is that like similar to if you ever get a fight with someone just stripped naked and they'll just get confused and not want to fight
That's
you
what Mitch does.
Excuse me. I think that's an entirely American strategy, Jason. Please don't ever fight me.
I'm just saying, I heard things.
I'm confused.
I've never had to implement that strategy.
I'm honestly scared about what would be at head height, I'll be honest.
My knees. You need to be able to punch them directly. So moving on from that, Dinko, what was your thoughts on the what were we talking about again? Oh yeah, the maps. What are your thoughts on the series?
It's quite a distracting topic, I'm aware, but yeah, I think coming into this, Invictus, I have faith in them to win. I just think Beyond have a real mental block when it comes to beating these Chinese
So I'm just
teams.
imagining him. What is he going to use as a punching bag? Like as a warm up, just like.
Oh no! Stop.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Dinko.
All right, yeah. So Invictus, I think, should be taking this a very long 2-1. I think they will manage to get over the line. I think this could go either way, though. Like you said, the pressure's kind of off in terms of where this could go or should go. So I do have faith in Invictus. I think they should be the team winning this. I just think they edge out the firepower a little bit over the table. But I can definitely see a world in which Beyond take this 2-1. It'll be very close between these two teams. But I'm going to give the edge to Invictus on across the 3 maps.
All right, Bled, let's hear your thoughts. Preferably not about fighting, more about this match.
Yeah, I feel like going back to the previous game they had in Pro League, it felt, even though Invictus won in 15 overtimes, it was still Beyond who looked like the better team to me, right? And for me personally, Beyond, they have more to lose here. If they win this game, they only face D13 if everything else goes according to plan, that is. They only face D13 in the first round, which is something which you want. So, you know what? I think Beyond might take this. This might be the game which breaks the curse.
I heard a couple of Beyonds. Well, we'll check it with you guys after done with the first map. Mitch and I are going to head straight into the game here to kick things off now between Beyond and Invictus. And last little thing, I just kind of realized, you ever seen those videos of people punching a punching bag and then they turn to look at the camera and then the punching bag comes back and like knocks them out? Yeah, just I'll let your mind sit with that for a second. We're going over on to Mirage, whatever you want to call it. I actually don't know how I think this is going to go. I feel like if you're Invictus, you're not going to try extra hard. I think you're just going to play a standard kind of game. You can be a little bit relaxed with it because, again, the pressure's off. You're through to the playoffs. Your seeding really can't change too much, at least the outcome of who you're going to play against. For Beyond, I think it's more about important for them to have a good game here. I mean, my roles up against Divine Vendetta, had a very strong showing, especially in the last 2 maps of Nuke. I believe it was Inferno. I think it was even top fragging for his team. But then they had a rough loss versus Vici. And a recent victory against Jigadude. I had to make sure to read it in my head a couple times to make sure I said that correctly. But I think for them, you know, getting a clean victory here would be ideal, but I think there's really no pressure. So I wouldn't be surprised to see some crazy play, Mitch.
Based on this tournament so far, I would not be surprised to see some crazy play in any matchup, but I think that for Invictus, you're right. You know, the pressure isn't really on. They're guaranteed at least an okay placement, top 4. The problem, well, depending on other games. The problem for them is, I really think they want to win this because they'll secure 3rd spot, and like we said, that's D13 they'll be up against for Beyond. I think the same is on the line, right? They can get up there, they'll beat Invictus head-to-heads, and then it's only down to Tiger, who... Let me just quickly scan and see if they beat. I can't remember.
Yeah,
no,
that's why I kind of
2-1.
avoid it, because I don't fully remember, since there's been an insane amount of games. Remember, it's 15 days of 3 matches a week, or 3 matches a day. That's 45 matches.
So
all best of 3s.
It was 2-1. That was the series you were talking about earlier, where Beyond, when I think 16-14 map 1, then lost the other 2. So that's a little bit of a problem then, where they might still secure the same seed because Tiger beat them head-to-heads. This is a fairly important one for both teams. Beyond can at least get themselves a 4th place guaranteed, maybe even 3rd, depending on if Tiger beat Tyloo or not. And for Invictus, they'll secure 3rd spot, 3rd seed, if they can just find this one here. A little bit of an awkward fight there as Olivia manages to pick up another. Now it goes back to the 2v2. The smoke goes slightly too much to the right. Maybe that was intentional. May rolls up on top of the box, had a decent angle to take down Flying, and always left alone. The bomb being tapped, 15 seconds left. He's got to make a move out and stop that, but he can't. And with Olivia landing that shot, Beyond go up 1-0 to start us off on Mirage. Looking good. And
yeah, that was a super confusing smoke, actually. I would have thought go towards the left a little bit. You maybe see, you can obviously go for the defuse there, but I think at the same time with both players towards CT spawn, putting a smoke there only hinders you from actually closing this out, right? Because you can play on top of the boxes. You're seeing catches them as they try to push in. And if anything, if you put the smoke further in, Olivia wouldn't be able to see the people to connect. You had to hope on them not hitting you instead of you having a chance to kill them. You know, your fate's being taken out of your hands and just hoping to the RNG gods that they're not going to connect with you. Not a bad round for Invictus. They still get the bomb planted, right? And they have their deagles. They have an AK for flying. Definitely a squad we saw just on this exact map on day 1. Pull off so many of these eco rounds, or these even force rounds with the deagles. But already off the bat, let's be the first go coming through for QQ. Looks like the bomb will rotate over towards the A site.
yeah, I'm definitely looking to hit in towards A. They've got a good time, a perfect timing on this as well. QQ's just gone to middle. KNTZ picks up the opening, spots another player as well, swings with the FAMAS. It's not good enough though. The AK winning the duel. They're massively behind though, especially with the low HP on Flying. He's made it below, gets one more kill, but that's all he'll be able to muster. And so 2-0 we go Beyond, get an upgrade to an AK. They've lost 2 players. I think it's a worthwhile trade. And close enough that they won't be terribly upset about it. Having to reinvest into these rifles. They still have an SMG on STK. Presume KNTZ has like a FAMAS dropped from or something like that. But Invictus approached that round in a very odd manner, Jason. Normally what you'll see is teams going for the full force buy, right? But they just came straight in with the hero rifle. And I'm actually quite a fan of that. It gives you a decent chance. As you said, the deagles can do a lot of damage. We've seen it again and again. And then when you come into this round, you have the ability to buy up 4 AKs. And provided you did that little bit of damage to the CT economy that they did in the previous round, you can set them down to an eco right now.
I mean, also, if you have a player like Flying on your team, why wouldn't you give him a hero AK? It's like, hey, simple, you're on the team. Nah, I'm not going to give you the AK. Of course you're going to give him the AK, because he has a chance to be so impactful around. And unfortunately, it didn't work out for Invictus, but like I said, respect the player, respect the hustle. But now they need to have a solid round here. QQ's going to get caught out, shot completely through the smoke. KNTZ is going to be off to the side. I hear them pushing. He doesn't even get the first kill. Flying. What just happened there? Now it comes down to Olivia and Myrals, and Olivia's able to get 1. Myrals got the initial, but now he's left alone against 3, and that's going to be Invictus to take the round. And that's what we were just saying, right? Flying has that ability to just pop off out of nowhere. It comes around the corner and domes the guy. Ridiculous stuff.
Oh yeah, flying is an absolute beast, and he proves it right there. Olivia's up 5-1 at the moment, and hasn't even pulled out the AWP yet, though, so I would be a little bit cautious if I was Invictus. They need to secure these rounds fairly convincingly, when their opponents have no armor. But the Deagles, they've done the damage. A plain 5/7 skin, Olivia? Really? What? Everyone's got the plain skins. What's happening? Where's the Hyper Beast? Where's the Flash? Let's see the flashy stuff.
Hey,
But
sometimes you don't need flashy stuff. Remember in Indiana Jones? He has to pick the cup, the Last Crusade.
oh, of course, yeah.
Yeah, he has to pick the cup.
The dirty one.
Picks the plain one.
Yeah. I prefer a nice flashy one. Xiao Sage, he's opening up QQ, and there's not a lot of flashies going out here for Invictus, but they've got their smokes down. They're going to start moving towards the site where KNTZ had a one-hit chance onto Xiao Sage and even lit up Destroyer. But it's all left down to SDK and Mayros to get this done. And oof, I would have preferred SDK to save that AK, but I don't think he would have made it out alive anyways. Mayros got a chance. There's one. Two more players are low. He's got an AK now to work with as well. Sees the first, but not able to hit it. Up on top, flying. Was certainly elevated. And 2-2 they go. Losing 2 players, no bomb plant. I mean, it's going to cost them a little bit. And Beyond are still a little bit away from that full buy, though. I think they're definitely going to want to take a light one just to allow Olivia to get that AWP.
I wonder if we're even going to see Destroyer on the T side play by the AWP. And I would probably assume not, unless they're really being held back. I feel like most of the time, unless you're like Bren, where Wit seems to get it T side, I mean, no matter the map, it's more of like, all right, what we're doing is not working. Let's switch it up. Let's throw in an AWP and try to use that as an entry towards somewhere. And well, speaking of a light buy-up, SDK is able to get the first, always separated from his teammates. He's going to drop. That's 2 weapons they can pick up. Going to be QQ to push up to get one. NTZ as well. Just like that, a 4-on-3. So really not a terrible round. What? What? What?
Yep. I'm with you on that. I'm with... Oh, the fade through the smoke. May rolls. Catches flying off guard. Looks for more. The element of surprise no longer in his favor. Crossing over to get that AK is very difficult for him, and the nade's going to make it a whole lot harder. He runs. Unfortunately, not able to get away. But the last 2 CTs are coming from 2 completely opposite angles. QQ can make a little bit of noise. There we go. Hitting the shot onto Xiao Sage, and is Viva ready for this peak coming straight out? He is. But doesn't matter. So I don't know what happened. I presumed Viva was taking the fight onto CT and allowing KNTZ to just stand up above so he could flick over. But now I start to think maybe he didn't see him.
Yeah,
and I don't know
maybe
how.
he was watching a different angle. Maybe he was watching like towards Palace and he was like jiggle peeking or something.
Well, he did. See, I'm sure we might see it in a replay here. As he was looking down towards CT, a good like quarter of his screen was the player up above.
Mm-hmm.
Like, look, I guess maybe he didn't see it. Maybe he was just so focused. It happens sometimes, right, where you just have the blinkers on. The blinders, as you call them, looking straight at one angle.
Why would they be blinkers?
I don't know. It's an Irish
They don't
thing.
blink.
I've
They're for
literally...
blinding. They're for controlling your field of view for a horse so it doesn't freak out.
Yeah. I really don't know why they're called blinkers, but that's what they're called in Ireland.
Okay. Well, I can respect that you also think it's weird.
Yeah.
Ooh. Through the edge of the smoke. KNTZ gonna fall. Xiao Sage again with the entry towards the A side. Here comes the execute. Olivia has the AWP, but I'm honestly really worried he's not gonna be able to do too much with it. He's gonna push straight through the smoke. Why? He gets so aggressive. He falls, and this should be a done round here for Invictus. Even an off rescue if they want it. Oh man, this is clean. Clean as can be.
Now this hurts for Beyond. They've just been trampled on. Blinkers are not. And Jason, I've just found out that it's actually a British term, not an Irish term. So, yep, blinders. That's what we're going with.
Damn it, Dinko.
It's all Dinko's fault. I'll have to change my vernacular now. Now, with the position Beyond are in at the moment, and exits are not ideal because they don't have a lot of money. It's not worthwhile. Why? Why are you doing that to me, QQ? I really just, it puts a really poor taste in my mouth whenever this happens. Where, let's think about this logically. For QQ, let's assess the risk reward. He dies, he has to rebuy. Let's say they want an AWP. That's all his money gone. STK needs a drop. So there's Mayrol's giving him not even a FAMAS, an SMG. KDZ can buy for himself. Olivia, again, on a weaker weapon. If QQ had to buy up that AWP, or QQ would be on a weak weapon. Now, what's the reward they get? So, what have we assessed? They'll get 1, maybe 2 rifles, an AWP, and 2 SMGs. For Invictus, if he kills, let's say 2 of them even. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt. He kills 2 before dying. They still buy up. It causes damage in the future, but coming into this round, it makes very little impact. And if Invictus win it again, then Beyond have no money. And they're risking having the 2 SMGs for such an important round. It just doesn't pay off. Not at all. But you see it so often that players go in for those exits. And you're like, what? Why? Just, I understand that there's a benefit to it, but the risk you're taking is not worth it.
Again, I think I'll cop it up to this. I think if I see anything wacky like that throughout this series, and even through the next series, it's just mostly going to be about, well, they're through the playoffs, their seeding can slightly change, but I feel like they're going to play a lot more carefree than like a match that they need to qualify to the playoffs, or a grand final in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I want to cop it up to that, because I feel like that's just a generic excuse any of the teams can use in this, because I think it's true. There's no need to really win this game. Obviously, winning would be nice, gives you an extra morale and momentum into the playoffs. We talked about peaking at the right time in a tournament. On the same note, a relaxed game for them, and they're gonna have 4 days off from now until the playoffs, anyways, to revise anything.
There's a turn of phrase I've heard you. Well, we'll talk about that in a second, actually, because the push is about to come in. STK's been lit to 13 health by the Molotov, by the nade. He hasn't even seen anyone, and he's almost dead. There's Invictus. Gear up to push out of apartments. Short control's about to be seized, but there's 3 players on it. There's 2 players on this. There's 1 player on this site, and it's all down. No, there's none. There's no one left. It's gone.
Why did they defend B? Where's all the players out?
Just being steamrolled. My God. That wasn't even the short play. It was just a straight push out of apartments. 1, 2, 3. Thank you for B. So let's get back to that point.
Turn of phrase you're talking about.
Yes. So it was a phrase I remember hearing Thorin say. I'm gonna have to make it a little bit more PG for the stream, but it was if you practice sloppily and like a silly Billy, you'll play sloppily and like a silly Billy.
Doesn't sound like something Thorin would say.
No, he did use different words for a certain part of it. I'm not sure if you can tell which, but
I can tell.
But yeah, it really stuck with me when I see teams do make loose plays in games they say don't matter. It's like you're just teaching yourself bad habits, because eventually it'll come out.
Remember I was saying like a while ago during this tournament, Rafa in Quake?
Yes.
He literally takes every scrim, every match, everything he ever plays in duel or 2-on-2s, whatever mode he's practicing for, he takes as a tournament match. He tries 100%. He doesn't slack off. And that way, when he gets into those big games, it's just like, it's just another match for you, right? It's not a big deal. There's no extra pressure on him. And I respect that. That's what I was saying before. Like, I wanted to see Ty Lue do the likes of that when we saw Ty Lue playing sloppy. I wanted to see the teams have that composure and take every match like it's, a grand finals of a major. I think that's something that separates, some of these teams. But at the same time, like, I also can't knock them for being a little bit relaxed, considering we're at the tail end of, 15 match days of play. I mean, it's only 1 best-of-3 a day. I guess it's really not that big of a deal for them. But yeah, no, I'm with you. You play sloppy, and you can expect to play sloppy later on when it counts.
Yeah, practice the way you want to play is essentially the take home from that. And it's games like this do serve as practice. I get you maybe don't want to always show your full hand, but I always want to see your full hand. You should be confident enough in your strategy that yes, you can be anti-stratted, but you're good enough that it is good enough that you can win those games. The barrel's been spotted. Shasaga is just going to swing. Yeah, there we go. We communicated it to Destroyer either way. The 1M4 doesn't really do anything for them. As Beyond go down 5-3, and we look in towards what can be a full buy. Again, we'll be lacking an AWP, and it's been such a pivotal part of Beyond's gameplay having that off. Honestly, at this point, I'm just going to quickly switch back and say Invictus will win this series, because the way Beyond are showing up, I just don't believe in this. I mean, we're even missing Olivia. I know he was 5 for 1 at one point, but now he's 5 for 6. And we've mentioned him when it comes to rifling that he is just as competent with it as with an AWP. But from the decision making we're seeing, from the early fights, yes, it's very early to call that, but I just think Invictus are coming in and playing this game properly, whereas Beyond are much more loosey-goosey. And I really don't like that. Look at this mid play. Got a player top mid. He's being pressured. Yeah, this swing from Flying was a little unnecessary, but he's got confidence under his belt. The AWP covering him on the push. And it is a 1-for-1 trade. And we talked about this, that, you know, opening duels, if they get traded back on the CT side, always put you in a disadvantage. So, old thing we say, the map is the same size, but you've less people to defend it. But when you're over on the attacking side, oh, no, that's an awkward shot for Viva. On the attacking side, trading back 1-for-1 is good, but when you trade back 1-for-4, maybe not so much.
So, from what I understood, 1-for-4 is good, 1-for-1 is bad.
Yes, exactly. If you're the T side, make sure to lose all your players.
Okay, DZ will close it out with a nice triple kill. Again, I mean, I respect the play, though, out of Beyond, right? They had a plan. Molly top the mid, behind the boxes, push him down. The smoke was set up so they really couldn't see too much. Viva was there protecting with an AWP. I respected it. I would like to have seen a flashbang be thrown in, though, to prevent Viva from hitting that shot. But all in all, I love to see when teams take mid on the CT side. It's such a pivotal point of the map that's used for teams on T. And if you take that away, they're just struggled. They funnel into, well, either straight A take or straight B take.
The thought process was definitely good, but the only reason it worked out there, because Invictus had a very good setup against it, the only reason it actually worked out was just because Flying went for that wide peek on top mid. There's no need. He was safe behind the smoke. He had the op still covering his cross. They could have flashed over for him and allowed him to peek. They could have done a number of things. Just waited a little while, gone out together, had the AWP peeked alongside him. But they didn't, and that caused a lot of problems. The smoke's here. Oh, they have no idea about KNTZ, though. He's good for 1 in a second as well, with a quick headshot to Flying. Oi is all by himself. And as we said, you know, you want to lose 4 players if you're on the T side. The reality is, you don't get on YouTube for winning 4v4s. You gotta win a 1v4. Unfortunately, the 1v5, a little bit too much for Oi to win. And so we go back to even Stevens.
I don't like this. I don't like seeing Olivia in the op right now. I like how fast they're playing on the CT side, which is so weird to say because normally we talk about on the T side. Last time we saw him on the op, they execute towards A, he pushes through the smoke, and he dies. Spotting out 3 or 4 players. This round, you see him on the AK being a lot more fluid, having the ability to, you know, back away and not put himself in such an awkward position. They also had a quick rotate from B. They had all 5 players there to defend towards A. You know, get me wrong, I'm not knocking Olivia on the AWP, but I just like what we saw before. I like how fluid, how fast they were to rotate and pull things off, whereas, oh my god, what, Viva? Marl is just like a little rabbit, you know, just jumping around, and then all of a sudden the Mr. Hunter comes around the corner with a, that sucks. That's rough. And now they have to play a man down. No kill being traded back. So if I remember correctly, this is good. T-side, right, Mitch?
It's not bad, we'll put it that way.
It's not bad. Come on.
So Invictus are looking to split into mid. Yeah, they've got their flash coming around the corner. They've learned their lesson from last time. And they've got control. The rotate around towards connector was heard. They definitely know QQ is here. He's looking to peek bottom mid. He spots a player, but it costs him a lot of his life, and then all of it with Flying traded out after. A 5v3. Beyond spread. 2 players B site, 1A. Invictus are poking out towards the apartments. That was like, this is what I'm looking for from Invictus. Like I said, those other rounds, it definitely exuded confidence, but now we're seeing much more strategic approach from them. They take their mid control, they take the duels along the way. Yeah, a little bit overzealous, but they know there's an AWP, so they want to find that. They want to kill this guy. There was a flash around the corner as well, but it just didn't hit apartments. They've spotted him over in apps again. They have a player coming in apps, a player coming from site, making a lot of noise. His job is just to distract him at the moment, to allow the players to come up behind. And there you go. He even closes it out. But yeah, the Molotov under wood, everything went perfectly for them. And then Flying, yes, he gets overzealous, as I said, moving in towards the B site, but he killed 1, died to an op, and got traded out in the end. So that's a textbook round from Invictus.
I mean, he's also on 14 kills, so I'm not going to be the one to tell him, hey, Flying, reload in. Look at this shot, though. This is what I was talking about. How does he hit this? Oh, damn. He gets stuck in the corner on the jump. That's why you have to jump a specific way so you don't stay in the air any longer than you need to. But that, don't let me take away from how insane of a shot that was. That really was ridiculous. How does he even hit? Oh my god. We watched it in slow-mo and I could barely keep up. I'm also an old man, so.
What are you, like 53 now?
54 in July.
Oh, wow. Say hi to the grandkids for me.
Wait, what now? You're assuming I've had kids?
You haven't?
You think I could find anyone that can put up with me that long? Come on.
Yeah, it's 3 weeks. I'm at the end of my tether.
Exactly. Imagine how Tom feels. Why do you think he's not here? He's like, nah, with Jason 3 weeks, I'm out.
Why do you think he's
Ain't
bald
happening.
at this point? Just the stress.
Well, going into our next round, round 12. Leave it back on the op. Goes for the peak. Gets caught out. And, well, yeah. A little unfortunate. And even QQ getting caught. Good flashbangs out of flying, though. Showed you can pretty much do it all. A to Z, STK, Myro's the last alive. Money's not there. I mean, I'd say get that off and save it. Back away.
Oh, we're spamming, are we? We just run for the hills. Yeah, again, comes back to the point, Olivia not showing up on the AWP. It was a hard shot to hit, but he didn't hit it, and that's ultimately what cost him. Blitz towards the side, just deleting QQ. That flash was so gorgeous by flying. And oh, he's looking to catch them off. He gets one towards the kitchen, another, and no weapons being saved. It's only the op, and they're going to hunt him down. STK, he's been in this movie before. He knows how it ends. One kill on the board, but it's his last stand, and unfortunately, he cannot get out of there alive. 7-5. And again, look at context. This seems like a very close game, and we talk again and again about how on Mirage you can have a close. A 9-6, an 8-7, doesn't matter which way it swings. It should be doable. Really, a 9-6 should just swing towards whoever won the pistol. But then, this is far too much, because the 7-5, the rounds that Invictus have won have looked dominant. They've looked very, very clean. Beyond won the pistol as well, right? They went up 2-0.
Oh no, fly!
Run! Why are you peeking? Oh, so as soon as you get peeked there, and you know there's USPs, just run away. There's an AK for them for free now, and Destroyer's looking for a close duel, but he's got a crossfire at least.
And there's the AK gone.
Good. You know the worst thing I've ever seen? I mean, the worst thing I've ever seen was a very close game between North and... I want to say Singularity. Dick will know exactly what I'm talking about. MSL decided to aggress on short, so they were versus a full eco. Singularity had eco stacked B. 4 players from North went to the A site, and MSL pushed short by himself with an op to play exits. He then gave them the op, obviously, because he died, because they rushed him down. I think they got one more rifle out of it as well. They used those then in the next round and won the round and ended up winning the game. It was just like, you idiot. Why would you do that? It's like one of the only times in my life where I've been commentating and just genuinely been tilted at just how stupid of a decision it was.
Well, speaking of decisions, look what they're doing, Mitch. They're actually going to be pushing straight out A ramp. Some early info going to be gathered. Flying is an idea they could be here. And he hits the shot. That's unfortunate. K to Z, will they expect a second? Oh, come on. Wow. All right, so that right there. A, peek together. B, you got to convert that kill when you know he's there. That's unfortunate. Flying, just really showing how good of a player he is, adding towards his tally. Yeah, I saw him running towards T-Spawn with his knife out, and I got very worried that they would think that, you know, they were clear to just rotate, but evidently you're seeing Invictus with their brains switched on. This is the thing, right? They're actively thinking about where the gaps are in their offense. Something that we have seen in most games not be a thing, that not for Invictus, but just in general in this tournament, that, you know, you go out, Palos get the control on site and go, I'm on site, come, and they're just like, oh yeah, I'm sure ramp is clear. But it might seem like we're maybe but it's not.
Exactly. It might seem like we're over complimenting them a little bit, but it has been a very loose Counter-Strike throughout the group stages, and I think it's very refreshing to see Invictus play on this level. And we said this was a game that we wanted to see them. I mean, I was saying in the pre-show, coming in, taking seriously. They know Beyond are a damn good team, and hell, if you're going to play them on Mirage, you know what you're in for. So glad to see that they've put some thought into the veto, evidently. Like I said, going into a boxing match and just headbutting their fist. Let them know you're not scared.
Hey Mitch, is it weird to me that I'm more tilted by STK's skin of the brown M4? It looks like a sand dune M4 pretty much, than just a default. Oh, even inspects it first. Thank you.
This one, bro?
Than like a default, you know?
Yeah. You know what the worst thing about this game is about CS:GO? There's no good A4 skins, or like there's a couple. It's like an
I mean,
Asimov
I
and
got
stuff,
my
but-
X-ray. I don't love the X-ray, but Get
Yeah.
Right gave it to me, so I'm happy with it.
Oh yeah, you would be then.
And I have the like the Japanese one, like the Japanese like drawing one, of, like a
Yeah.
dragon on it. I can't remember, dragon something. I don't remember the name.
I don't know names of skins.
But AKs though, oh man, AK Asimov,
Yep.
AK Vulcan.
There's so many. The thing is,
Fire Elemental, not Fire Elemental. The Fire Serpent.
on price point as well. This is the thing. So obviously, Valve don't affect price point, but they do
Isn't
affect
that right
rarity.
there?
Like, there's just so many nice skins. Like you've got the leaded glass, the decimator, the nightmare for the A1S that are all like €2 to €3.
I mean,
And
the
for
Hyper Beast for the Silence M4, that's not bad.
That's
but
gorgeous.
You have to use a silenced M4. That's the problem.
Yeah, but see, this is the thing. I'm saying, like, you can spend €5 and get a sick M4 A1S skin,
okay.
but if you're getting an A4 skin, you gotta be paying like 50, €100 to get something that's actually like on the same level of stylish, I guess.
Oh, by the way,
That's-
real quick, Destroyer's actually gotten in towards window. He's flanked around kitchen. He's not been hurt, it
gorgeous.
seems. And then the B site's not going to expect this.
Hello.
Oh, there's so many plays there that could have worked out for Destroyer, and only one that could have screwed him over, and that was it right there.
That's not ideal. Not ideal at all. Flying able to take down QQ though, and they've got an opening towards the site. Now Palace isn't secured for them, but there's been one player towards jungle. There's 2 CT. There's a decent chance that they'll think Palace is clear. That's a very early rotate and a heavy stack towards the A site.
It's more of their
SDK's the
weaponry,
key
though.
player. He's the
Like,
one. He's gotta go. He's gotta go. Mayrolls just picked up the kill to Oi. You've gotta go, SDK. Do something. There's a player down below him. He's so worried about someone coming behind him in Palace. The players are behind the smoke. They start to move. There we go. Eventually gets out there. And a double kill. That was it. The key play. The one they needed. And Viva's all alone. He's got low HP versus SMGs. And he shouldn't be able to get away with this. 10 seconds left. They go on the bomb. He's waiting. He's counting. 3 seconds. 2. He's gonna go. He's gonna find it, but he can't. And beyond, pull up to 6. Beautiful round by SDK.
I like how we're like criticizing him, like, you gotta go. And the second he does was the perfect moment. He gets 2 kills like that from that position. It's a 3 overall. I was worried. They had like 3 SMGs on a retake. Like, that shouldn't work out, but STK alone pushes out for him. I think this kill out of QQ, though, was like the biggest one probably in the round, because that stops Destroyer from opening everything up on B. It stops him from maybe going towards A instead and wrapping around CT spawn. Really well done by Beyond there, working with what they had, and wasn't really that much to spend. Now we go into the pistol, and well, if y'all want to have a decent chance T side, I think obviously starting off here would be good. Invictus get themselves the pistol. This is going to be rough times for Beyond. But again, this is Invictus's map choice, and we still have Nuke to come up next.
This is Invictus map choice. Did you
Yep.
say Beyond? Or
It's
did I-
Invictus's.
Yeah. Because every time I think about it, I'm like, oh yeah, we're on Beyond's map choice. This is a...
I remember
No.
confused Blood. He's like, wait a minute, what?
yeah, it's like, it's been so many games though, haven't there, where we're like, wait, we got the picks backwards? Well, I wouldn't be surprised if they turned around and were like, this whole tournament, they'd be backwards. But they're definitely not. It's just...
I think Blood was like, you bloody fools.
bloody fools. That is his, that's his catchphrase, I have to say.
Yeah.
Big fan of it. Well, Beyond moving in towards the A site, overwhelming it with the numbers on the Glocks. Shanagate hoping to catch someone off in towards CT if they come through. Oh, if he goes through that murder hole, he's in trouble. Flying, gets the reload off just in time. Some action movie stunts being pulled. He shoves in the magazine and takes off the head. Goes in for Mayrolls as well to leave QQ alone with his teammates cleaning up the window. He's been gushed. Hold on, this is winnable now for QQ. Both players are one hit. All down to just flying. He's running forward. He's made it to triple. Swinging out wide, looking for the kill. But QQ, he gets the 1v3. 9-7 Beyond somehow keeping themselves alive into that round.
QQ with the pew pews. What well done play out of him. It's been quiet so far in this first half. Only 6 kills. Ends up going up to 9 now. Oh, man. A crucial. I mean, those shots out of fly. He's just getting better. It feels like that gooch there onto Owen to kill. It's a massive play out of him. And I mean, just look at the angles he has to cover off. We only had what 4 bullets left on that final fight. They close it out. I will say this though. I'm still scared because Invictus. It's still them. And well, then again, QQ just shuts this down as he goes in towards Palace. It's a 2K. And it's only him alone, which is even more surprising, right? Because this is typically what they'll do with QQ. He'll lurk towards Palace, he'll hit towards B, and he'll look for the flank. But if he loses a duel here, they drop an AK. And then that puts Invictus in such a good position to take this round back. I don't know. What's your thoughts? I mean, obviously, if it works out, it's good.
Mm-hmm.
But if it doesn't work out, I mean, if it works out, just because it works, it doesn't mean it's the right play. I don't know if you think that was a right play at all, though.
No, I think you're seeing a lot of risks, a lot of unnecessary risks. I have to agree with you there. Like, it works out. Is it the right idea? Probably not. If you do it, the thing is, you gotta realistically think, okay, you did it this one time and it worked. If you do it 9 more times, is it gonna work? Most of those? Probably not. So that's not a good plan. I would not be surprised to see Invictus save these 2 weapons at this point. I would in fact prefer it. Because we just think about the basic situation they're in. 2v5 retake, or next round, they have the same weapons, same amount of opponents, but no bomb plant, so time's on their side, and they have 3 teammates to work around. So obviously it makes a lot more sense to save these. Because they will be eco in next round, so there's no way that they'll buy anything up. But they do also get a lot of money as well, right? Because this is something I forget in these kind of situations, that they're going to be getting, what, 2,400? So they can actually invest into just some P250s, like nothing serious, but you got an okay amount of money on the board. Certainly helps. Having 3 P250s to back up those weapons would help out a whole bunch. Oh, and Destroyer had saved a Deagle, so even better. He can drop that to his teammate. Fantastic.
Really well done by Beyond. Again, I love the use of window, especially towards connector. I mean, we always talk about art and Furia when it comes to this map. I believe it's art, if I'm not mistaken. I could be. It's been a while since I've cast a Furia, but I'm pretty confident in saying that. It looks like it's going to be a big push towards B. We'll leave KNTZ to lurk in towards middle. Boy, with the Deagle, he's going to have a lot of pressure coming his way in just a few seconds. He spots out the first towards Bam, but he hasn't been spotted out. And that's going to be 2 kills already. Pick up the side for Invictus Destroyer now with the scout. Sage watching from short. Preventing the bomb from being planted to force them to actually push against the CT side. And well, it will go the CT's way, unfortunately. Flying and Viva now the last alive. And the pistols are doing some work. They get themselves 4 kills, so not a bad round in the end, to be fair. Almost coming down to that last 1v1, and Mirage will clutch out with the 3K, but that's still damage done. That's a lot of money taken away from the economy out of Beyond. Now Invictus are going to be on the buy up here. An op picked up for Olivia. It looks like he might try to go for that mid peak right off the bat.
Yeah, we really have to think about what they came in with. 2 Deagles, P250, and a scout. And they walk away with 4 kills, almost a round win? That's huge. We are still in the very early half. Beyond have now won both pistols, remember. Albeit on the back of a sick performance in QQ for the second one. They're only tied up. That says, to me, that Invictus are far better in the buy rounds. And from what we've seen so far, thinking about the previous half, I think that definitely stands to reason. Olivia, he's trying to get revenge for the shot Viva hit in the previous half. Straight down through the apartments, the pixel. He might get the chance as well.
I saw a clip of Viva doing a shot from here.
I'm a big fan of it. I usually hold it on the opposite side, from the CT side, straight down through apps. If you can get yourself in a position where you can do that, you keep the information the whole time as well, as to whether they're even coming up underpass.
Yeah, but then you don't get that quad workout. You don't get those sick halves.
True, true. And you can't run as fast, obviously. CSGO, your characters adapt to the amount of movement you're doing.
That would be ultra realism mode.
Yep. Obviously, you see Oi's in the kitchen for two reasons. He wants to be able to catch him off guard, and he's getting hungry, so he has to eat up or his character will pass out.
This isn't Daisy, all right?
Or he didn't eat in time, so he passed out there. That's what happened.
Well, there's no food in the kitchen. What do you expect? Xiao Sage, though. Nice little placing. Makes the player push towards short since they lost control of it. Gets himself a quick 2. Eva's rotating in to help out Olivia. They had no chance to expect this. They didn't realize the rotation here so fast. Now QQ's left alone against 3. He's done this before, and that's going to be 2. 15 HP remaining. He has the bomb, but he doesn't know where Destroyer's going to be, and Destroyer just catches him out with the pistol. Good attempt here out of QQ, but Invictus will still come out ahead. It looks so good for Beyond, too. After losing 2 players to pull it down from a 3-on-5 into a 1-on-1. I mean, QQ's really shown up when they need it. Still has them set behind in rounds. And I mean, that initial peak right there was a little bit confusing, right? Actually, sorry, it wasn't a 3-on-5. It was a 3-on-4 down to a 1-on-1. That peak, though, that wide swing, because they saw the smoke thrown in, right? And then they get the kill onto Oi. So they know there's 2 players towards B, but maybe they expected the rotation to be coming in. They're expecting Xiao Sage to be over towards short since they didn't have the info themselves pushed up that far. Maybe backed away towards kitchen. Either way, they lose the round. Destroyer, he hits the shot straight into the dome of Olivia, and Flying just jumps up and catches up KNTZ.
They talked about the quads. Well, he certainly got them, able to get up on top. Oh, the nade! Oh, not quite deep enough, but QQ. I see him in a 1v4 and I get excited. He's had a great half in those clutch situations, but unfortunately not enough as it now goes 11-9. And Invictus are going to be able to invest back into a rifle if they want to. They've got their AWP. I mean, everything's fine for them. This is the round where they should be building up some money as well. Beyond come in with nothing. Glocks, I don't even want to see an investment into anything. And, well, if they are going to go for a B rush, I'd like a smoke. No, okay, they're going middle. That's fine. Go through apartments without a smoke, you might as well just kill in console. Because you're just going to get mollied. Actually happened to us the other day. We straight rushed apartments and died 4 to a Molotov.
Oh, when you queued CS with Tombiz and didn't invite me? Yeah, I remember that.
You're never going to let this go, are you?
No. I mean, it's not like we're on each other's friends list or anything. Oh, wait, we are.
Infernus, you're in Poland. Can you play CS?
Yeah, I got it. What do you think I'm casting from? I'm on a PC.
Oh, well, fair enough. Oh, and you've got good internet as well. Okay.
Yeah.
You know, Jason, I'm sorry. I apologized the other day. I'll apologize again, okay? It's the last apology you get.
I mean, the best apology you could give me would be just inviting me next time.
Was which time?
Anyways.
I scratched my head and didn't hear you.
It's fine. You know what? We're bringing Haka in to cast the playoffs, and for good reason now. Like, they're actually just trying to walk their way towards Connector and Viva. Who's going to be overrun, but not before taking 3 players with them. So an AK and a P250 for Beyond and 45 seconds to work with. The grading, though, hasn't been shot out in towards windows, so that puts him in an awkward position. Sage knows exactly where Myrals is going to be, and Invictus will get themselves up to 12. Money will be here yet again for Beyond to buy.
The Chosen One returns. Let's see who he's been a fan of. The utility file, again. Not making any accusations to Viva, he's a good guy. He's come through with 39 nades. Oh, I'll accuse him of as being a damn good teammate.
You know, I've actually heard that this guy named Jason Kaplan's a phenomenal teammate as well, willing to take the bomb in every round, throw a lot of utility, and
oh, really?
maybe bottom
might invite him
frag.
to play sometime.
He's there for moral support. Little push comes in. Out of Invictus to get aggressive. Viva gets 1 kill. Destroyer gets 1 as well, so early man advantage for them. QQ trying to do what he does best here, trying to lurk in towards Palace, gets caught out. Gets tagged up down to 13 HP, and he's looking all bad now for Beyond here on Mirage. Destroyer's getting confident. He's on 15 kills. I mean, Flying, look, he had money to buy up into an M4, but he's like, nah. MP9, it's all I need.
They're looking to move towards that B side evidently, but you know what? Beyond aren't the only one with that info. Flying's pushed all the way through A, and he's on his way on the flank with the MP9. It's the benefit of having a weak weapon like an SMG. He's going to take those aggressive pushes when he wouldn't otherwise. And here we go, free kill. There's QQ gone. He managed to get a flash over beforehand, but didn't do a whole lot for them, did it? Not a single kill. 4 players left alive for Invictus. Flying upgrading to an AK so they don't actually lose any rifles. And Beyond, again, put down to a point where they should be ecoing. This time I expect a little bit of utility. Maybe a B-rush out of them. Now that they can afford smokes and a flash or 2. Or 3. Or 4. But, this is definitely an underwhelming scoreline at the moment. Remember, this team has won both pistol rounds, giving them basically 5 off the bat. And they are on 9. Their buy rounds have been abysmal. And that's one thing that I guess is a little bit misleading sometimes when you look at these scorelines. Like, if this ended 16-9, that would be horrendous for Beyond. Like, if they lost pistols, it would easily be a 16-5, 16-4. But it looks close on an eye test.
Oh no. Sage just locking us down himself. We just have support now. Get themselves the kills. Flying's like, wait guys, I need to add to my tally. Mirage and QQ left alone. 2 on 5. This has got to be 14 for Invictus, especially with Flying watching the backs. Look at this. Oh, okay. All right.
I hate everything about this round. Absolutely everything. Why are you pushing underpass versus pistols? Why you then... that player went back? Destroyer went back? Or not Destroyer, excuse me. Was it... Viva? Flying went back, sorry. Viva's there. He's sticking around on the angle. You got... like, Oi over facing. Everybody's taking fights. They just don't need to. You're versus pistols. QQ's in a 1v3. He's already won these. Sure, but 13-9, like, now they're in a good position because they need 1 buy round guaranteed OT. That's fine. Then they put Beyond down to a weaker buy. If they win this, they probably won the game. But if they lose that previous round, Beyond managed to actually retrieve the rifles underpass. There's only two players there. They can easily kill them with the deagles they had. You know, if someone had it, in fact, one player did wide swing to watch it, right? Just that the shot happened to be hit by Viva. If that didn't happen, that's a rifle drop. Flying goes for trade. He probably dies because now there's 2 or 3 guys peeking it. And all of a sudden, we're talking about a 13-10 with a full buy for Beyond. And yes, there's lots of money for the CT side, but practice sloppily, play sloppily. I want to give them the benefit of the doubt and say when we come into the playoffs it won't happen. If it does, I'll be an angry man.
Yeah, I don't think it will. We're so
That's
close.
great. That's great. Oh! He did. Oh, what? What's just happened? Destroyer went down to try and trade Viva, but he got none on top mid. Beyond are just steamrolling them. Shot after shot with Flying falling. It's a 2v5. This is a save. I mean, they don't even know that much damage is being done.
Hey, there's a lot of money left for Invictus, though. I think they could take away some weapons here.
They could. They play
Okay.
exits. Well,
Maybe
we
not
can't
anymore.
take anything away, but playing exits here I wouldn't be all too upset about.
ANTZ. He's coming around behind. Olivia might just close out himself, though, and there we go. A flawless round for Beyond, albeit Olivia on 1, STK on 5. Mirage on about 15 HP. But they still clutch it out. 14-10. But we're seeing the bot come in yet again for Invictus. And to be fair, I mean, I'm not going to say they were gifted the round, but Invictus didn't need to play that aggressive. Like, Destroyer didn't necessarily need to re-peek that. And then, of course, the first shot, nice little flashbang to force him to miss. But is Beyond going to find, 5 more rounds like that, 6 more rounds like that? I'm not too sure. Well, maybe. We're seeing Viva now trying to get aggressive in towards middle, but the flashbang tells him he should sit back and wait.
Well, their aggressive play didn't work. They got punished after 2 in a row. Well, where are we going now? Sage falls in middle. That's window open. Ripe for the taking. SDK, I think he's going down to boost his teammate. By the way, KNTZ's holding. But, oh, Viva, he flicked away at just the wrong moment. Now a lot of pressure on a player like Destroyer to get some damage done. He picks up QQ. The nade comes through. And really from this position, what can he do? That's beautiful. That's all he's getting. Quite luckily, honestly.
That was a sick shot, though. Now looking at their money, I mean, Saga at 8.2, Viva on 5.2. Maybe a little bit of a buy into this, a little bit of a light buy. And the thing is, I mean, yeah, Invictus run 14. They've looked like the better team, but they're starting to let these rounds slip. They're starting to allow Beyond to get into this. They're going to go for the save, not going to force. I like that. But we know about, Beyond. You give them some momentum, and still a very likely chance they could pull this back and then go on to Nuke, where they've been able to beat the likes of Vici. I think a 2-0 might be in the cards if they can win here on Mirage.
Good shots by Viva. Damage done with the pistol. Rifle retrieved. Time to go save that one. I don't think they'll really be wanting to contest with that AK. But for the other players, I mean, Flying doesn't need to save a Scout. Destroyer doesn't need to save a Deagle. But playing exits is always a viable strategy. They've got short and kitchen locked down, and then it's only apartments that the T's can exit through without being challenged. I'm actually surprised with the, like, people got sick gloves, sick knives, but, like, no Deagle skin. What's this about? Oh, Destroyer. He might not need the skin, and it's about to be covered in blood. 1 kill, but no more. That was looking far more promising.
I mean, sometimes the best skin is the original, right?
No. No,
No?
That's never true.
And the hand cannon looks pretty sick.
I mean, there's just so many, I don't know the name of... Is it Deagle Blaze It? Is that the one with the fire?
Yeah, that's
Pretty
what
good.
I meant. Why'd I say hand cannon?
Hand cannon's alright as well. Now we're really reaching the end of all the skins I know with Deagles. So
and
those are the two.
We're talking about like the first Deagle skin released in the game. That's how that our limited
That's
amount of
where we're at.
knowledge.
Back in my day, the Deagle hand cannon.
I remember when the Op Boom was the go-to skin,
Yeah,
and the
Yeah.
Lightning. I don't remember what it's called.
I've never found the lightning. Oh, Olivia, he's in so much trouble. That Molly could even finish him off, but he's got away. He's evaded them. 5 health remaining. That's not a good start, but they have managed to trade back Oi to about the same. 5 and 15, I don't think there's much of a difference. You're never really going to,
Back
gonna
in
end
my
up in a
day, the
spot.
red line was the best skin in the game. Well, they're going for it, though. Lion's got the flank. They have the information. They have the stack on the side as well. They have Oi boosted up. There should be no way they expect this. This should be a clean round for Invictus now. Viva just trying to play time. Trying to sit behind the bench. Oi's going to get that kill to save his teammate. Going for the second, but KNTZ will pick him up. And now Viva tries to rotate over. He falls as well to KNTZ. And that looked like such a clean round coming in for the CT side. But fine. He'll be able to pick off KNTZ, leaving Olivia in the 1-on-2. And he doesn't expect a player to be already pushed up kitchen. That's going to be 15 on the board finally for Invictus. And also, money, it's still going to be there for Beyond. Not too big of a deal. More of Invictus side that they're hurting a little bit for Zhao Sage and Oi. I like it. His knife's named Genius for flying.
Oh, what's that AK called again? The blue, black, and white one?
Vulcan.
Vulcan. That was the best skin when I was like originally playing. Everybody loved that.
Well,
Where all my friends had
I
it.
mean, that one's amazing. And then the other one we just saw, I call it the Shroud's AK skin, because he had a strat track version of it that like costs ridiculous on money. Or I guess you technically have the HAL for the M4A4, by the way.
Oh yeah,
You can't really get it anymore.
Yeah, no, but I mean, we're talking a couple grand then. Like,
Yeah.
that's what I'm saying. Like, there are good skins, but they're so expensive. Should be a rarity thing. Oh well, this is not going according to plan for Invictus. They've just been torn apart. Quick mid push into A, and that's the round over. Look, crossfire from window and top mid, leaving Oi by himself in a 1 versus 5. 1 versus 5 even. Quick math. Umi Jason, getting better.
At the end of this tournament, you'll be able to do simple addition.
Yeah, well, it is the end of this tournament, and I can confirm that 15 plus 7 is 12, so good to go.
Wait, what? 15 plus
What?
7 is 12?
Close, something like that.
Hmm.
Maybe 22, I don't know.
Always going to be left alone. Again, saving the weapon. It's going to have to. I think there's even a chance we're going to see overtime here, because Invictus, they're going to have to save the next round. Or have a very minimal buy. And Beyond are pretty much going to have money to buy out the rest of this game. Oh, a little bit worried. We could be getting a 14 for Beyond. Ideally, we should be. And then it's all coming down to that last and final round. Oh, he's going to maintain the M4. He's going to drop a Deagle over to Destroyer. P250 picked up for Xiao Sage. I mean, the thing is, I'm not going to count them out in this round because we've seen teams win with less, especially when it comes to like the final round of the game.
Yeah, how many games have we seen where it's like 2 buy rounds in a row, they lose, then they close it out with Deagles?
I mean, I hear Bleh just screaming like, "What is going on?" It's in my dreams, my nightmares.
Blah is never in a nightmare. It's only ever a dream. A solid 2 damage done by that nade. STK is going to be limping around the map. I like the Beyond are taking this round very slowly. I think we're going to see some utility thrown over and light top mid control going their way. They're hoping that Invictus will get aggressive. And this is what I've been looking for from Invictus, was that, you know, when they're up against these pistols, that they play very cautiously. But as you're saying, Destroyer, he's got a fantastic position on his way through the T-spawn, and he's just about to come up behind them. And on top mid, absolutely nobody's watching him.
Oh, this has got to go bad. If he's got to play this right, this could be like 3 kills for him, especially as Xiao Sage helps out. Okay, he's still gonna play it out. Gonna run up a little bit, try to get behind them. STK gets down Viva. Lion's gonna respawn. His teammates just need to stay alive because they have 2 players flanking him from the back, and just like that, they overwhelm them completely. STK is gonna fall, and it's all on KNTZ out of nowhere. They don't check house. They don't turn around. How does this happen? And we just said we've seen teams win final rounds with less. And that's going to be it. 16-13. That's such a shame for Beyond to have that big of a pushback in the second half, but then to lose it to a flank, to a double flank. That's rough times. That's rough times indeed.
I mean, we talk about the fact that, you know, this has happened quite a bit, but it still doesn't help when it happens. I'm still hit by shock every time. It was so well played by Destroyer. Now, he might have only gotten 1 kill, but he actually achieved a whole lot more because it was the information. It was because of him that Xiao Sage was so quick in rotating in through ladder room that they were able to push it behind. The players on B were ready for the short push. They know 3 coming short. There's going to be 2 apps. You have all the info to play with in that position. And even though he only gets 1 kill, it was Destroyer winning the round for them there. An absolutely fantastic round.
Oh, I thought there was more coming there. I heard you breathe.
No, that's it.
Let's bring in Blend Dinka, though. Hear their thoughts about that last map. Dinka, let's start off with you. Quite a game. Quite a close game, to be fair.
Yeah, close towards the end. I think Invictus have a good way of playing Mirage, and I think maybe we're the only ones that respect Beyond's Mirage. I think here on the broadcast, we kind of consider them to be the best in Asia, but everyone seems to love to play against them on it. And honestly, I'm seeing a little bit of weakness now for Beyond on this map. They haven't looked as convincing as they usually do, and I think Invictus, well, just impressive stuff, really. Very confident, getting aggressive a lot of the time, big individuals setting up. And Invictus, for me, are one of the best teams for me to watch on this map. They're very fun to watch on both sides, CT side and T side. And Destroyer, he's been playing really well. I mean, he has definitely started to step up in the last couple of days. We know he started off the tournament well, but he kind of dropped off towards the middle, and it was more the likes of Flying we looked at, and Viva, and even Xiao Sage. But Destroyer, for the past week, he has been looking really solid. So if that continues for Invictus going into the playoffs, we've got a very exciting and scary team coming up.
And even looking at the other players as well, I feel like this map, it was very close in the end, and of course kind of unfortunate the way Beyond lost that final round. But 2 players, right? 2 players we picked on before we started the series, Flying and Olivia. Now, I did say, you know, Olivia is not necessarily the player around which, you know, the team kind of rallies around. He's not a player who has to overperform for his team to win. But here was a massive underperformance. I think he ended that series with 13 kills, 20 deaths. Flying on the other hand, 28 kills. I think he almost came close to dropping a 30 there. Maybe I've got 29. I'm not too sure about that. But stock difference. Top fragger for Invictus Flying. Bottom fragger for Beyond was Olivia. And I felt like that was a difference maker. Also, shout out to Xiao Sage. On the T side, 9 rounds. I think he went 4-0 or 5-0 in opening kills. Really enabling and setting up the remainder of his teammates, especially Flying, to get all those multi-kill rounds. So Invictus, yeah, I won't lie, I was surprised they picked in Mirage here, but they showed that they're not really afraid of Beyond, and they definitely know how to play this map. And suddenly, this title that we've given, or rather I gave Beyond it being the best team on paper, at least in Mirage, it seems to be looking very shaky as the tournament progresses.
You can see here just the overall results. The scoreboard from that game. Flying did indeed get the 29 kills on the board, 107 ADR. I think for me, as you were talking about, Blood, comparing Flying and Olivia as they're the top two you can see here on the scoreboard, I feel like Olivia do Olivia things. Like we saw him the very first time he picks up the op, they execute towards A. He ends up on the jungle side, peeking through a smoke to go for a shot, and there's like 3 people looking straight at him. Like they're completely prepared for him to do something like that. Again, another round later on, he plays on top of stairs. Smokes comes down. So it didn't come down then. He peeks out, misses the shot, immediately killed. Like they were prepared for him. They were prepared for the aggressive play he liked to go for, and it just didn't work out for him. And you can see here. I mean, look at that kill difference, the duels as well, but the ADR, like that's such a subpar performance for Olivia from what we've seen. I mean, for a lot of players, 55 isn't that bad. I mean, we've seen a lot of players have 55, but for him, be that low, it's unfortunate, and it's not really something that we'll typically see. And of course, you got to get Flying, the MVP, 29 kills. He made a name for himself in that one. 8 multi-kill rounds as well. Second closest person was 5, and that was Zhao Sage and Destroyer, and then even STK on the other side. But all in all, well done here for Invictus, we have to say, Mitch.
Yeah, they definitely felt like the better team. As I was saying, we were coming through that game at the point where it was 14-9. The vast majority of the buy rounds were going over towards Invictus. Both pistols went up by Beyond. They went up 3-0. Or sorry,
I don't want to know what's going on with Blez's microphone right now.
Me neither.
I'm just hearing. Oh!
I tried to covertly let him know about that, but thanks for just letting him know, letting everyone highlight it. That's someone outside your window having a good day. When we look towards
it's like
Invictus,
something a serial killer would say. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't hear anything.
She's not trapped. But yeah, Invictus
puts the lotion on its skin.
God, Jason. Okay, that went.
I don't have a basement. I don't have a basement. Just saying, I don't have a basement. I live
That's
in
what
a
he
park.
tells the cops.
With a crazy neighbor. That's fair.
I mean, he's drilling hole. Go on. Sorry, Mitch. Go ahead.
That's why he's hearing is like, is someone trapped down there? He's drilling in the sea. For Invictus, they definitely look like a better team. Byron's went their way. Despite the injection of rounds, Beyond got by winning both pistols. They couldn't get it really that close. I think the scoreline is deceptively close because it was Invictus were definitely, they felt like they were the team that were going to take it the whole time. A little bit of resurgence from Beyond towards the end, but it was too little too late. And we need to see Olivia step it up to a far greater extent because he's the one we're highlighting. He's the opera. He's the rifler. He doesn't have the excuse that maybe like a Wits would have, like, oh, well, if they don't have the money for the op, you know, oh, well, he can't do that well. No, he's an animal with the rifles as well, but there was just too much individual firepower there for Invictus alongside the strategy. First time I think I've seen them now that I'll say, I love their T side. There was nothing about it that had me thinking they were taking too many risks, bar maybe one round.
All right, well, we are going to be heading to a short break. When we come back, it's going to be on Nuke now between Invictus and Beyond. Currently, Invictus up 1-0 in the series, but Nuke's going to be Beyond's pick. We'll see you guys in just a few minutes after the break.
Inferno 地图小故事。Inferno 因其出色的平衡性，成为职业赛场上最受选手欢迎的地图之一。随着地图重置 ，T 的进攻性不断加强 ，A2 楼、香蕉道等都成为了控制地图、获取信息的重要区域。A2 楼总有出乎意料的故事上演 ，Nifty 就曾端着大狙开镜连跳，精准爆头。 开 A2 楼来到 A 大坑。在2017年克拉科夫 Major 上 ，Dosia 投出了那颗举世闻名的 IQ 300雷，打碎了对方双人宝枪的美梦。这波操作也在小镇里留下了著名的手捧雷彩蛋。Nuke 地图往事。Nuke 拥有多层结构，易守难攻，是 CS:GO 中经久不衰的地图之一。外场向来都是狙击手们对决的舞台，在2015年群星赛上 ，Simple 又一杆清狙，以一记匪夷所思的穿墙爆头，震惊了现场及屏幕前的每一位观众。铁板是 T 进攻 B 点的主要路径。在2020年 IEM 卡托维兹决赛上，效力于 Na'Vi 的 Flaming 正是在此处穿越1打4，彻底粉碎了 G2 的冠军梦。来到 B 区包点，这里4通8达，战斗往往在入口处就已经结束。K1是外场进入 B 区的路线 ，Forest 曾在这里以1敌5，凭借个人实力逐个击破，拯救了队伍。那一刻的他，是所有人心目中的英雄。当然，总有人能够突破过往。2018年 IEM 芝加哥的比赛里，九爷忍者附体，轻松躲过体方5人的搜索，成功潜入包点并拆包成功，兵不血刃地赢得了比赛，完成了另一种形式的1打5。这就是竞技，永远充满了奇迹。锁定我们的赛事，也许下一个传奇即将诞生。
Welcome back, everyone, to PAL 2020, the Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL, as we're going to be heading into, well, you guessed it from that video, going to be Nuke between Beyond and Invictus. I'm Jason Kaplan, still joined by the lovely Mitch. Pains me to say that sometimes. As, yeah, we were saying that scoreline may be a little bit deceiving from what we just saw on Mirage. Obviously, it was a 16-13, but it didn't really feel like that. It seemed like the rounds seemed to be very one-sided, whether it was Beyond just steamrolling through the defenses or Invictus Gaming just shutting things down.
Yeah, I think overall that was Invictus dominating those buy rounds. And now as we look towards Nuke, I mean, where do we find the positives for Beyond? This is a map that, okay, they've picked, but I know they're pretty good on it. We saw the game versus Vici that they managed to win. They've obviously had, what was it now? 6 or 7 wins in a row. The only loss they have is 16-14 to Vici. Like, it is a strong map, but with Invictus showing up the way they are, Olivia being completely missing, them having to rely on QQ winning out so many clutches to have a chance in a lot of the rounds, I don't know if I have a whole lot of faith, at least in this series, going their way. The 2-0 maybe is a little bit unlikely, but the 2-1 I think is what I'm going to side with for Invictus, even though they do have a decent chance of taking this one if they're on the same form.
I mean, Olivia, you were talking about him when they're up against Vici. He was 20-16. It was plus 4 in KD and a 1.12 rating. But he was the bottom fragger for them in Mirage. And I mean, I'm assuming he can bounce back. He's a very strong player. The team knows how to enable him to be a strong player. We looked at Invictus's like past matches: 16-13 to Mazalai, 19-60 against Bren. They lost against Vici 16-5. They lost to Divine Vendetta 16-10. Like, this is a team for Invictus that isn't necessarily going to be going on to a stronger map. However, I like seeing them allow it to go through, maybe to work on some things for themselves going into the playoffs.
Yeah, a strong possibility that they've allowed this one through just to really figure out exactly where they want to go. I'm kind of surprised in a way, like with them picking Mirage, it meant that Beyond wouldn't pick Mirage, obviously, because it was already chosen. And then it allowed them to look through and find that punish pick. I mean, they've won literally 9 out of 10 times they've played it here. But I can throw all statistics at the window. If they're going to play the same way they did on Mirage, I don't really have faith in them convincingly winning this map. But on paper, coming into today, this is a map that looks good for them. I'm certainly excited to see what happens. I mean, probably not as excited as Blaz Neighbors, but I'm getting there. I think realistically, we should have a game on our hands. We should have a third map and a really exciting one to fight for the third place seed.
I mean, if you were to get as excited as his neighbors, I just kind of wish we had Poppy Chulo playing now.
Poppy's pretty good, but no, he's not here today. Unfortunately, not in the tournament anymore, right?
Yeah. And if you guys are wondering what's the second game of the day, or well, technically the third game of the day, it's gonna be Tiger up against Tai Lu. That'll be the final match in the group stage play, brought to you by Blet and Dinko. And then we're gonna have 4 days off as we get ready for the playoffs. But that'll be kicking off, I believe, on the 17th. I can do my math correctly. But here we go, dropping into Nuke. Well, I guess you're not really dropping in. You're kind of just appearing within Nuke. We have Invictus on the CT side and Beyond on the T side.
And you got your PUBG vernacular coming through.
I know what you're talking about.
Where are we dropping, boys? Well, it looks like one of the Invictus guys is dropping out of the server. Good lad. I still see 5 on the map, so maybe it's just the UI. Yeah, it is. So we should be starting fairly soon. We come in with Invictus starting on the CT side. It's the benefit of your opponent picking the map. You get to choose where you start. And everyone's dead, so it's a tie. Let's move on to map 3. And we got for Invictus, CT side start is good. It gives them less pressure in a way. Having to perform on the T side if you don't get off to a good start and you're not, 100% comfortable on the map, it can be difficult.
I mean, you kind of got me excited where we go into a third map here. With that. I was like, oh, whoa, did I like pass out and then wake up and the game's done? Like, what's going on?
Getting ready to go back on camera real quick. There we go. We're kicking off the pistol round. So Beyond have got a nade here on Olivia. Is that going towards the door? Yes, it is. A little bit of a block in the run through. Mayrolls watching ramp. Nobody towards outside, but Invictus are also holding super passively there, so they'll have a quicker rotate to A if they need it. Flying holding very aggressive. And he's going to hear the steps now going towards the ramp, but they're waiting for him to push on through. Destroyer gets one. Viva, he's not able to get anything done, and Flying might just be caught in the back as he pushes in through. And he is indeed, with SDK taking him down and Oi falling. The round's already over. Shosage got a 1v4 to pull off. Really well handled by Beyond. I love that, faking out the full ramp rotate and just leaving one player, SDK, to catch the aggression from A main.
No chance for Shosage unless he hits like a sick flick. Yeah, there you go. Olivia's going to close that out. That's a triple kill for him. And again, an important person already get going early on. But I think you did mention when they were on the CT side, he was on like 5-1 at some point.
Yeah.
The next time you looked at him, he was at like 5-6.
Uh-huh.
He struggled as the game went on, but at least having a strong start, that's a good sign for Beyond. If they can maintain that form, and we could see a third map definitely on the cards. We're going to have Invictus buy up yet again with the Eagles, Scout for Destroyer. And Beyond going to have 4 AKs and not a lot of utilities. So I'm assuming they're going to want to win this round really quickly.
Well, that's a horrible Eagle skin. For Beyond at the moment, the objective of this round should be to take it very, very cleanly. I don't even want to see them lose a player. They've gone in for 4 AKs. And not just for the fact that if they lose a player, obviously the reinvestment is going to be fairly crippling. It's also the fact that almost everyone on Invictus has full armor and a helmet. If they manage to drop an AK and pick it up, they're a big threat. Ramp control going to be sought after. Viva straight to SDK. The Mac 10 is going to disappear now as Mayrolls gets an upgrade in a second. There you go. 4 AKs, man disadvantage. Those things about balance out. No map control, really. Flying. Oh, is he going to get aggressive? He did. He gets out of there without a nick on him.
Well, they will go for the ramp play. And View's already gotten a kill here and backed away. Maybe set up for a second. Myroll's going to come around the corner, and the shot's not going to land out of Viva. But the second one will. It takes down Myroll's. Now it's going to be a 5-on-3. Olivia finally able to respawn, but just don't have to worry about Zhao Sage in the back of sight. He's going to go down, but not before getting a kill. And the 3-on-2. Remember, this is 4 AKs. They cannot afford to be losing this round. They need to not lose anyone else in this round at all. Oh! And there you go. Opens the door. Boy gets the kill.
Why would he do that? He was so low. KNTZ's going to clutch it out now, but shot in the back. Oh, Beyond. You're breaking my heart here. 2 AKs saved over for Invictus. They win it with just deagles. That was horrible. Absolutely horrible. 1-1.
The thing is, we've said how many times that Invictus win rounds with just Eagles. And we're seeing it yet again. Ridiculous, but yeah, this spray by Olivia, I'm not sure exactly why. Kind of gives up his position. But hey, there you go. Invictus bounced back, and Beyond's going to go for the Force. Kind of almost have to. The problem is they're against the 2 AKs they just lost, an M4 and 2 MP9s. And not all of them have head armor. 2 players currently lacking that. Oh, is Flying going to get... I was going to say, is he going to get aggressive here?
Well, just a nice deep... Oh, he is actually. It looked like it. And then the mollies come through. He knows they're on their way towards this site. Gets aggressive. He's already passed the flashbang. Xiaosage with 1 on the QQ. And the ramp push is well underway. Viva backs off. Tech9 close. He knows that. Sees the player on the right. Can't hit the spray. The fast flank from Flying is going to have to be there. Incredibly quickly. Destroyers with him as they come on down the ramp to re-seize control. But the bomb is going to be planted in time. As Oi goes down, the Tech9 takes him. And what is this? Beyond all of a sudden back in the driver's seat with Destroyer having to win a 1v4. And he could only get 1, no more. Beyond. Oh, they threw away that second round, but man, have they answered back.
Anything you can do, I can do better. Except with Tech9s. Yeah, that's a shame for Invictus, and now they're going to be on the Deagles. They have an M4 for Oi. Still not safe just yet here for Beyond, I'd say, though they have a lot more utility this time around. I don't know what's going on in this game. So back and forth already. See, though, again, Viva in this position. They're coming right towards him. You got a 1D from here before. This time, not going to be so lucky. So look at the clean take towards ramp. And I want to imagine we're going to have some sort of semblance of control here out of Beyond. It should be a relatively clean round.
Yeah. On paper, this is in and out. Get it done. 1 minute 12 seconds left. They've got ramp control. They can go down towards the B side if they want to. Taking the fights one at a time. Flying, not able to hit the shot. The Deagles not having the same level of success as they did previously. I don't blame Invictus for buying all the way up, but it didn't start out the same way as before, unfortunately.
It's like a catalyst. They just need that first person to get a kill with the Deagle, and then just everything goes their way after that.
Yeah. But also, Beyond played that previous super loose. I mean, every fight they went for, they managed to trade most of them, but way too late. I mean, the first player around the corner always had pretty terrible spacing with the second. And that leaves you then in a spot where, obviously, it gives the opportunities for the Deagles. This time I feel like they've just played it much tighter. Still a couple opportunities given away, but shots not hit. So they don't get punished.
Well, there we go. Third round for Beyond. Should be the save now for Invictus. Looks like we're getting back to normal here. And Beyond off to a good start. And this is the team that we saw have... well, really good performance. I mean, they beat Viva. Or not Viva. They beat Vici. And that's something that most teams out there haven't been able to do. I think we were talking about before. Like, they lost to, like, Astralis or something. They lost to, like... a lot of really good teams for Vici, and that was in the past. I didn't even want to look this up just to see. No, too lazy. Not gonna happen. I tried to go into it all, and I'm like, nope. It was simpler, I would. But either way, we're gonna see the USPs and 1 Deagle for Xiaosage. And again, Beyond playing this careful, playing this cautiously. And why wouldn't they after losing round 2 like that? Take every round that you should be able to get here on this T side.
Yeah, look, if they can find 1 or 2 kills on the CT side, that's already a success. So it's all the more reason to play this one nice and passive, nice and slow. And nobody lost. Down to a 1v5. I don't want to see them hunt. I don't want to see them give any opportunities. Just close out the round. Let Viva save his USP if he wants to.
Olivia's low.
And hunting. And dead. Why? Just answer me why. Like, it's such a small thing.
Why?
But ultimately, that's going to cost you up against better teams. We talk about it again and again, and if you're at home and you're watching this and you're wondering, well, you know, how do you know when to make those choices, when to hunt, when not to? Just think about the risk reward of it. I mean, look at it here. When you see the opponents of USPs, what benefit is it to you killing him? Practically nothing. And if you're low HP, you're in a more or less even fight or close to it, especially because you're running around looking for him. He'll hear your steps. He can kind of get the jump on you, get the first shot off, maybe the second shot. And if you're that low, that could be enough to kill you before you can even react. And you lose an AK, you lose armor, you lose whatever utility you had left on you. That's reinvestment in the next round. Maybe he even saves your AK. And was that worth it to remove a USP?
You get a couple $100 for the kill, but you lose 2,700
yep.
plus if you die. 3,700.
And maybe give them an AK.
Well, they try to push towards ramp. And Viva just pretty much shuts that down. Quick round here for Invictus, and they bounce back very quickly after losing to Beyond. But luckily for them, there's 8k on K&Z. She had 12k. You had Mirage on 9k. STK on about 8 or 9. They definitely had money to spend, so it's not too big of a deal to lose that in the end of things, but can they get themselves back on the board here? Can they get a fifth? Olivia on the op on T side of Nuke. What angle is he going to go for? What kind of shot? I'm assuming they're going to put him towards outer. We already see the first smoke going through. Next one's to follow so they can get across. Everything will be set up well. Funny enough, we haven't even seen Invictus playing around Secret yet. You look at Tiger and Eric has to be there almost every time Mirage gets caught through the smoke. STK, you gotta get the skill. There you go. That's a good response.
That was gorgeous. Down to a 4v4. Now, for Invictus, they didn't need to play aggressive down towards Secret. They didn't need to get any control there because they got the kill on the spray through the smoke. All they needed was a vent player at most. But now, with it back into a 4-on-4, they need to get a little bit more paranoid. Can't expand players as easily. Beyond haven't yet fully indicated where they want to go, even to us with the X-ray. And so Invictus obviously having a very rough time in deciding how to hold down. Towards the ramp, that smoke has pushed them back in towards main. They've got a player outside who can start moving in towards the A side as well. They can try to split this. You could even go for heaven control. Well, not with this time, he can't. Gotta be just coming in through main. Flash out hut. Here come the players. They line up as well. Always able to get 1 damage onto QQ. Destroyer, he gave away his position, but Flying's able to recover the round. 18 seconds left, almost caught off with the molly in hand. But KNTZ is left alone. He knows where both players are, uses the molly to stop the player going down vent, hopefully force him to the open where he could kill him, but he's escaped. He's run away, and Viva's going to win this round off time.
How many times does Flying like win rounds for his team? I swear. Feels like almost every other round that they get. Nice little double. More importantly, the Molotov that came through and he gets around the corner in time. Making sure he can't be picked off. Trying to go for that play. I still like that drop down though on top of main. And then into the quick kill for Zhao Sage. He catches him reloading too. There's a really important part about that. Now we go into another round 1 for Invictus and Beyond. Well, this is pretty much their last full buy for a couple of rounds. I kind of wondered what kind of Invictus would be able to show up. Beyond, I mean, statistically have shown to be completely the better team when it comes to this map. It feels like there's some holes and this push coming straight through. Flashbangs, KNTZ completely blind. And
man.
I mean, Flying just plays behind the silo. He doesn't get flashed up, it seems. Gets himself the kills. And they have the 3-on-2. QQ looking to sneak down towards Venom. Potentially catches Oi out. No one watching towards Squeaky. He's going to push in towards main, but as we can see, both players not going to be in that vicinity. Viva wins the 1v1 up against Olivia. The bomb's now down. Now it's QQ in the 1-on-1. There's 11 HP left, and Viva could obviously protect the bomb here with 50 seconds left to go. A lot of time left on the clock here for QQ.
Yeah, he can bide his time, go wherever he wants. Even if he was on the same angle, just by waiting this while, it really splits up the players where they start to think, oh, someone's got to watch the back, right? So then when you go out for that fight, eventually you get the 1v1. Timing, fantastic here. QQ just looked away. QQ comes through, though, and yeah, Viva looks back. That's how we conclude that one, to put it 4-4. The reality is, though, Beyond already have a decent amount of rounds built up. I mean, they're on 4. If we can see them get up to around 6, as we said, that's really where you want to be on the T side coming into the next half. And I'll have to jog my memory as to how that pistol round went. Oh, of course, we had the 1-1-1. Beyond took the pistol, lost the force buy, and then won their own force buy. So there was no real winner in the pistol, but they did end up eventually defeating the force buy of Invictus and getting a few rounds because of that. So the early round economy still came into fruition in their favor. So you expect them to have those little buffer of rounds. And now Invictus get their own little injection with what should be a 5th on the board when you look at what Beyond have. The positions they're in at the moment definitely indicate presence towards the A site.
Oh, he's getting aggressive. That's gotta hurt. Misses the shots, gives up the upper bomb site because of this. Beyond being able to get the bomb planted with a man advantage. And if you're Invictus, just save almost. Maybe that kill might be enough for them to make that move, especially with QQ now falling. There's a deagle for Mirals. Olivia on the MP9. And Mirals needs to get these shots, but he's going to be unsuccessful, and the retake is perfect. They don't lose anyone. And Invictus will get themselves a 5th round. However, Beyond do get the bomb planted at least. So some extra money on their side. Maybe we could see Olivia go back into an AWP. But Invictus are really meeting up against Beyond here. Really showing that they can compete against them on the CT side. I do worry, though, when they go to T side, how it's going to work out.
Well, for Invictus on the T side of Nuke, whenever they start, they've only started T side once, actually. That was versus a team called 1-3, Chinese team. Every other time they've started CT, that's 9 out of 10. They've averaged 7.5 rounds, which would explain why their win rate isn't amazing. And their T side we saw versus Bren, they got 6 out of 15. From Mazalai, it was 8 out of a total of 14. There's nothing to write home about, really, especially because that was versus Mazalai. But I think in general, from what I'm seeing, they're performing recently decently well. T side. If they can get up to 9 rounds, I have faith in them.
What is this? They're going before the smoke. There's no smoke for the full cross. Yasage picks himself up 2 and the 3rd. What was that? So sloppy. I mean, STK has a smoke. I thought they had enough smokes to go for the cross there. They lose way too many players, and STK's left alone. He doesn't even have the bomb. He does have 2 kills, albeit. Got 2 more left to find, though, and he's got time to work with. But, oi, he's going to close it out. That was super confusing. I'm not sure what happened. Maybe try to pick up the pace and catch him off guard, but it just cost him the round.
Yeah, picking up the pace without your cross smokes down, not really a good idea, is it? Maybe they felt bad. Maybe they thought, oh yeah, we should probably give him 9 rounds. Give him a chance. Never know. But here we go. They've got their AKs out, their utility as well. Hopefully this time they'll wait for it to actually bloom. You hear the amount of utility being used up by the CT side as well. I mean, they've only got 2 mollies left. Coming into 1 minute 37 left. It's pretty wild. They're obviously being very cautious of any rushes coming through, but Beyond slowing the pace a little bit, came and snuck towards the ramp, but Viva got up there, caught a kill. Destroyer, I don't like the reface. was no flash for him. Those were just dry peaks, but he wins the duels. Why? He's going out again? What are you doing, man? Really tempting fate. And again, Jason, we brought this up I don't know how many times. Just because it works doesn't mean it's a good idea. You got a 3K. Great. But Beyond were asleep at the wheel there with that initial peak. I don't know how he doesn't get traded. First guy was low. He re-swings. Oh, it's nasty. Each fight was a 1v1, though. Oh, and he did flash around the second time, so that's at least a little better. But I'm just not seeing any team flashes for Beyond. It's just something on their T side they were very good with over on Mirage, but then CT on this map and Mirage has been quite loose in that sense. Oh, if he was going to get rushed.
And they were just seeing confidence out of Beyond, and why wouldn't you? And they're still going... okay. I mean, I guess just the pistols. They want to recover more guns. Leaves KNCZ alone. He tries to go for the plant. Jalsage is not going to let that happen. 8-4 now. Seems like Invictus have them red down to a T. At most points. We need to see some more, like a deeper strategy out of Beyond. And again, I do wonder, again, this match, it's not like Beyond doesn't qualify. It's not like Invictus doesn't qualify. Look at that jump out of Olivia. It's receding. But I wonder if Beyond's holding some things back, because they are definitely a better team than what we're seeing. Like we're saying before, like when we saw them in the very first game of the tournament, they were the only team that was flashing each other out and playing together as a team. Here, we're not really seeing nearly as much out of them. I mean, look at this. Olivia now trying to solo push outer. No smokes for the cross. Maybe there's going to come in a few seconds, and we'll see some smokes thrown in. All right, so they're still going to be able to push in towards outer, but they have Jalsage with a line of sight. Yuki's already snuck down vent. Actually shaped up to be a pretty decent round here for Beyond until Jalsage and Destroyer both pick themselves up kills.
Oh,
again, the just goes and swings by himself for Olivia.
Yeah, what is going on? This is actually just madness from Beyond. Jason, I don't know. Like, I want to believe. I really, really want to believe that this is them going, oh, you know what? We're not into playoff, or we're into playoffs anyways, so it doesn't matter. The reality is this can make the playoff games a little easier for them. And I mean, it's not like they're just not using strats. They're just not playing Counter-Strike. The round outside, that rush before smokes just blew my mind. Then we look at this where they're trying to take fight after fight one at a time. Let's count the number of 1v1s in this round. There's one with a nade out. Good man, SDK. They managed to drop Jalsage, trading together at least. The flash, there's fight by Mirage that's been won. Actually, only one bad duel taken by Beyond so far. Every other time they had the players pushing out, but it is a faster round, so I feel like that's kind of cheating. When you rush the site, you're always going to be able to trade. Mirage down below. Destroyer, you know he came outside. You know he came outside. He's below you. Oh, he has an idea. Okay. Oh, man, if he swung... So, if Mirage had went towards the CT spawn, he would have caught Destroyer with his pants down. That was what scared me so much there. But it doesn't matter in the end. Double digits for Invictus. I think they've done enough at this point that they should be able to win this map, honestly. We could be looking at a 2-0. I want Beyond to win this next round and the pistol in the next half to keep themselves alive. They're capable. Look, Beyond are a good team on Nuke, no doubt about it. They're capable of coming back, but... again, we questioned the statistics coming into this map, Jason, saying that, well, you can have a 100% win rate on a map, but if none of your players are fragging on a map like Mirage especially, well, you're going to have to be very good tactically to make up for a lack of aim.
I mean, this isn't the team that we saw beat Vici.
No, oh god, no.
Not even close to it. This isn't like, oh, Invictus are playing out of their mind, holy crap. They're completely better than Vici. No, it's just Beyond playing like a completely different team. Like, they forgot how to play Nuke. And again, I mean, I don't want to sound too harsh. Like, I don't feel like they're really putting full effort in, if I'm completely honest. I think Invictus are just outplaying them in a lot of the mistakes that Beyond are making. At least get the wall smokes down. Again, Destroyer. Take down Mirage. Another early kill going the way of Invictus. Gets away as well, so they keep the 5-on-4. No secret going to be pushed on.
They've used 4 smokes for that outside push and still got off. And I think that pretty much sums up how this map's going for Beyond so far. able to trade back through and take Xiao Sage. The side is theirs, but look at this. 2 players have been pushed up on ramp. They've got the aggressive positions. Nade down. Olivia's almost dead to that with the Molotov from before. The swing, the easy shot, and the flankers are destroying. This could be it. KNTZ needs to find a 3K to keep them alive. There's one shot going in for the bomb diffuser, but up in heaven, Oi swings through to save the day. An 11-4. Man, I've got to say, Beyond not looking like the team that we saw just a couple of days ago. I mean, Jason, I'm going to pull up your transitive property again. If I'm remembering correctly, Beyond beat Vici 16-14, and Invictus lost to Vici 16-5 on this map.
Invictus stomps Beyond. That's the new transitive property we got going on.
Yeah, all the evidence points towards Invictus winning this map. I don't know what anyone else is talking about. There's so many problems. This honestly, it feels like we're watching day one Mazalai more so than Beyond. I mean, they're losing Mirage and breaking Blair's heart. He called them the best Mirage team in Asia, and then they do this to him.
I mean, again, like, I'm not gonna get as negative about it, just because of the fact that it's clearly not a Beyond that's fully trying, right? It's not the team we've seen before. It's not near the same executions or anything like that. It's just more them playing loose, and I think they're not too worried about the seeding. Not too worried about any changes if they did pick up this game. It's more of a relaxing match, more of a formality almost at this point. And they're going to take the pistol round at least. And you said you wanted to see them take a pistol round. However, you also said you want to see them get one more round on the T side. And jump first.
You know what, actually, Jason? I'm taking a look at the seeding as it is. And I think the most likely thing to happen, if Beyond win this game, they take seed 4. Because Tyloo will probably lose to Tiger.
Wait, Tyloo will lose to Tiger?
Sorry, what I meant there to say was Tyloo would probably beat Tiger. Therefore, Beyond wouldn't be on head-to-heads. They would then go to 4th place. And at that point, they would face Tiger. That's it. That's if Beyond won this game. If they lose this game, they take 5th seed and they still play Tiger.
Mm-hmm.
So I think in terms of the impact on their placement, it makes no difference, because if I'm not completely wrong, D13 have played... Yes, they played all their games. So regardless, I think no matter what happens here... Let me just open that one more time. 6.
Well, it's more of the Vici versus Invictus
no.
gaming thing, right? Because if Invictus win this, they go to 7-2, and they won the head-to-head, so they get 2nd seed, and they play against Lucid Dream instead of playing against D13.
No, Invictus lost the head-to-head with Vici.
Oh, right,
they only
right.
got one, yeah.
Right, okay.
So, yeah, it's a very confusing thing looking at the standings the way they are, but I think for Beyond, I'm recalculating now. If Beyond win this game, they have 6 wins, which means they're tied with Invictus, and they would win on head-to-head, so they would actually take 3rd seed. Yeah, I skipped over that in my head. So in a way, this can make it a lot easier. It means rather than playing Tiger, which is the only other outcome I can see, they would actually be playing against D13. I think I'd rather play D13 than Tiger. I feel like there is at least something to play for here. But yeah, whatever way they're approaching it, doesn't seem like they agree.
I mean, if you want to be the best, you got to beat the best, right? So,
Fair.
obviously, you know, the further you get into the tournament, the better points you do get from RMR. But in Invictus's case, they need to win the whole thing because they're on 0, remember?
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't matter where they get seated. They just need... Oh, my God. Mitch, please.
They have utility, Jason. Just in case you're thinking, maybe the UI's wrong, maybe Beyond didn't buy any utility and they just decided to swing out to the scout for no reason. Nope, they have it. They just don't believe in flashbangs. They don't think they exist.
So, sorry, what I was saying before, for Invictus's case, like, 1st place is basically what they need to hit. 1st, 2nd, maybe 3rd place, depending on how they do in the fall season. And they also have to hope that, like, Tiger and Tyloo don't place well for them to have a chance to come through into the major. Remember, it's only one team from Asia, so it's still going to be tough. But yeah, if they get knocked out first round, get knocked out second round in quarters or semis, it's not going to change their fate ideally. So they just got to go for gold. Might as well play the hard teams in the beginning, I guess, if you have to.
I'm with you there 100% that if they do get knocked, if they don't make first place, they have no chance. And we said that about the teams coming in that had 0 points. Realistically, there is no such thing as a second place, third place reward. But I think for Invictus, even still, they have to be coming into this understanding that, like as you said, if they win all their games, they still have to rely on other teams not placing well. Like your Tigers, your Tylus, your Vici, all three of them not placing well in both events. That's practically impossible. So I don't think they can make the major really. But it's about the prize money. It's about saying, you know, we were just... That's a massacre.
I mean, what they could do, if it's the 400 IQ play, is that you don't place well, or you place towards like the middle of the pack, or in a situation where you could meet Tiger or Tyloo early on, and then you, instead of depending on them losing a game to someone else, you knock them out early on in the tournament. Yeah.
No, I mean that's true. You could.
I would rather play like that than hope someone else can beat them. Like, are you gonna hope that Lucid Dream's gonna beat Tyloo?
Sure, actually, that would be the 400 IQ strategy. Honestly, it's probably the optimal. It's like hit up Lucid Dream. Yo, you mind if we switch? We'll give you the 4th seed.
That's actually a really good point. Like, I wonder if that's, you know, this obviously gets into like maybe some sketchy aspects. If like that's technically allowed. I know you're supposed to play every match like it's like you need to, but the smartest play for Invictus would have been like come in 8th seed.
I don't know
and
if
then
you
meet Tyloo in the beginning and then beat them.
I don't know if you watched it during the last NFL season. There was a game where like basically the loser had the easiest game in the playoffs, and so like both teams were just like, "Hey, you have the ball. No, you have the ball. No, really, it's all yours. Go ahead."
Yeah, I mean that's the flaw within systems like that, right? Is that you know the outcome before you're done with the game.
Yeah.
And you can obviously affect the outcome.
Well, let's look at the outcome of this round right here, because QQ is just dominating that ramp hold by himself. He's out in the open, tapping away, and he's got himself a 3rd. A 4v2 now before he goes down, and that is, or after he goes down. It's gorgeous. Invictus got a big clutch to make happen. They have the bomb. They've good control towards heaven as well. Look at this. Destroyers walked all the way out and around. He's looking for the player over towards the squeaky door. Mayrolls has come up the vent. Oh, that's so unfortunate. From his position, he is perfectly blocked from seeing both players. Shoots off at the wrong moment. It gets triple peaked. 11-8 Beyond keeping themselves in this. A buy round yet to go to Invictus, and a bomb plant would have been invaluable there. It would have put them in a spot where they could very comfortably buy, but now it'll be a little bit shaky. The confidence of QQ to not even spray. He was just like, tap, 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 tap. No, I'm going to kill him, don't worry. Headshots them all.
That's how I play every game of CS. Got the confidence. And hit the shot, though.
The confidence, but no aim. Unfortunately. So I jump through every smoke, shout Stewie, and get nothing. It's the thought that counts.
Well, again, they're challenging them quite heavily here. They do have 3 players to do it this time. He's Zhao Sage by himself. I'll get the kill on the Mirage. Be able to pick up a gun to save it. Pretty much going to be impossible. I have a second, though, with SDK here. The spray comes through, he gets the dink, and that's going to be it. 11-9. Beyond are starting to come back, but we're going to have the buy round now come in for Invictus. The AKs, the utility, everything going into this round.
It's time to invest. Invictus need to stop him.
Kills.
There's oh wow.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna check his stats on like previous times they played Nuke, because I feel like he's been kind of a lower fragger when it comes to this map. Let me check this out real quick.
Well, this is shockingly low. I mean, we probably the worst game we've seen.
Up against Bren, he bottom fragged. 23 kills. Well, he didn't bottom frag. It was like second last. He had the worst rating on the team at .87. Now it's against
Still
Bren.
not as bad as Dinko.
Against Mazala, he was top fragging at 29, but that was 16-13. Against
Nothing quite in the region of
Vici,
6.
16-5, and he was second from the bottom with 10.
Oof. Oh, smoke into heavens, perfect. Invictus looking to push out of the A site. Molly for the back corner, completely clear. But KNTZ, he's up close and absolutely demolishing them, tearing them apart. The kills come in with a double from flying. He's looking angry, but unfortunately, can't get it done. Those are the only 2 kills they find in the round. 11-10. Double digits for Beyond. Another round with no bomb plan for Invictus, and this is starting to turn into worst case scenario.
This is starting to turn into 3-map territory. Doesn't feel like this was an 11-4 half, does it?
Not at all, Jason. Not at all. It is only 6 rounds, and we often say about the CT side, you know, around that 7 or 8-0, 8-1. Depending on how the economy's gone, you can give it a little bit of faith, but that's where it starts to fizzle out. And it goes further than that. We've only had 6 rounds from Beyond so far. Oh, he's getting ticked up like mad by that Molotov, but he's made it all the way through. They don't think they would have passed the Molly just yet, but it doesn't matter. Viva domes him. This buy round started out much better than any of the T rounds so far for Invictus, but look at that sneaky beaky play by Mayrolls. Never mind, because the T side were looking at it as well. Evidently they were listening. STK in a 1v4, and well, I think this might finally be around on the T side for Invictus.
It's taking him so long to get there. And it's not like they're going to break the economy out of Beyond anytime soon. Invictus can't really even afford to chase this down. And they got 650 as their max money, and that's for Oi, but they'll still get it either way. Flying comes in. Clean round, 4 surviving. And Invictus, like you said, they finally get themselves around on the board on the T side. Can they continue to do so? Or will Beyond be the ones take it after losing 1? Levia's got the op. Actually, double op. Myral's even going for 1. Okay. A pretty big play, but will it work out? Because it's eaten away at a lot of the savings that they were able to get.
Outside smokes, QQ's in position. They've got their own smoke down to allow him to peek above. We've seen it so many times. Urcast uses this more than anybody in the tournament.
Oh, I think we're having a reset in the round.
Yeah, I'm
We're
hearing
typing and people aren't moving. No damage been... Actually, damage has been done to Olivia, so it can't be.
I think they can mutually agree, though, right? I mean, that's what happened in... Oh, what was that? That's what happened in the Furia game? Or MIBR?
Right. Yeah. The hell that started.
Oh, yeah. I mean, MIBR aren't complaining. Name it more iconic duo.
MIBR and losing. Checkmate.
Checkmate there, guy. You got me there, brother.
Well, they lost a player. So unfortunate for Invictus, especially after winning a round like that, right? They win with 4 players, going to the next one with some momentum. Crucial round to look to break the economy and Beyond, and they lose a player, but it maybe won't matter because Viva, Oi, and Flying all chiming in. Myrolls and QQ left, and honestly, if you're Beyond, you have a 5-on-4 off the bat. This would be a massive failure of a round to lose. The bomb going to be planted. QQ's going to be pushed out because of vents. Going to be lit up by fire. Myrolls trying to retake with an AWP. This would be huge if somehow Invictus can win this round.
Mayrolls looking for a victim down below with the scope in hand. He spotted one, but he doesn't get the shot. It's all down to QQ. The swing up the vent gets him a kill, but he has no idea where Viva is. Maybe he does. Going for the spam through the hut. Not finding anything. 18 seconds left. He's got a kid. All right. Wow. Nice shot to Viva. Closing that one out, and that would have been embarrassing after having a free man advantage given over to lose the round. And it's very unfortunate for Invictus that they did have that tech issue. Otherwise, I think that would have been theirs.
It's a scary prospect. Just be down a player like that, and yet to almost lose, or to almost I win, I guess, if depending on who we're talking about. Like Invictus still almost pulling that through. That would have been such a big round. Luckily for them, they still have a lot of money because they got the bomb plant. little bit worried they'd be hurting for funds potentially. I think there's also more about Beyond side. If they lost that round, they'd be hurting for money. We see Kane Z on 4.6. And QQ having to buy over and spend 6,700 in that round. Still just a 1-round difference. And we have to obviously give credit to Beyond. I mean, getting only 4 rounds on the T side. To be able to bring the scoreline back like this, really a testament to how good of a team they can be, even while they're a bit relaxed.
There we go. The boys are back in town. And it is very unfortunate that, obviously, that's the very nature of online Counter-Strike, that sometimes these issues happen, and the rule state does dictate that if you do some damage, the round has to be played out as is. You can't restart it afterwards.
I love how that's like a universal rule across like every tournament.
Mm.
You know, like the universal standard. I think there's nothing more confusing than having that rule change from tournament to tournament, because then you waste like so much time like trying to figure out like, wait, can we restart it? Can we not restart it? What happens? We have to type the admins. Do we play the round out? You know. Oh, QQ.
Oh. The lineup, that's perfect. And he's away. He's down. Oh, he's going to try to get that trade. Decides better of it. Moving around to the left side of the smoke so he can't just be spammed. Shot by Olivia. Oh, it's fallen apart for Invictus. This was a full investment, and it certainly hasn't panned out as such. They didn't spot QQ last time he went for that up above the smoke, remember, because they fell back on outside, didn't give him the opportunities. But this time, and that's actually the benefit of playing that position. You get the information. Are they committing, or are they faking it out? And then you get the extra info, or you get the potential to find kills if they do come there. I don't think he'll do it again, though. Once you're spotted in that position. I mean, we did say that about Urcast. I think he did it like another 3 times and got away with it, but 3 within 5 rounds. But hopefully that won't be happening here.
Yeah, you see Oi watching towards it this time.
That's
Definitely
why you
don't want to let
do
that
it.
happen.
Arrow's down. Look at the peek by Shaosage. Continuing to aggress. Yeah, what are we doing there? Oh, God. My whole body just tensed up for him. Wanted to peek out and spot if the player was there, and, well, it almost cost him heavily. A man advantage in play for Invictus. They don't need to make those kind of, or take those kind of risks. KNTZ, he hears flying on the right side. Good peek, good kill. And Invictus lose a man for practically nothing.
Sage is going to get one. In the meantime, you're seeing Oi try to push out. They lose a player again.
Oh, come on.
What's going on now for Invictus? I mean, it's all banking on Oi now, who has the perfect flank to come through. Got Olivia below him. Make some noise. Now he can pincer in on towards the site on upper. STK is going to be here towards Silo, and Oi's not going to spot him out, but at least gets the info to his teammates. Now Olivia, he's going to go up the ladder, down to the 2-1-2. Incendiary going to come in to block him off. He actually pushes out. He gets the kill. Bomb goes down, and Xiao Sage will get the finisher, even from the grave, leaving Destroyer up against QQ. Leaving it to QQ to clutch yet again for his team. Spots him out and gets the kill. And Beyond going to get themselves up to 13 now.
Online CS, man, this is why we hate it. Invictus 2 rounds now where they've lost in a 1v1, but have had a player disconnect from the server due to tech issues. That's gonna get very tilting. The nade up to try and find the op. I like the approach. I can't get it in the end. Doesn't matter. There's enough money for Beyond. Another tech pause to come through, I hope. Oh man, that sucks so much though. They get the opening, they trade back on flying, even a further kill out in the site, but then it's 2v2 all of a sudden because they've lost a player to the abyss.
Yeah, poor Viva. He had an op 2 in that round.
If I was them, I would have an extended tech pause here just to check the stability.
Yeah, I think he just joined and then dropped again.
No, he's still there. You can see on the minimap undefined.
Oh, okay.
They just need to do a quick reboot on it. Custom HUDs tend to get messed up when a player rejoins the server, just because it's there's a couple different issues, but depends on the HUD. I'm pretty sure he's still there. But yeah, that's an issue. No, I really want to see them just wait a minute. Like, if his line is that unstable, I'd want to actually just, sit here for 2 minutes and make sure that it's actually working. I respect they want to keep going back into it. They definitely will be thinking that they basically won those last rounds, right? There you go, Viva's back. But, no. Alright, well, let's hope he doesn't drop again. Let's hope it was just a freak accident. As we come on into round number 26. Beyond, they've been given a lifeline by just the infrastructure of the universe.
Well, nice little push out of SDK. Gets the lineup onto 2. And as he gets a kill on the fly, and he's still going to be tucked away behind the vent. No one's going to actually deal with him. Instead, Viva's going to go down the vent with the bomb in hand. Maybe looking for a plant towards lower, though. Not necessarily going to be free to do so. You can see QQ near there. To take their time, 1 minute and 10 left, and Myro's in a good position to shut down this round completely. And there you go, the connection lands. Now Viva's left alone against 4. This is looking like a round 14 for Beyond. I don't see how he can pull off a 1v4. The connection's been unstable. He shouldn't realistically have a chance here.
Well, this is Beyond's round through and through. The question is, what can Viva do in terms of getting a little bit of damage done? Maybe a bomb plant for his team. They could really use one for that extra cash. Could allow them to get a buy up in the next round. Oh, good shot at least. Takes down one player. Damage is kind of important at this point because you see there's not a lot of money built up for Beyond because of those 2 1v1s in a row. Oh, the door opened. Very early face by KNTZ, but again, not punished. They went at the round 14 to 12.
They almost win 4v5 in 2 different rounds because of a disconnect. Or with a disconnect. Like, you'd have to imagine if that didn't happen, they should be on 14.
Yep. I'm definitely in that boat. I think that Invictus played those rounds better. Everything went right for them. They should have been in 2v1s. At least one of those rounds would have went their way. I believe in QQ in the clutches, but the first one, I'd say it would have been theirs. So it is quite upsetting if you're them to be in a spot where you know you could be on the verge of winning this game. And now you might be facing a map 3 because someone's internet dropped. Kill after kill going the way of the CT side and playing for overtime. Invictus will get that wish if they find 3 rounds in a row now.
Well, here we go. Might need to still buy up some weapons. Viva is going to be the one hurting a bit. Maybe a Galil for him. Maybe a Mac 10. Maybe just a Tech 9 with some utility to back it up with. There you go. And they were able to, well, I guess they lost around against Beyond with the Tech 9s. A little bit worried that Oi's now. They didn't spawn typing. I think we're maybe going to have a remake again on this round.
Evidently.
Not sure. Yep, now Oi's dropped.
God, what's going on? What is going on? Oh. I'm guessing though, even you'll take it very seriously at this point, even if it's down to like a small bit of variance or something. You might just hit a quick restart to see if you can fix it. Because this is going to have to be perfection from Invictus over these next 3 rounds. Beyond of... I think the best I could say is they've looked about even. I don't think I would go so far as to say they've looked better. But the grace of online CS, Odin was on their side.
Online CS giveth, and online CS taketh. Okay, he's back. At the restart of the round, hopefully everything's sorted and good to go. listening for the typing. And I don't know what they're saying. I can't even see what they're typing, but you can hear the amount of messages being put in. Maybe listening to your advice though, giving it a second to see if it's gonna be stable before they start this back up. And honestly, Beyond, I've just been kind of gifted this map. I mean, not to take away from their comeback, right? It was 11-4. They did get themselves within one round of Invictus. I think it was like 11-12 or 10-11. They definitely won a ton of rounds in a row. They definitely deserve the credit there. But when it comes to closing out this map, we should at least be seeing 14 for Invictus, because of the 2 drops they had in the rounds. And those were rounds that they almost won 4v5. Here we go. Round 28. We're going to see if somehow Invictus can get us into overtime. Or if Beyond can close it out and take us on over to Inferno.
Yeah, we could be going on to map 3 in just a matter of moments. This round decides whether Invictus still have a shot or not. Smokes on outside, big gap in that. You got to be careful on the crossover with the AWP trained in. Olivia's waiting for a mistake to be made so we can get the shot off. As Invictus look for inner control, they're going to move down towards the ramp. May rolls through the molly out, got caught in the open, and a good kill by Xiao Sage. Olivia playing close with the op. He's fired off. He's given away his position, but he got a kill for it. And they won't be challenging him again, or maybe they will from the bottom of the ramp, but that's a mistake. Xiao Sage goes down as well. A 4v3. Invictus have come back from the man disadvantages, but they are just feeding that off. Still to clear down towards the B site, where QQ, really the highlight player for me of this game so far, this best of 3. He finds one, not good for a second, giving at least a glimmer of hope to Invictus. They might be able to get this done. Destroyer moves to the vents. Does he know there's a player coming around the corner? Well, it doesn't matter. He was too low. 1 hit and dead. Oi, ooh, I like this play. He realizes they will have rotated down to B. So he tries to catch them coming out of the vents. I thought maybe he was going to go up to the A site, but look, Beyond are covering all their bases. They have players literally everywhere. And he's just going to stick this plant. Peek through from double doors in a second. Oh, or not. Very passive by KNTZ. I like it, though. And then he stops the passive play. But it works out to bring 16 on the board for Beyond. Through the grace of online Counter-Strike, they have managed to win out this map 16-12. Invictus. Jason, they've got to be tilted about how that one went down realistically.
I mean, I'm tilted as well for them. Like, that's got to be one of the most frustrating things to have happen, right? Is that you're, like, on a roll. You pick up a round after struggling. Yeah, they got 1 round T side, and that round they win in the follow-up round, they ended up just losing it because they had a disconnect. It's so unfortunate for them, but you know what? Sometimes you have to play that way. It's still online CS. And we're going to have to hear Blett and Dinko's thoughts about that game as we bring them back in onto the show. That was a rough one. 11-4 first half for Invictus. I thought we were done. I thought it was over, Dinko.
Yeah, I thought it was over for sure. I thought, okay, 2-0 coming in here from Invictus, 11-4 at the half. They go into the second, Beyond get a little bit of a tear going. The tech issues start to come in, and yeah, I've seen a few games in the past online where tech issues have played a big issue, but this was just horrible for Invictus. But fair play to Beyond, you can't take it away from them. So many influential rounds, people stepped up across the board. QQ having a great game, and we often talk about him being sometimes the X factor for this Beyond team. But to come back from such a deficit in that first half, already being a map down, that does take a lot of skill and effort from Beyond. So we can't take it away from them too much. They fight back, they get it done, and pretty convincing over on that second half, to be honest. Both teams struggling on the T side, but Beyond make it work, and we're going to the third.
Yeah, I mean, not much to add to that. It's just really hard to break a game like this down, right? Invictus 11-4 up, and then honestly, even if without internet issues, it could have gone either way. I think Beyond are playing a phenomenal game. Yeah, Invictus could have, a couple of rounds where they would have potentially won, unless for the internet issues. You never know. Beyond could have brought it back. They had a very good CD side. They're shutting things down, and honestly, if you carp on a little bit too much on all the internet issues which Invictus faced, it kind of takes it away from Beyond, which I really don't want to as well. So yeah, I'm just gonna wait for map number 3. Hopefully, it gets fixed.
For me, I don't want to take it away from them, but I also do want to take it away from them because their T side looked horrendous.
Oh, it's terrible.
Like, absolutely terrible. And I feel like even, I mean, obviously they bounced back CT side, but I don't know if that was whether they all of a sudden woke up and were playing well, or if Invictus were messing around. I mean, if we look at just the way they smoked off crosses on outside towards T side, there wasn't really any smokes. Like, there was gaps. They were shot through smokes. And it was the map pick
It's
of Beyond, yeah.
it was terrible. How many multi-kill, like double kills, did Invictus get? Right, you have all these narrow corridors and just walking out, no, not smoking. It was
They had
terrible.
19.
Honestly, it was absolutely abysmal.
Yeah, they had 19 on the other side. You had Kane to Z with 8 2+ kill rounds and 6 for QQ God. And you can see our results from this one, our stats. Flying, rough game, 10 kills. Zhao Sage really stepping up with 23. On the other side, I mean, Kane to Z had a big game, 28 kills. Olivia up to 24. We talked about Olivia before and how he really struggled on Mirage. But when it came to this map, he was able to finally bounce back. And that's important for Beyond if they want to have success going over to Inferno. And Kane to Z, of course, going to be our MVP. 8 2+ kill rounds. I mean, even QQ God, he had a couple of really clutch moments. I mean, again, they're at 5-4 because of a disconnect, but he still is able to win it in the end in 1-on-2s. Some tough games, Mitch, for both teams here. But with Inferno as our final map of the series, I want to ask you, Blandinko, is there any change in your predictions?
No, I'm gonna have to go Invictus winning this 2-1. I definitely feel like they're the better team still. I think they should have closed out Nuke. I just think if a couple of issues kind of threw them off and their focus was gone in that second half. So yeah, I feel like they'll be picking up Inferno.
I'm gonna switch. I'm not really gonna switch up my prediction. I still feel like Beyond might just take this because I don't know, it's just kind of a gut feeling. Even though Invictus on paper and at least on an eye just look better. But here's an addition to my prediction. I feel like it's going to go all the way to 15 overtimes.
Okay, well, we know what that means. 28 points going to be, or 28 rounds going to be taken for a team. As we learned from Mitch early on with what 15 overtimes means. We're going to head to a break. When we come back, we will be going into the last map of the series and then getting things underway with Tiger and Tyloo. We'll see you guys soon. Okay, I didn't think we were gonna be on camera. I thought we are hopping straight into game as we're going on to Inferno between Beyond and Invictus. Mitch, you had a 2-1 for Invictus, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Was that correct?
It is
Are you
indeed.
still sticking with the 2-1 for Invictus?
Yeah, I'm going to stick with that prediction. I think they should be able to put up a pretty convincing show here. Considering the performance they had in the previous map and how good that generally is for Beyond, we saw an absolutely atrocious T side. I really don't think we can take favor away from them. I mean, there's definitely an argument to be made that they could have won that previous map if it wasn't for the tech issues. That said, Beyond still would have had a very good shot, but it wouldn't have been 16-12. As we now look towards things, the knife round's just gone down, Jason, in front of our very eyes. An absolute massacre on middle as Beyond take the cake, and they'll be able to decide which side they start on. I'm going to go ahead and guess it's the CT side. Not even a CIS team is brave enough to pick T side, and so I highly doubt Beyond are.
Well, the bomb defused and what was the other one there?
Pistol round.
Bomb defused and the pistol round. Let's go into this though. Like I said, Beyond starting CT after winning the knife, and Invictus on the T. I hope their internet troubles or whatever the troubles they were having have been sorted out, because that's obviously a really frustrating way to end up losing a map. Then again, it's not necessarily sure they would have won, but it was definitely more likely with them not losing players, especially after taking a big round, their first round. Let's see. And Z gonna go for the early peek in towards alt mid, and he's already gonna be naded down, but it doesn't seem to matter because they get the kill anyways onto Destroyer. And they back away more importantly. So taking that early man advantage, and on a map like Inferno, that is rough.
It's a good start for Beyond, though. Now able to sit towards his standard hold of 2-3, but actually the rotate from Olivia, as he starts to suspect it's going to be the B side that's hit. He's very right. As the T's barrel around that corner, Mayrol's not able to get anything done, smoked off. They move towards the coffins where STK has gone back with the boost up. Olivia's able for a double. Now Beyond move around to try and face this. A little early STK, but the trade is there, and Olivia closes it with a triple. Absolutely glorious.
Really tough times for Invictus off the bat. No bomb plant. I wouldn't be surprised if they went with a random deagle buy up here, but I'm assuming we're going to see them just go for the save. Only one kill. Okay, no, they're going for it. All right, never mind. Deags and armor. And again, can't really count them out. You can never seem to count out Invictus. Maybe this round you can, because they're a team that snowballs with those kills. Olivia is looking to shut things down, immediately just backs away. They've lost one. But I'm not sure if Destroyer and Xiaosage can pull off a 2v4 with just the deagles. They can't even rescue any of these weapons. Or the one weapon.
You know, if they had the bomb already in Banana, but look, it's going to be cut off in the rotate. That's the problem. If they had if they were, let me try again. If they happened to have been grouped up in Banana when that first kill came through, I think they'd probably at least get a bomb plant. But now it's a little bit too late. Xiaosage with a third kill. He's got armor on a FAMAS. A 1v1 down towards T-spawn with the rotate on its way from KNTZ, and he looks for top middle. He thinks the player is going to be around here, but as he clears this out and realizes they're not, I think he's going to start to realize this round is not going to go his way. A very difficult fight for him to win. It would be if they grouped up, but QQ on 50 HP is moving towards second mid. That's a fight for Xiaosage that looks good. 60 health, a FAMAS, and possibly an ace. He knows where the bomb is. And he knows they know where the bomb is. So you're going to presume that player, having not been on top middle, is right down there on T ramp. Xiaosage moving through underpass. He's going to look for this with the head peek angle. Timing terrible for him as KNTZ just moves back from that position. He might have spotted the barrel as well now with the swing around. Xiaosage not able to get it. 4 kills in a round where they should have been dominated. Very nearly the ace clutch.
They force in again. Those amount of kills they got, I mean, that would be a decent opportunity to continue to keep this pressure on. And Beyond, I mean, there's also the option where they can just go for the full save and they know they're up against SMGs, but they're going to go for it. AK picked up for Xiaosage. 10 for Destroyer, Galil for Oi, and Flying, well, he's got a deagle. Sometimes that's all he ever needs, though. I didn't expect them to get that many kills. I mean, I think you kind of heard me off the bat saying, well, they're kind of snowballing when they get the kills, right?
Oh, yeah.
And they had a tough struggle off the bat. It was like a 2-on-4. This could easily, again, turn into a very sided round for Invictus, and this could be like them getting up to 2-2 if they win this. Maybe a 3-2. Depending on what kind of money and how many kills Beyond can accumulate. The limited utility that Beyond have is going to be some of it put down now. Still a minute left to go, though, and Beyond can definitely play with the time. They have to rely heavily on these aim duels. They have a smoke and 2 flashes. East side's going to be tough to hit unless they get the initial kills. KNTZ is going to be a big person that we're going to have to watch. Flashbang used to get aggressive. And Olivia is just going to peek twice into Viva. And that's the first kill done.
QQ is already tagged up going around that corner, but Xiaosage finishes him off. They know where KNTZ is. They've dealt with STK, and what is happening here? Beyond are crumbling. They had a weak economy, but still one that could definitely contest Invictus, but instead they rolled over. They're playing dead. Now Mayrolls has to play for the 4K. Don't think he's going to win this one. Neither does he. I think he should just be playing exits here. Try and get a little bit of extra money with that SMG. Maybe trade out to an AK or an M4. But no one's even exiting towards him. What a round by Invictus. Yeah, this whole... I know they're down 2-1 now. Oh, well, that's not going to work out for you, Mayrolls. I'm sad to say. He's going to just stick it in the corner. They're going to pick... Hello? Oh, no way! 1 second left!
Hello? He would have had time.
Are you kidding? Are you actually kidding me? The only thing that stopped him was the time. What?
Were they AFK?
No, they were shooting. They were just trying to spam him. Boost up graveyard, jump out pit, run after him. What are you doing? He almost ninja'd that. I would have left. Like, that's madness. Fair play, Mayrolls. I had zero faith in that play, and it literally was 0.1 of a second away from working. Jesus. I'm actually in shock over what he's just almost did. The fact that Invictus allowed, they just kind of stood there like, yeah, we'll spam him. I'm sure we'll get him. It's fine.
I want to see the replay of that, but like from a different point of view of like what the hell Invictus was doing.
What the hell is Flying doing in this round, pushing into apartments versus a force buy? I mean, you know, even if it's not a force buy, you know they have no money, right? The second round went insanely well for you. You did a lot of damage, 4 kills. That round just there, you won. You gave barely any kills away as well. So they're not going to have... It's like they're going to have rifles. At best, they've got a force buy. Maybe they've got USPs, a couple upgraded pistols, maybe a Zeus. And what does Flying do? Hey, I might push into apartments by myself. It's the one place you don't want to. Now that AK that was retrieved has already taken down his teammate. It's a 2 versus 4. There's a careless start to the round.
I mean, what we could say is kind of careless play of Invictus just from the last round alone. They almost let the defuse go through. Oh. Don't check the corner. And that's going to be the clutch up for Beyond.
The hell is this?
Mitch, I'm right there with you, man.
What the hell is this? They don't deserve to... like, Invictus did not deserve to win that round. They didn't deserve to win the round that they did win, either. Like, the fact that they just almost allow a ninja to go through with not a care in the world. This is disgusting. This is, like... God. All the mistakes. We have a phrase, all the maps, all the rounds. The first 2 weeks, that was the catchphrase, but now, all the mistakes. And for Invictus coming through with another force buy, they've got a Scout, a Galil, a Tech 9, alongside AK Utility. I mean, they didn't deserve to win the round they won or the last one that they lost. Let's see how they approach this one. As once again, they've kept the CT's economy low. Good opening. Great opening there with the tag from Viva. Chef Sage finishing. That's banana control going to them. I don't like that for 3 or 4 seconds, Chef Sage was the only one pushing banana. He had no support. But he's not punished. They get top banana control. Now they'll move back towards the A site. Where Destroyer's solo fighting in apartments. And at least he finds 1 kill before going down.
That almost gave me flashbacks, though, to Flying from the round before.
I don't get it.
ANTZ, he's going to be in a rough position. Luckily for him, he doesn't have to watch towards CT. The boost up on top of the box. Hatches the first and almost the spray onto the second. A bit of a fluff spray. I mean, the position that the T's were playing around didn't leave them many pixels to shoot at. Now STK and Olivia, M4, MP9. Yeah, they're just going to run away. They don't have money.
Jason,
Invictus, I mean, still be careful of a ninja defuse. I'm going to say that.
What I just want to say quickly is about, look at the position that Invictus have put themselves in pushing to that side. Again, it's worked out. They've got the round win. But pushing in towards apartments with the 1 player, I can forgive that. He's trying to find a bit of information. You don't expect them realistically to have 2-man pushed apps, especially when you've made presence top banana and found a kill. So it's acceptable. He finds 1 kill before going down, so Destroyer did a great job. Now, when they moved to the site, the player up on top of the box found a kill and got, I'm going to guess 7 bullets out of his mag before dying after that first kill. If you give that much space to a team like Beyond, evidently it's not the biggest deal in the world, but if you go onto the world stage, face off against a top 30, top 20 team, even like, let's look at the old Gamer Legion lineup. You do that with Hampus, you're dead. All 3 of you are dead. They'll spray the hell out of you. And I think you really need to be, because it's not like Invictus don't have aim. They definitely do. They have individuals that can pop off. They have rounds where they're thinking, where they're using their strategies correctly. But then they have these situations where they push in and they're not really fully... They're not well drilled in how they're pushing. They know they're pushing the A site, but they don't know whose job it is to do what. Oh, this is a risky push. Luckily, a trade at least found there by flying. The auto shotgun lives on, but they haven't retrieved the rifle. At this point, I would like them to just go towards A purely because that AK is down, and I really don't want to see that in the hands of one of the Beyond players. Did Flying just get it thrown out the window? He might have gotten it off the map. Let's have a look. Yeah, I think he threw it off the little balcony there, so that's fine.
It always makes me sad when that happens. Like, I got the kill. Let me have the gun. Please, I deserve it. Look at this crash straight in towards the B site. Xiaosage leading the way. Myrals not in a position to capitalize off of the push. Bomb goes down. They're going to boost up. K into Z down to 42 HP already with the XM. And Olivia will get 1, but again, maybe they should save that M4. They don't have money since they invested into this for the next round. A dink on a teammate? Yeah. Boy gets dinked up. I think that was by Flying? No, that was by Xiaosage. And they will save. All right, so the XM and the M4. And Invictus get tied up at 3, but this, if you look at this without seeing the other rounds, this is not played out to be a normal game so far. Not even close.
I'm honestly
I really want to see that ninja work, by the way.
Yeah.
I really want to see that.
That's what I was about to say. I'm very sad for Mayrolls that didn't work out. I think he deserved it. He found the gap.
Speaking of him, he dies and he loses the M4.
R.I.P. A valuable weapon thrown away, not to be saved for another day. And so with 3-3 on the board, Invictus are in a good spot, especially considering where they start. Oh, here we go. There you go, right out the window. I felt like he was stood a little bit far away from the window, to be honest, but he got it. So, we come into a very weak buy for Beyond. And really, if I'm Beyond, the objective of this round is to find KNTZ a couple of kills, build up that shotgun money. Because that's about all you'll be able to do. Sorry, that's about all you should be able to do. Let me just make the distinction.
You assume?
I mean, Xiaosage is playing a very dangerous game. There's the
good Molotov though. That's gonna be it. 1. My rolls 2. He's like, you see Xiaosage is like, wait, what? A second kill. Still gonna be 2 players left on the site towards B though. And the rotation of Olivia. The rest of the T players out of Invictus are looking to hit towards the A site, and Xiaosage is still going to be going up here by himself. I'm not sure if I'm a big fan of this play either, because he can obviously give up a weapon.
Oh my god, Ringer Rosie being played here. Look who's behind you, Xiaosage. You're going to get knifed. That's so good by QQ. Oh my god. He just went around perfectly playing with him. It's like something from a movie. Got himself an AK.
Look at his picture. Does he look like the man that has mercy?
Oh god, no. Like a villain in a horror movie. Just appears behind you.
I wish there was like sometimes, you know, in like Call of Duty, there's like this, actually it was a Battlefield, and Battlefield. It's like this big whole animation that plays when you knife someone from the back.
Yeah.
Like they take their dog tag and stuff. I almost wish there was something like that, but obviously that's not realistic.
I'm sad you didn't
because when
say Halo.
when that happens, like you're gonna be shot at maybe.
Oh, here we go. QQ. Oh, gets another. What's Viva doing? Jumping around that corner. QQ saves the AK, gets a knife kill, gets 2 more with the AK-47. I really hope we get to see this from his perspective. Oh no, but look, he was on the back, went around to the right where Xiaosage is, and all the way in a circle. perfectly evading him. And this is an example of baiting your teammate in the best possible way. As he allowed his teammate to die in CT spawn, but that was a million percent worth it.
You say that, but if he misses the knife and dies, then you're gonna be like, oh, he messed that up. That's
Sure,
terrible.
but I
He
think
baited his teammate.
risk reward, I think it's worthwhile to get the extra money for the knife kill in that position. Because
They had nothing invested.
yeah, if your teammate survives with a USP, like obviously if that was a full buy, we would not be we would not be so happy with that play. But the fact that it was a full eco, your objective is to make money. You've done that. You've saved an AK. You've even found kills afterwards. That's literally the best case scenario. Way better than what I would have imagined the best case scenario was for Beyond in that round, especially when it was a 2v5. I'm impressed. Yeah, that's why, like, because remember we were saying the other day about how just because you bait your teammates, that like it has a very negative connotation. I think it was Dinko was saying, but sometimes baiting is good.
Oh, I mean, didn't work out too well for Dinko in your match, did it, huh?
No, it didn't. It didn't. Tried to bait Sergey and steal. Unfortunately, he couldn't hit anyone. Was a problem.
I can just imagine just every time we bring that up, he's just like, screw you guys.
Trust me, I've brought it up enough. I've seen his reactions.
We have the push coming in towards A. They're actually just wrapping around towards Arch side. UQ is going to be the one waiting as the flashbang is going to come through. He's completely blind, but he gets the first kill. Now the other player's in towards site. A little bit of a crossfire being set up. You can see a little bit of a craziness, a little bit of anxiety coming in for KTZ, not looking to, not really knowing which angle to hold is what I'm trying to say. They completely overwhelm them in the site. They're going to have themselves a 5th round on the board. And Myrals and STK going to be saving once again. I feel like we said this many times now. That Beyond have to just keep these weapons. And it's understandable. I'm not knocking them. It's 2-on-4. You're not likely going to retake this. You don't have money to spend for your team either. Shasage, he wants redemption. He wants more kills on this B site.
You know what? I've had a random thought here, Jason. I want to get your opinion on it.
Uh-oh. I'm worried.
So do you have those little... No, when... So I was just thinking about the playoff system. When we get... Hold on. Shasage, he's got a little bit of time to come around. There's a kill. Stops Mayroll saving. Great stuff. That actually could have stopped a buy. Because if they had that extra rifle, Mayrolls drops a rifle, 2 weak weapons, no problem on Inferno. I think that he's genuinely just stopped them from fully investing. So my question, Jason, is what do you think about this? The way our playoff system works here, when it comes to deciding seeding, is if elimination is involved. So if there's a tiebreaker for 8th and 9th place, we play a best of 1 between those teams to determine who goes forward. Now, I think what might be interesting for the future is a best of 3, but the team that won the head-to-head between them, because they will have played each other, gets a 1-map advantage. So you at least get a reward for having already beaten them, but you're not guaranteed the spot. You have to prove it again. What do you think?
Yeah, not bad.
I think it'd be interesting.
Not a bad idea. I mean, best of 1s. Again, we can look past, you know, at some of these matches we've had, and it would drastically change, I think, how the overall standings would be. I mean, we've seen teams lose the first map and come back and win the next 2. We've seen teams win the first map and lose the next 2. Thinking about, was it Bren? I think of like one of our bottom 3 teams who like would win the first map. Yeah, they beat Divine Vendetta map 1, lose map 2, and then eventually to close it out map 3. But I'm just gonna look past, you know, my results here to see if there's anything similar to the way I'm thinking. We have, what was it? Yeah, Beyond beat D13 map 1, but they won anyways. I'm not really proving my point well here, am I? Actually, there we go. Mazalai up against Invictus. They won 16-12 on Inferno.
Yeah.
Then they went on to lose the next 2 games.
Yeah.
So yeah, not a bad idea.
Like, I think it'd be interesting because it says like, okay, you won the previous one, so here's an advantage because you deserve something for having beat them in head-to-head. But if that team is that much better than you, if they were just on a really off day or whatever, they can win 2 maps out of 2 to close it out. and maybe you even have to use the same veto as you did in the head-to-head in the original match, and so whatever map they picked is the default. So you get your map
Well,
pick and a
I think
decider.
in theory it can work well. Logistically, it puts things in a really tough spot.
Yeah,
Is that you're adding on potentially 2 more hours in a day.
yeah,
And if you have multiple tiebreakers you have to do, especially if there's like a 3-way tiebreak or something like that, or just check.
of course.
I mean, you're only talking about like between getting into playoffs and not getting into playoffs, right?
Yeah, of
For
course.
this
Yeah,
situation?
exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, only for playoffs involved. But I think that's where you'd have like, say for example, so we have what Monday until Thursday off. So then there would be a day like Monday would be the decider day that would be like told to the teams and all in advance, and then if it was needed, we would all be there on Monday for it. And if there were no tiebreakers, well, then we just didn't do it. No,
I mean, I think
elimination
that's
tiebreakers.
also unfair because that then means you get one less day to like rest or prepare.
Yeah, true. But it means maybe
And then
maybe
you
get a
also
chance
show
for
more.
playoffs.
Well, you show, yeah, but you also show more games to like whoever's you're gonna meet up against. You know, say you're the number 1 seed, you can obviously just watch them play and be like, okay,
Yeah.
oh. You can like literally watch it live and get that advantage over you. I don't know. I think it has a lot of upsides. I think it has more upsides than downsides.
It could be something to look into for even tournaments in the future. I just thought of it. But, that'd be pretty nice. Because it's always like the potential that like you beat a team today, and then you end up in a head-to-head tomorrow. You end up like in a tiebreaker, and you have to play a best-of-1. You might beat them 2-0 in a best-of-3, lose the best-of-1, and you know your best-of-3 is useless essentially.
But it's also weird because if you won the head-to-head, then why do they need to have a tiebreaker match? Shouldn't you just already go through? Because you already played a best-of-3 against them.
I guess it's like a recency thing as well, though. If it was today, it's fine. If it was 3 weeks ago, we've seen teams change a lot in 3 weeks. I don't know. Oh, the damage done there. That was Spams and a Molotov doing all of that, but KNTZ still alive in the pit. He's got 3 players. They lined up for him. Viva's down to 1 health. I think he got headshot through his teammate. But Xiao Sage low. This is winnable now for Beyond. Mayros has to be so careful. He doesn't know about the player to his left. And that's an easy kill for Oi. But with Viva on 1 health, Oi has to stay alive. And SDK knows exactly where he is as he comes around this corner. And he gets the shot off in time. The 1 HP Viva is left to try and clutch this one out. A flash around. SDK looking for the fight. Hasn't seen his head, and a good connection by Viva to bring it 7-3. As Invictus, I mean, they're just steaming ahead on their T side on Inferno. Dingo said he wasn't going to change his vote. He was going to stick with Beyond. Did he say Beyond in the original part, though? That's what I was thinking. In our first
Honestly,
segment,
I don't remember.
I thought we all said... Oh, no, wait. Sorry, we all said Beyond, didn't we? Yes. And then I changed my vote coming into the first map. Yeah. But I swapped my vote after, like, 7 rounds, and I'm very happy I did. Because at the moment, this is an insanely good side by Invictus. And remember, Beyond chose to start CT side. They won the knife round, and they got this choice. And it's been underwhelming.
And it's also after a crazy start to this game that really made no sense whatsoever. Looks like it might be starting to go Beyond's way in this round. 3 on 5 in favor of Beyond. Line up at apartments. You got some aggression of STK pushing down Banana. Even Myral's there to support Olivia. The crucial shot. Oh, yeah. Okay, I was going to say, he's going to see the gun through the smoke. Easy kill. Great job with the X-ray there, too. Absolutely appreciated. And Flying's going to fall trying to get out of apartments. Viva left alone. 1 on 5. Not really going to have a good chance here to clutch this out. With 50 seconds left, he's sure as hell going to try. There's the first. Doesn't take a single point of damage with that first kill. Looks like he's going to try to get into library here, though I think there's a slight gap, but he gets a little bit lucky. No one's holding that angle. And the 2 players that were pushed up Banana, well, one of them's going to have to back away. So if STK holds up here... Yeah, actually, so since Olivia rotates to short to watch the cross back down middle, it allows both players to play towards the top of Banana, and Viva's going to be heard running towards the site. 20 seconds left. Got so many angles to clear. This shouldn't really be doable. Now will be my rolls to close it out. And then Beyond finally bounced back. Invictus got so many rounds on the board in a row. 19 kills for Xiao Sage. What? Destroyer on 1, flying on 4?
It hasn't even been tangible, to be honest. I know he's been there in a lot of rounds, opening up those sites. He had the 4K, which was almost the ace clutch. But I didn't think it was to that extent. And Destroyer, after having such a great series so far, to be struggling this much, it's a very odd turn of events. Destroyer was also sick on the AWP CT side nuke. He's an animal. I think he was the highest ADR on that map by quite a bit. Like 139. I think that was far above anyone else on the server. You see Invictus. They're taking this one a little bit slower. Not gone for any spams through the smoke up towards Banana. Learned their lesson from Mayroll's spam the other round. Although eventually, the old habits return. Viva on 16 health is going to struggle to really get anything done in terms of entering with that op, so just switches to the utility, playing in support, flashes around the corner, pull Olivia all the way back to the site. I mean, they've got short, they've got long if they want. And they're just maintaining that top mid control. Oh, here we go. STK only good for 1.
At least they still have the man advantage from this.
Look at QQ. If he gives away his position, they might not check May rolls. Oh, they don't check him anyways. That's free. Free as can be.
I was just thinking to myself, well, if they don't check it anyways, it's not going to matter. Arrows still will fall, though, as Flying comes around the corner. They're trying to rush straight in towards the B site. Leaving me watching from CT spawn. No smoke on the cross. And no chance? Don't tell me Viva gets this. Oh, my. Say on low HP to clutch that out would have been huge. But beyond, they get the round, and I think more importantly, they're almost going to get Invictus onto a save.
There's a strong possibility that we get at least pistols and armor out of these guys. Pretty much everyone can afford the armor. Oi can drop over a couple deagles. I think that's probably the most likely thing to come through. It was a shame if they had a smoke for that cross, they actually could have ended up winning that round. It was only a UMP waiting for them on the back of the site. If Viva had a little bit more health, he wouldn't have been forced into the no-scope play. There you go. Deagle's dropped over by Oi. Armor for everybody except Viva. We'll save up for the AWP. All in all, I mean, they still have a decent chance at taking this one. Or at least dealing some serious damage. Not too shabby at all, is it? And for that CT side, obviously, you want to be in a position where certainly from here, you give no more rounds to the T side. I think Invictus have already got good foundations built. But winning those 3 in a row, getting themselves to a position where they can put the T's to an eco just by winning this. Well, a force buy for the final round, obviously, but it won't be as convincing as this one. They can potentially close it out 8-7. It's a strong possibility. Losing this round, however, will put them in a pretty rough spot over on the CT side. They'll have practically no money. 1-for-1 trades on long to start it off. That's a good initial fight for Invictus. Look at Olivia moving forward with the Opto. He's dropped the bomb. The player in pit spraying away. KNTZ saves the day on that one. Stops them from getting up close to the AWP. Put 7 on the board for the CT side, but no bomb plant. As we said, Invictus are forced to buy up because it's the final round, but it's going to be anything but convincing.
Again, the switch, just like something gets flicked for Beyond. They start to chain together these rounds. Invictus, I mean, they don't have money to really invest into anything. They got, what, 1 AK? 2 Galils? 2 SMGs? And all of a sudden, it's like Invictus have just disappeared off of the server. Olivia's starting to step up. He's up to 15 kills. Xiao Sage, again, it's great to have one player pick up so many kills and be so on point. But if he ever cools down at all in the match and you're barely winning at that point, then that's not going to be a good sign for the rest of the game. Very deep hold here, and Beyond taking advantage of the fact that they have way more money to invest into utility than their counterparts. So they might try to flash through and go, and once TK's away, the flash disappears, and Spray going to come through. He gets 1, 2. Mirage is going to steal one of those away. Even a Molotov to follow up, but they're really delaying for time. They've done some DC damage. Flying on 10 HP. Look how far the KTs have been able to get. A lot of information being given to them. And Olivia, he's just not missing shots anymore.
And when they start showing up, the question is it a little bit too late? Have they already given enough length to Invictus on that rope to pull themselves back up? Well, we'll find out as we swap over to the next half. As we go 8-7, Beyond, they're not in a terrible spot, but they're certainly not in the best. Considering the start, considering the pistol round under their belt and everything, I wanted to see them with a whole lot more than just 8.
I mean, Xiao Sage is on 21 kills. And he hasn't been able to pick up really anything in the last, what, like 4 rounds?
4 or 5, yeah. Says a lot. I mean, that streak of rounds could be pretty much solo attributed to him. I will say Olivia had a very good half as well. The AWP typically is, even on CT side, a little bit more difficult to use on Inferno. They don't tend to play as much of a role. And yet he's up there. I think he's got 18 kills coming into this half. But now the real struggle begins on T-side opping. Although we spoke about his ability to rifle. And I think that's what we'll see most of the time.
Okay, that was a little awkward. Honestly, I could not tell what was happening.
Everybody just beating their chest, firing bullets at each other, but not into each other.
Well, the end result is they just have a 2-man advantage on the CT side. SDK and Livia looking to come out of apartments. They have QQ nowhere to be seen, though, maybe trying to catch a rotate. The second destroyer looks away. They do drop in towards pit. Oi! Well, it doesn't seem to matter. He gets the kill. Olivia going to be spotted, or should have been spotted by that jump. Well, now definitely going to be spotted with the bullets rattling off, and he's just going to look to back away. It's looking like a flawless round here for Invictus.
Still time for it to spiral out of control. A nice mid push by Flying, well timed. He's going to get an early flank in on Banana, but Beyond aren't wasting any time. Getting straight towards the site as Olivia falls. It's all down to QQ. He clutched out the T-side round, pistol round over on Mirage, but a 1v5 is a little bit too much to ask. Especially when no one was low.
Yeah. There you go. Invictus ties it up. Let's see what we have bought up into this round. Again, it's like a hectic, crazy fight in the middle. I'm surprised to see not more people die, to be honest, on both sides from that. Clean. Good stuff here for Invictus. It's been such a weird series. Again, to read it for people who might just be tuning in, this is just a basically CD match, and really not that big of a CD match. They can't really change too much in the overall standings, and their opponents are, I'd say, like generally the same. They're gonna rush straight in towards our side, and Destroyer's just gonna fluff his spray there. M4 not gonna be recovered, and Flying. Oh, he had all 4 there, but only gets 2. And now Viva should be able to clean up the rest of this. First one in, and there's the second. Invictus is gonna go up 9-8, and I think they rescue, yeah, the M4.
Big moneymaker round for Invictus. Managed to net themselves quite a bit of damage on those MP9s. Having to upgrade them now is not the biggest of punishments, really. The problem is more so the reinvestment into utility, into armor. It's about flying to $50 in the bank, 750 for Oi, 100 for Destroyer. And so a loss in this round actually probably puts them down to an eco. So Beyond can pull themselves into a spot where they're up back in the lead on 10-9. It's this first buy round that matters so much. They allowed Invictus a big streak of rounds. They've got to avoid doing so again. Olivia, the man on top mid. He's got the AK in his hand. He's known as an AWPer, but we know he can use this weapon as well. We've seen it all too much, and so have his enemies. As time ticks away, they haven't really found a lot of progress. The top mid's completely open for them. They start moving into Banana as the smoke goes down. They've got up nice and close, but Xiao Sage heard them coming. He gives them a welcoming gift of a nade straight to the face. May rolls and QQ hit up quite a bit by that. The Molly, no way they can push through it. And so it's right down towards the bottom of Banana they go. But they've dragged heavy rotates. Look at this. Only 2 players left on A, and now with Oi falling, just 1.
The thing is, they've been able to maintain so much of their utility, so many smokes left, so many flashes left. And Invictus, who, again, had to like force back up into this round, didn't really have much to spend, and they pretty much expended everything they had left. Olivia getting the first kill on the flying as they enter in towards the site. Viva up close, MP9 in hand, gets the first, gets the dink onto the second. The Destroyer will come through to try to redeem his fallen teammate. And at least the Xiao Sage in the one-on-one against Mirage, even goes for the spam in towards balcony. Mirage closes it out. It costs the round for Beyond, but they still clutch out the round either way. As you said before, Invictus, well, they're going to have to go to the save, and Beyond should be able to get 10 off of this.
They could buy an AWP on Viva and go pistols around it. Oh, they're going to do it as well. You ballsy, ballsy boys. So I really didn't think they'd go for that. Viva's extra kill there on the MP9 helped them out a whole bunch. Brings them up to 5,500 for this round. That AWP has to do a lot of work. We've seen this before. The apartments push when it's the only AWP that's in play. I'm not a big fan of it. I prefer a banana hold with a little bit of utility there to help. The shot not hit. Flying needs to help out his teammate now with that deagle in hand, and he can't get it done in time. Gets the AK after, though, and down goes STK. Chucks it out the window. I think he missed, but he got the AWP in the end, and this round has gone their way. Flying with a 2K. Destroyer and Oi doing the same. Between them, as Mayrolls now is the final player. He flashes through the smoke. He gets a run on. Oh, the SMG fire gave away the position. He might actually get a bomb. Oh, there's a gap. Oh, no, he didn't see him. Are you blind? Okay. He's allowed a bomb plant, which is a bit of a problem, but I think all in all, you'd be pretty happy with this round if you're Invictus.
Oh, yeah. I mean, after that first shot misses, I'm kind of like, all right, well, pack it up. This round's over.
Jeez.
Yeah, that fine. He gets
bullets.
it, turns around. STK. That should have been a kill for STK. 100%.
I mean, Flying was literally running at his teammates, spraying all the bullets, and SDK can't take him down. And then still, he has enough time to pick up the AK, turn, and take the kill. 100%. Flying should never have even gotten the first frag in the frag in the first place.
Now we go into the force it for Beyond. 3 Mac 10s, Globe, an AK. Nade already coming through, and look how much damage that just did to them. Sure, not gonna hit the first shot, but the nade to follow up. They're trying to pick up the pace here and hit towards A. Extremely fast coming through apartments at the same time. Oi just needs to stay alive. He already has the smoke down for some cover. Takes down Mirage on the drop. Okay. No smoke icon popping up, but I sure as hell didn't see anyone in that smoke.
Yeah, I'm
And they're gonna get the bomb down.
pretty sure that was through the smoke. NTZ not going to be able to get up after planting that bomb, leaving Olivia all by his lonesome. 1v3, and his ammo is running pretty dry. That's not all that's empty, though. His HP bar is also fading. 11 rounds for Invictus. They allow a bomb plant, though, and again, Beyond, they can get a force buy up if they want to. But Pistol's armor is what I expect. Maybe not even the armor, maybe just Deagle's bit of utility, see where they can get to.
I think that smoke was from Oi, right? That he was sitting in him?
I'm not sure. Didn't notice it through it.
If it was, I like that preemptive smoke. Obviously, if a Molotov comes in, it's not going to matter. It gives him a little bit of cover, too, as he's peeking different angles. Now, Beyond have to make the decision. What do we go for? Timeout came through. We're going to go for the pistols. I think it's a good chance for Invictus not to start to run away with this game, too. I mean, you see Xiao Saga on 6.7k. A little some confidence that might have been lacking on their T side. At least in the early stages. So I still don't know what to make of the early stages of that first half. With just 3 smokes and 2 flashes, this is going to be tough for Beyond. Oh, especially with that already happening right off the bat. And QQ's kind of left to himself, sitting inside of the smoke, hoping it's going to be enough cover, playing anti-flash. Flash comes through, he pushes into it. Now Sage is just spraying in, and so does Viva get another kill. This round's just been shut down. Look at that. 27 kills for Xiao Sage.
I don't know if the stream will just have heard the loudest chopper I've ever heard in my life. Like motorbike chopper. Let's decide to go on a little drive. That vibrated my whole house. Yeah, the moment and Invictus are looking nigh on unstoppable, really. I mean, even through the smoke there, but Viva spray or Xiao Sage as well. And there, you see it again with that Xiao Sage kill. No smoke icon, but it's definitely through the smoke. But we'll get there. Someday. I'd like a jumping icon as well. Nice nades.
Ooh, nice nade comes through. Again, they're like fighting for this early control towards Banana. I feel like Invictus, for the most part, has just been waiting on this. Viva just goes straight over the logs, charges straight into QQ and punishes him. Smoke gonna come through to keep KNTZ out, and I think this should be the escape, the great escape here for Viva.
What a movie. One of the original blockbusters. I love it. Wonder where the term blockbuster came from.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because of the billboards they put up? I don't know. Either way, doesn't matter. Headbuster is the name of Xiao Sage now. It's what we're going to start referring to him as. Let's see the kills come up now in a sec. Oh, there he is. 29 for 12. God damn. Xiao Sage is not the one you look to, really, is he? He's not the star. Flying is normally the one that you expect to be dominating in those duels with the rifle. Viva on the AWP has had his games, that's for sure. He's been, I think, more so flying. I wouldn't even say he's like the X factor for the team. He's just the one that is always there. Viva's the one that can show up and really be the change to the tide. But Xiao Sage, well, he's just been a tsunami.
Yeah. The word blockbuster has its origin in World War II when it was used to describe a powerful, high explosive bomb capable of destroying large areas.
Yeah. Why is a movie called that?
Why are movies called blockbusters? That's the long article.
Oh, okay. Well, we can read it after, I guess. You know what we can do, Jason? We can read it during the other game while we're watching it, and then we can explain on the death segment.
So blockbuster was used to describe eventually surprising news later on.
Oh, okay.
And it was involving the Supreme Court rulings to a noteworthy football plays.
Oh, that spray. Pistol still got a kill. KNTZ is in a bit of trouble. Going for the head peek, but they were just so ready.
Okay, I figured it out.
Okay, go for it.
So it's basically like, so blockbuster was talking about like a bomb, right? It could take down like an entire block. And it's like a way to describe a movie. This is like me just extrapolating off this idea that has such a big impact. You know,
like,
it's so like such a big, overwhelming impact.
Yeah.
That it can be considered a blockbuster because it just changes the face of the earth. You know.
Yeah, like blows you away, sort of thing. I get it as well in terms of like the surprise. Like it was really good. Like you were amazed at how good it was because if you saw a bomb fall and you're probably like, oh, that house is gone, and then you look a second later, the whole block has just disappeared. You're like, wait, what? Where'd everything else go? That makes sense.
Where'd all the rounds go for Beyond? That's my follow-up question. Xiao Sage is having a hell of a performance in the first half alone, and right now Beyond have fallen off the face of the server. On T side, I mean, a little bit lacking. Again, we thought Invictus and Beyond were both playing a little bit relaxed. So again, the seeding doesn't really change too much for them. Destroyer, we blinded up. Shot comes in. Not
you're not
gonna jump in the right spot.
Misses as well. I mean, he was so good on Nuke with that AWP. He's taking it over Viva here, but the shot's not hit to start. Flying's watching in towards short. He's took behind. Oh no, Viva's fallen. That opens up B potentially, but Xiaosage catches them off guard. A quick double. And the notion of splitting in CT no longer exists. KNTZ waiting to catch them rotating from A, but as he comes through the smoke, look who's where. He didn't notice him. There we go. Eventually, it's even Flying that takes him down. Oh no, it's so easy for us with the X-ray, but I guess his back sort of blended in with the smoke a bit more, and it is client-sided sometimes. A man advantage now on the retake.
Not the most ideal person I'd want flanking in terms of weaponry. Not coming from Banana. Both be playing inside construction, rotate now to coffins. Destroyer's gonna have the information, at least that looks like someone's gonna rotate back in, but time's taken away. 10 seconds left to go. They have to get these kills extremely quick. They both have kits. I think the time might be done. Oh, it is spot on Olivia! Blending into the coffin. And that will be Beyond finally getting themselves around here. There's still so much money left to spend for Invictus, and it came down to the distraction play that happened towards A to get in towards that B site.
Jesus, 35 kills for Xiaosage. Like, can someone just stop him, please? This is ridiculous. 14 to 10 with 35 frags. By the way, Blah says a good movie was described as being as good as a blockbuster in terms of its impact, I guess, on society and stuff. So yeah, like you were saying, Jason. There you go.
That's basically what I said, Blah. Calm down.
It's always interesting to find out like the origins of. You use your words all the time. You use these words all the time, and then one day you're just like, hey, I wonder why it's called that.
Like the skin of your teeth.
Well, exactly, right? Well, I always thought that was to do with enamel, but I think there's actually another. I remember reading.
Well, it's like there's no skin on your teeth, though.
Yeah.
So it's like that's how close it was. That it was like almost not there.
And then there's like, why is a wheel called a wheel? You know, it's all these sort of things.
What was the other one we found? The nail one.
Nail
that is a doornail. That is a doornail.
That is a doornail. That's the one. That's the one. And it's like, that's the day I decided to start saying Charles Dickinson instead of Charles Dickens. I'm a smart dude. 15-10. Invictus doing as we expected, really, Jason, aren't they?
Yeah.
They're showing up. They did the work. They did the groundwork over on Nuke when it looked like Beyond on paper should have been dominating. They've proven that, you know, yes, players like Olivia are scary sometimes to face off against, but Invictus are taking this matchup damn seriously. They're not allowing any space in towards the thigh guys of Beyond. If there's one thing that Invictus are saying right now, it's China #1 in this best of 3. And they're close to proving that.
Look at all the fire on the minimap. Dear Lord. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Molotovs thrown down in the first couple seconds.
I was hoping you're going to keep going with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I mean, I can count.
You got fun.
I don't need to prove it to you that I can count.
I'm already out of numbers now. I made it to 8. It's my biggest one.
Oh, Destroyer. What is this? What? Why does he get that aggressive? Why does he push out like that? Why is it rewarded for it? He gets a no-scope on my rolls as well.
Oh.
And Flying still alive in sight. Now QQ, the last alive. His entire team has fallen. And that will be Invictus closing it out in a 2-1 affair. But, whoa, there were some awkward rounds happening, Mitch.
There were a couple of questionable plays, we can say, but all in all, I think Invictus definitely deserved that win. Honestly, on Nuke, I felt like they were the better team. Like, they deserved to take the mantle there. And if there's one thing I've learned over this week, it's that or the last 3 weeks, you just shouldn't trust Dinko with his predictions. He said, Beyond, we're going to take this. Well, Dinko, well, blah. What do you think of that one?
I said Invictus. I said 2-1 Invictus.
He actually said Invictus. It's
Did he?
fine. It's
He
fine.
changed it.
Yes.
You definitely said Beyond originally. I don't trust
No,
you.
I
I
said
said Invictus
Beyond.
from.
I said
Invictus
Okay.
from the start.
I
I
was-
didn't even switch.
I was throwing you under the bus there, Dinko. My apologies. Blah.
Look
I
at
climb out
me
of the
standing
bus.
up for my co-caster, just stepping up, like taking the.
Appreciate
freaking
it,
hit.
Blah. I
It's
appreciate
all right. It's all right.
I
It's good.
expected
It's
better
all
at
good.
Blaz. That's why.
This is a nice guy. What can I say? Xiao Sage. All right, showing that age is just a number. How many did he end with? 35 plus. It was like 36 or 37. That's ridiculous. It doesn't even go to overtime. He made it look so easy. And the second half, I think Beyond just ran out of steam and out of
He
ideas.
had 19 kills, 11 rounds in.
That's just obscene, isn't it? I feel like even some of the mistakes that were being made by Invictus just not getting punished enough. Like in the final round, Destroyer, for example, right? There's a no scopes and whatnot, multi-kill rounds coming out from the players, and yeah, taking nothing away. Invictus, they really seem to be committed to winning this one pretty convincingly, considering how they lost a Nuke, and yeah, a good showing. Beyond. Well, they have to wait yet another day, Jason, Mitch, and Dinko. They still haven't been able to beat a top Chinese team, and by the looks of it, it looks like they never will.
Whoa.
They never. Oh wow, we're just going in on them here, are we?
Well,
They've done
won
better against Chinese teams than you've done, Blur. Jeez.
Well, I don't play anymore, so it doesn't really count. Anyway, yeah, good win from Invictus. That was a very impressive performance. And Xiao Sage, I mean, you got handed to this guy, right? We talk about flying, we talk about Viva being kind of the X-Factor Destroyer, being so consistent with the AWP and the CD side rifles, Oi having his moments. But Xiao Sage, he's secretly this player who's every single time he just delivers. He's so reliable and as an in-game leader as well, nonetheless, right? So impressive a performance from him, and I feel like this is a good day in the sun for him. 35 kills to close it out. That is just a show of force from the veteran in the Chinese scene.
And we don't even look at him as the main fragger for this team, which is hilarious to think. You have so many players that can step up for this Invictus roster, and the depth on the team is just huge. Like, look at Xiao Sage's statistics: 128 ADR. I got there in the end. 35 and 15, 60% headshot rate as well across those 35 kills. That's probably even more impressive. And in comparison, well, May Rolls, he was a big part of Beyond's success over the past couple of days in terms of their wins. He was really playing well on Nuke in particular. I feel like when Beyond are struggling on Inferno, May Rolls struggles so much. And I think Beyond have had a couple of shaky times in Inferno. I think they need a little bit of work on that one. And Mirage isn't as good as it used to be for them. So I think Beyond have a little bit of work to do coming into the playoffs. But I'm happy that Invictus are showing up. I think they've been one of the most impressive teams from the start of this. They came through the China qualifier. They don't have any RMR points, so they have to perform so well in this tournament to just get some points and be able to compete. And so far, they're looking good. I don't think they'll be able to obviously win the tournament, but potentially a dark horse for the final.
I mean, that's what we were saying, right? Is that if you are Invictus right now, you have to, I mean, for them, we kind of like theorized about this. Like you kind of want to play Tiger or you want to play Tyloo first because you need to knock them out fairly early on in the playoffs to have a chance when we get into the fall event. And then you obviously have to win the whole thing or get close to it when it comes to this tournament alone. I'm not sure how that works, you know, like ethically within the tournament. I'm not sure if they're like technically allowed to do something like that, but that's ideally what they have to have happen, right? Take their fate, put it in their own hands, and not depend on a team like Lucid Dream or Divine Vendetta to beat a team like Tyloo.
Yeah, I think coming into this, Beyond are always going to have that issue of playing against those top teams. So just if Beyond are going to do anything, it's just evading the teams near the top. And it's not going to be very easy because I think at the moment they haven't placed as highly as they would have liked in this tournament. I think they're sitting around 5th place, right? So they'll be having a tough time. I think at the moment, as it stands, they'd be playing against Tiger, and that's a match I don't know Beyond. I just don't think they can win that, to be honest.
Well, you know what? We'll be finding that out next week when we do get into playoffs. For now, we're going to be heading to a break of about 15 minutes while we get Tiger up against Tyloo ready to go. Currently the number 1 and number 2 teams in RMR points in Asia. We'll see how that battle will break down after the break.
Coming up next, Tiger versus Tyloo.
Walking slowly, running home. I will follow you alone. Moving closer, we're in motion. We're a beacon in the dark. Let me feel it. Give me vision. We will never be apart. Going nowhere, nowhere special. We will never be apart. We will never be apart.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Perfect World Asia League 2020, the Summer Asia RMR event brought to you by PGL. And after now 15 days of group play, we're into our final game of the entirety of what this last 3 weeks has brought to us before we get into our playoffs kicking off later on or next week. I don't really know what day it is anymore. It's been a long couple of weeks with a lot of action happening. I'm just Captain, still joined by Mitch, by Dinko, by Blep, as we move through into Tyloo up against Tiger. And we start to look at this matchup. We're not 100% sure necessarily if it does change the standings in any way. So we kind of have a general idea of how things will go going into the playoffs. But let's start to talk about Tyloo off the bat. This team, when they get challenged, they seem to really show up. We saw them do that up against Beyond when it was Beyond currently in first place. I'm assuming we're going to see a smash out of them yet again here, Mitch.
Yeah, look, realistically, Tyloo have just looked so good this tournament, with the exception of the games they came in not caring about, where they just played super loose Counter-Strike, and those games came pretty close, although they still won the majority. When you look at them up against Tiger, this isn't an opponent that they're going to underestimate, not after the road to Rio. They know this is someone they have to perform, and when you look at players like Attacker, like Somebody, and even recently Dan King's been dominating on that AWP in the last week or two, I don't think this is going to be an easy feat for Tiger to beat again.
That's what I'm worried about for Tiger. The fact that they beat them already once, like you said, on the road to Rio. I think Tyler going to come into this game and say, no, that was completely a fluke. Bleb, you obviously know Tyloo very well as Tiger. I almost want to get to predictions, but I want to hold off there. I want to talk about, like, who do you think the real players from both teams are going to be the ones to step up?
For Tyloo, I mean, take a pick, right? Dan King can be really good. Summer really hasn't had a chance to really shine. I feel like that's mainly because he's got these other four players. Attacker just popping up this entire tournament. You have Dan King looking phenomenal, slowly being my personal favorite right now on his team, and of course Somebody being Somebody, right? Summer not really having that many opportunities to really get those big games in, like big numbers in. As a team, Tyloo just looked like just a sheer dominant force. They're not showing anything tactically insane, nothing too crazy that, tactically speaking. But if you look at just the pure firepower and this brilliant, simple Counter-Strike, that is when they're trying. That is when they're not playing it a little too loose. But even when they're playing too loose, they just have the better individuals compared to any other team in the tournament. So yeah, for Tyloo, there's no one single person. I feel like everyone is on an even level, and each individual player is better than almost anyone else in this event. For the side of Tiger, though, they're going to need a full, like, all-round show from everyone. It's not going to be just Urkas and Dobu carrying them through a win here. It has to be everyone pulling their weight. And honestly, even if they do, I don't think they're going to be able to get the win.
I think if we just look off results so far in this tournament, Dinko, this shouldn't be a match that Tiger should be able to win. Tiger have looked really hot and cold. I'd say mostly cold for the most part. What about your thoughts?
Yeah, I think Tiger have been pretty unconvincing throughout this entire tournament. Although, when they play against the teams that should be difficult on paper, the likes of Vici, they destroyed them in the last two maps of the series. So for Tiger, it's really unpredictable as to which team is going to show up. You can have a team that can destroy Vici in two maps, after losing the first, or you can have a Tiger that loses to Bren. Now, it's kind of unpredictable is the statement. I think Tyloo have just been consistently better throughout this event. They've only lost 2 maps, and it's against Invictus. The rest of the matches, they've won 2-0. So Tyloo have been looking fantastic. Everyone's kind of showing up now. Even the 2 maps that they dropped at the start of the tournament was mainly because a couple of their individuals weren't showing up. Attacker hadn't come into form. Dan King was looking so rough, and somebody was the only player really doing anything. But now we've got the likes of slowly having MVP performances coming into the team, slotting in, feeling more comfortable, which was something a couple of months ago when they did go up against Tiger in the final of Road to Rio. It just wasn't a thing. That team were not comfortable at that time, and now they've started to get the groove on. They're starting to look good. Systems there in place. They're playing simple Counter-Strike, and it's working really well because everyone on Tyloo is showing up.
I'm almost imagining that if Tyloo do get pushed to a third map, they're just gonna like scream and then just 16-0 it off the bat, like right there. I mean, to ruin their perfect record of 2-0s the entire way. Obviously, the 0-2 in there, limiting things at 2 maps. So let's take a look though at some players. We have Eric Cast from Tiger. We have Attacker from Tyloo. Now we can see Eric Cast does have, in majority, better stats overall. However, I feel like there's not many players on his team that plays to the level he does. Where on Attacker, he's like fighting, like basically like the younger sibling in a family trying to get his food at a dinner. He's trying to get his own kills here, but he has to compete against so many different players on his team that can pull down these kills, Mitch.
Yeah, well, I mean, you imagine putting an attacker in a team like Bran or like Mazalai, he's going to have inflated stats like crazy because of how much there is to make up for there. With the fact that you've seen him, Dan King, and somebody absolutely dominate in this tournament, it's actually not that surprising. I mean, for Tyloo, I'm not sure about today, but I know yesterday, all of their players were in the top 11 players statistically for this tournament. That's pretty damn impressive when your whole team is basically top 10, taking up a massive chunk. But Urcast, as we see his stats there, he is tied first with Kaze now, even after Kaze's poor performance on a couple maps the other day. So he's definitely one to look out for. The thing is, when I look towards Tiger, who else is there that can put up that kind of a fight? Because we need the equal firepower. And we've seen players like Dobu do it every now and then, but not quite to the same consistency. The same with Cabal. He also had some great games. I think everyone in this lineup has stepped it up at times. But that's the important part. It's not all the time.
Well, on that note, I do want to mention, like looking back the last time they met for the Road to Rio, Cabal was plus 21. He was leading his team in kills in their matchup. They had a 16-9 finish on Dust 2 that they won. Sorry, that was Tyloo that won that one. Then they ended up going on to win 16-7 against Tyloo on Inferno, and then 19-15 against them on Overpass. He was stepping up, and he's been a player I feel like that's just generally been kind of quiet across this whole tournament.
Yeah, he's posted a 1.05 rating for this tournament, and obviously that's not going to be enough, considering he was such an important and influential part against Tyloo in those first 2 maps of the series when they played in Road to Rio. I think we're going to need to see a big performance. I think Blair's 100% correct in terms of everyone kind of has to show up on Tiger. They can't afford just to have Urcash showing up. It's not enough, ever. Dobu has had some quiet performances in this tournament, but times when he showed up. But now all the pieces have to click. And to be honest, we've seen moments for Tiger, but there isn't any signs that that's going to come through. They haven't been able to do that in this tournament yet, where everybody shows up at the same time. It's been 1 or 2 players, but never the whole team. So this is definitely going to be an uphill battle, and they'll have to pull something crazy out. And at least for Tiger, there's not so much on the line. If they lose to Tyloo today, it's not exactly the end of the world. The rankings don't shift. It's not like anything happens, but it's certainly a statement to be made if they can take down Tyloo.
All right, we're quickly have to look at the videos because I'm hearing that the game is less than a minute to go until we start things off. It looks like we're going to have Mirage, Dust 2, and Inferno. Tyloo choosing Mirage, Tiger choosing Dust 2. Bled, that's something you can go into when we do kick off the game. I want to get a quick prediction from you, Mitch, before we do let them go ahead with this.
Yeah, I'm kind of scratching my head on this one. Very puggy picks. I'm going to go with Tyloo on that then, because they've just been playing super loose Counter-Strike, and maps like Mirage and Dust 2 definitely going to help them to do that.
Okay, well, Bled and Dinko get us straight into our first game here in this series. It's going to be on Mirage, and why don't you guys take it away?
Thank you very much, Jason. Yes, first, coming up, I have to point out that Dust 2 pick from Tiger. Now, that is a map that Tyloo beat them 16-9 on the last time these guys played. So that's going to be interesting, Blair.
And they haven't lost on Dust 2 in a while, have Ty lose. So I don't know. Okay, look, again, like this is a game that really doesn't matter to both the teams. Ty is pretty much guaranteed to hold on to their first spot, whether they lose or not, because of the map difference and the map difference they have. Even though they would be tied with Invictus and Vici for the total number of points they have, and for Tiger, a loss or a win here doesn't really mix things up either. They're going to be still facing, I think, Beyond in their first matchup in the playoffs. So it's a game that doesn't really matter much to anyone. But if I'm Tai Lu, it's kind of like a vengeance matchup, right? It's kind of a revenge match saying, hey, you know what? You faced off against us when our team was kind of new. You beat us. You got the upset win. And we're here to not even try really hard. We're just going to play our game. And we're going to beat you convincingly. And that's just showing that we are the kings of Asia. And let's see if that happens. The Mirage pick from Tai Lu, not really surprised there. And it's going to be a fast hit coming in towards A, Dinko.
Ocas playing back in towards CT. Push already up from Ty Lu as they put players onto the A bomb site. The smokes are up. Apart from CT, which is generally the strategy used as the flashbangs down in, but Ocas has been spotted in towards spawn, but slowly he needs to be careful. Players to the right side. Ocas, he's going to get one and a second kill. Attacker and slowly both go down, and Ty Lu, they may have the bomb site, but they haven't got a single kill into this pistol round yet. Now Summer's position, this could be huge, but he might be spotted over the top here. Ocas, he's going to be looking for him, and there it is. 3 kills from Ocas. Now just Dan King looking to pull off an incredible clutch with a P250, and it isn't going to happen. Ty Lu just get absolutely destroyed by Ocas in the pistol round. Dan King barely staying alive, but it's Tiger with the pistol win.
Urky boy, he's tied up, like you said, with Kaze for being the highest rated player right now in the group stage of PAL 2020. And unfortunately for Kaze, Vici have done playing, right? So Verkaz actually has a phenomenal series here. He's got a one up on top, and I think that's very fitting. He's a player that everyone's been keeping an eye on ever since he left Greyhound, or well, Renegades, and then headed back towards Mongolia to kind of form this this team. And I think we're all in agreement, Dinko, that when it comes to Tiger, that victory in RMR was a little bit of a fluke. It was a little bit of Ty Lu underperforming, also considering the lineup is kind of new, and Tiger just kind of like peaking at the right moment. Ever since then, yeah, didn't play Pro League, and the first couple of initial games we saw from them were kind of quiet, at least the way they lost the first couple of games. But we were like, you know, probably they're having a slow start. But we've seen too many holes, too many issues with this team. And clearly, I feel, off the top of my head, like the obvious 3 names, Invictus, Ty Lu, and Vici, I think they're just a better team. So, at least for Tiger, if they can take this game close, if they can maybe even get the win, even though it's a game that doesn't really mean much, it might really help their confidence moving on to the playoffs.
Yeah, because they take down Tiger, which was their only real threat in the last tournament, then who have they got to fear? Not really no one. The bomb plant coming through. Ty Lu looking to answer back with a second round force buy. So far, so good with a man advantage still in play. Urkas starts to come back in from the market, but look where Summer's coming from, right from behind. Now, there's a timer on this play for Tiger. They have to get back in quickly, and Attacker shuts down Dobu. It's just Urkas left alone, and this round just isn't winnable surely for him. It's going to be repeat, and Dan King shuts him down. Ty Lu answer back after losing the pistol round, and they are here to play.
Oh yeah, they are indeed. Firstly, Dan King with a nice opening pick. He took the duel against the scout. There we go. I think it was 9 there. 9's been kind of hit or miss for me, right? There are moments where he looks so very good with the sniper rifles, and he's so instrumental in them winning some of the games. But just inconsistent. Again, that's a problem with this team. Inconsistency, especially even from Dobu, and that's not something you can have. You can't expect Urkas to be top fragging every single time, dropping 30 bombs and trying to win games that way. And especially against Ty Lu, where everyone can be individually better than even Urkas. If they're having a decent day, it's not going to be walk in the park. The force by getting completely dismantled, and Cabal with the Swaggity Swag 7. He should find Summer. No, never mind. Summer
God.
just reads him like a book. How does he know, Dinko? How does this guy know?
He just pushes down straight into his jungle and hard checks the right corner. Somebody's just a beast. 3 and 2, 2-1 up. Round advantage in play for Ty Lu. Tiger down to the ecos. This should be a 3rd round, absolutely no problem. It was a little bit chaotic in the start of this ramp push. Slowly, the only player really going down that, and mostly in part by the damage that his own teammate inflicted. That's a real slow crouch peek as well. A little bit risky for the Mag. Mike 7 should have realistically found that kill. But attacker. Just another contact play from Tyloo out on towards the A-bomb site. Now, they look so convincing on Mirage. And then there's points where they just kind of implode. We remember a couple of days ago when they found so many rounds and this kind of started to slowly slide out of their hands. So it's all about keeping the focus up for Tyloo, and I think they'll provide that respect to Tiger.
And also got to remember, Asian playoffs Tyloo is a whole different beast. Oh, they know where the stack is. Clearing everything out. You know, A-bomb side's theirs, and this just makes sense. But the cities have one flashbang, Dinko, and it's all about that timing. Somebody finds one. Waiting for the flash to pop.
Just ridiculous. Well, Flash actually gets rid of somebody's chances of winning the round. Dobu assisting Cabal and Summer and get himself a double kill alongside Attacker helping him out towards CT. So it's Tyloo. 3-1 on the board. Money's in the bank again here for Tiger. They're going to be picking up the rifles. They don't have that AWP available unless 9 decides to go with a glass cannon. And that is the call.
I'm still like, okay, we know Tiger like to play Dust too, so I'm just going to give them the benefit of the doubt and be like, all right, for a game that doesn't really make an impact onto their, you know, the seeding and whatnot, they're just going to try what they have, you know, kind of like a test run of their Dust 2 against a team who has looked so far probably the best team on any map amongst all the teams playing here, apart from Nuke, of course, or Cass. Oh, spots out slowly. For a moment, they got a little scared for Urki, but he will find the kill. So opening kill going the way of the CD, slowly off to a kind of a slow start. But still, team is 3-1 up, so not going to be feeling too worried about this. Somebody spots the barrel. He knows where the player is, but Urkas, the smoke blooms perfectly, Denko. Obscures his vision, and Urkas, 2 kills, an AK upgrade. And 2 men to the good, but Danking replies back.
Danking got himself into this position at the start of the round. He's only now just found success from it. Cabal mollied off, but he's going to throw one and reply. Danking can't hang around. He's 2 HP. Urcast is aware that his teammate has funneled that player back into the ladder room, and now the push from Tyloo comes in towards B. NCL looking to hold on, but he whiffs the spray. How? Cabal, he looks back to short. Dan King is going to go down, but his teammate replies immediately. And now Urcast, can he be the one-man army to carry? Indeed he can. The bomb plant denied, and Dobu swings with him. A round picked up for Tiger, but it's all Urcast again. 3 kills picked up. We talk about Urcast having to deliver. He's the star of this team. Well, he shows up in this round.
Got too expensive there. I mean, after Urkas gets 2 kills initially, 3v5, they shouldn't have lost more than like 1 or 2. What's NCL doing there? Come on, man. Like, what's it a full spray commit? Like, you saw the head, a little bit of panic setting in as well, especially with someone that experienced. That should have been so much easier as Danking finds Urki. That's a danger man, Dinka. That's a guy who's been performing all this while. He gets shut down. Attacker with a wide, dry peek into Dobu. Well, there's nothing you can do. Just hold on to your guns. Hold on to your guns. And somebody's already... He's on a hunt, Dinka. He's already on a hunt. He's already in B apartments. They're not even bothering going for the bomb.
Tyloo barely used any utility in this round, Blah. It was all about headshots. Dan King runs out in towards A-ramp. Just waits for the player to cross over. Urkas gets picked off by the AWP. We have a Palace peek going in. A Scout versus an AK in Palace. Of course, it goes the AK's way. Oh, Tyloo are just confident right now, and this is a scary Tyloo. Somebody wants to clean up the last 2 remaining players. The first headshot should be aware of the last remaining player's position. Cabal. Oh, he's dead. There's just no way he gets out of this round alive, surely. He will find somebody, but the rest are coming at him. He's going to have to spray away. He has to be so clean. And while he's done damage, and now they just run at him, swarming his position, and it slowly actually gets the kill, of course, from short. They had so many players all over the place from Tyloo. But 4-2, that's a statement in that round.
That's a ruthless reply, man. It's the first 2 kills, right? Danking firstly just reads Urkas perfectly. He knows he likes to be playing towards connector area. I think he had a very good spawn as well. But look at the follow-up kills. Look at all the three kills, apart from, of course, Cabal just getting hounded by 5 players, in fact. But apart from that, just taking the duels. No utility used, like you said. And apart from the 1 casualty they had onto somebody, they just broken the money again for Tiger. It's been It's been a rough start here for the Mongolians, considering they won that pistol round so convincingly. Seems like an old faded memory at the moment. Tyloo, picking mid early on. Not really going for any contact plays this time around. And looking on top of connector, a few bullets being rattled off by the CT. That is, of course, only Urcast. They're trying to maybe bait Tyloo into going for this A hit, and that could actually work out in their favor. All 5 players grouped up and gathered. I still don't see Tyloo losing this, though.
Oh, they can't, surely. Walking towards the A bomb side, it's all about just taking these fights. The pistols starting to poke and prod a little bit, trying to bait them out. Slowly with 1 kill on the NCL, but Urcast, he's there with 1. And somebody alongside Summer is finding the replies, and it's cleaned up. 5-2 for Tyloo. And again, the money's in the bank for Tiger, but it's another scenario where if they want to get that AWP, it has to be the glass cannon. They won't have anything around it, so they might just go for the full rifle purchase, I'd say here. And when we take a look at what Tyloo can bring to the table, it's much more. Danking, an AWP, AK-47s, a plethora of utility alongside reserve cash as well, Blad. This is a good start for Tyloo.
I cannot disagree with you on that statement. Nothing you said there were... Oh, NCL. Thanking, man. Like... He's not as consistent as I would like him to be. But he doesn't need to be. He's fun to watch. Like, he's not the super ultra flashy opera like an Annihilation, but... I feel like he's even more impactful than Annihilation. If that makes sense. Like Annihilation, he hit those crazy shots super fast and whatnot, but Danking, oh, that's a smoke you don't fail. By the way, Tyloo. Or maybe it's a tactical fail. Maybe he's going to use that. Somebody, he uses it. And 9 should be careful. 9 gets spotted out. There we go. Somebody. It's good to have a player like somebody in your team. Even if you mess up your smoke, he's like, oh, there's a smoke. I'm going to use that. Doesn't matter what type of smoke it is. It's still gonna creep around the edge, sit inside of it. I don't know, boost himself on top of it. Try and do something to get a pick. But a slow round coming out from Tyloo here, though, Dinka. 44 seconds, no casualties yet, apart from NCL getting tagged once with the AWP.
Well, I couldn't quite see what was going on, but I'm back into the action now. Summer at the bottom of the connector, it's Urcast. He's going to go down early, slowly opening things up, and that's a big issue. As soon as you lose Urcast in one of the most influential part of the map, well, you've got yourself a huge issue, and that's not going to stop. Slowly with another one, just make it stop. NCL fighting back, but he's going to be shut down by Dan King. He pulls the P250, and it's Dobu, the last remaining player with a FAMAS. Again, Tiger just absolutely destroyed, but the time is certainly an issue for Tyloo, but they will get the bomb planted. They run the clock down, but they're confident in finding the kills.
I like the switch up from Tyloo, right? They've been fast and furious quite a few of these rounds. And suddenly they slow things down a notch. Take away all the guns. The way they've been winning these rounds, look at the money. 4 players almost in 10k. Attacker's the only one low cash, but that doesn't really matter. T side. And almost every time, have you noticed that almost every time Tiger have had to go for these duels, it's like they're facing 2 people at the same time, 2 Tyloo members at the same time. They're walking into crosses, looking in a direction. They're not able to get a single break. And that's credit to Tyloo. They're just not giving them space to work with. It almost feels like, honestly, it almost feels like Tiger have just been using, been stuck with pistols more than half this entire map. Attacker, of course, going to clear the angle, leaving all an NCL. He's got an AK, he's got a Kevlar. Probably going to try and save it, but they're going to hunt him down. Although I really don't think it's really worth it. You have so much money, you know Tiger's going to buy anyway. And rather just, you know, there's still a number of rounds remaining here, so I would like it if Tyloo didn't really overcommit on this hunt.
Well, slowly, gets rid of NCL, and he's gone. He's out of there. Nothing for Tiger. Saved over to the next round, but the loss bonus certainly helpful, so They can finally get that AWP out. It's going to be Cabal with it. And another AWP picked up for 9. So double AWP setup. We talked about how Cabal was the player that was performing against Tyloo back in the Road to Rio Grand Final. And now we're here. The last day of the group stage is the last match. And he's going to need a shot, but they want to beat Tyloo. They've got the AWP for Dan King. The AK-47's out still for Tyloo, and that money building to a ridiculous level at this point. So Dan King gonna peek for that early kill, but now, oh my god, that could have been awful. Urkaz just holds W. That is gonna cost him his life because he walks into the winning arms of Attacker, who's available for the trade onto Dan King. So now 4v4, but Tyloo trying to make their way out towards the A bomb site. But Summer, he neglects to check Dobu's position, and Dobu always plays the Underwood.
A little bit of a stake being made by Tyloo, but the kill coming in for Attacker, sorry, for Slowly, actually neutralizes the man advantage, and bomb will be picked up. Slowly having a lot of map control in his hands. He's got control of jungle, his eyes towards connector. And the one thing, the dual op Dinko. If they get the bomb down, it's not going to be an easy retake, but NCL's there, nearby. Smoke's going to bloom. Oh, Molotov fails it. The second one comes on in. Both of them are going to fail as Cabal's going to get a kill onto somebody all the way from short. And now, things not looking that great. Attacker, 35 seconds. Can still work with this. NCL's going to be walking on out. This is so smart from NCL. Is going to find Attacker, and it's all in slowly. 28 seconds. And I think 9's ready. He's ready as like a book. He's gonna miss a shot though, and Slowly almost gets a second kill. NCL, 18 seconds. There's a little bit of time for Slowly to work with. He needs to cross and over. It's an op looking in his position, and Cabal, he's not gonna miss that one. Tiger, hard fought round, but they get around number 3. They're, however, not able to really save both the ops though, so one of them will be taken away. And again, how many times have we seen this happen? I think it's happened twice already, Dinko, where they get the win, and Tyloo, they immediately just dismantle the economy in the following round. So now's a real test again for Tiger.
Well, somebody comes out from the underpass, smoke up towards top connector. 9 coming off the angle because the smoke coming towards window severs his information flow, and that gives Tyloo so much control of connector, deep short, top middle, under the window. You have so much to work with right now, Tyloo. You can see the pressure is a little bit on now for Tiger. You can see Dobu getting a bit angsty towards the ramp room. Luckily, he's going to catch out Summer, and now somebody, he's been spotted as well. Tyloo kind of forced back. They've lost the early player, and there's no trade potential.
Ooh. Cabal's so lucky to stay alive there. Cabal's been getting bullied, I think, quite a few times by the players. Whoever it is, could be Dan King, could be somebody, could be Attacker. I like that peek. I love that peek. I love that aggression. That's more like it. Nobody's going to stick around, though. That I'm not a big fan of, considering how low Cabal is. Look at somebody's position, Dinko. This is massive. He hears 9. Molotov's going to keep them at bay for a while. Urka's actually snuck on in. So actually a little bit of a gap in the Molotov, but he's not going to be pushing on in any further. 3 players coming up from CD spawn. They have 1 player towards jungle. Man advantage with Tiger. This is a round we said they need to win, and 9 needs to land a shot. Double scoped and brilliant shot into somebody. He didn't have a chance. And now, it's slowly an Attacker.
Well, up on top, 9. Not really finding much, he just kind of scoping around, but it's on Attacker, stuck and connected. The first, the second, and he peeks back. Just 1 player. It's the AWP though for 9. He's tapped and he's holding. Attacker swings. It's the kill, but there's no time to win the round. There was a kit behind him, but it's Tyloo who walked away with an 8th round, and Attacker is the man that gets it done. That is just so unfortunate for Tiger.
Man, if he had the kit on him, he had time to get the defuse. We said about how they need this round, Dinko. This money still gonna be very grim. Tyloo just so good at just turning these rounds around. They're gonna go for the force, and I can't really blame them for it. Running out of opportunities in this first half, and here we go, Tyloo. Patented fast play, but Dobu's there to strike from above. Gonna smoke himself off as well, spraying through the smoke. It's gonna be Urkas getting the kill. Dobu and Urkas teaming up, doing a lot of damage. And now 9 joining the fray. Danking does reply back. And right now it's just Danking though, because somebody hasn't smoked off, mollied off towards Palace. Bomb at least been retrieved by Danking. You can see the rotation taking place. All 4 CTs now lying in wait. And Danking and somebody, they're gonna regroup. Just gonna leg it towards B. I like that. Not wasting any time. And I think Tiger are going to be aware of that. Like I said, going to be sending 2 players back towards B, and especially that op in the hands of Cabal should make this cross rather way more difficult than Tyler would like it. But they're going to slow things down a bit more. Still a minute to work with, Denko. If you can get 1 pick, you can still work with it.
We were talking about today, when we looked at the graph in the pre-show, all about how Tyloo can pull these counter rounds back. You can never underestimate Tyloo in these situations. Somebody moving forward into the B bomb site, he's been spotted, but Tiger are playing this really well. They're not giving anything up. They're just letting Tyloo come to them, and Cabal has a pretty good angle. If he shuts down the MP9 player here, that could open things up a little bit. NCL, he's on his own towards the back of the site. Somebody moving forward, trying to make a little bit of space, but finally they'll get that kill back. Working their way into this, but somebody, 4 seconds, can't win this round, wants to die before the time. Unfortunately enough for him, he will do so. It's Urkas that takes down somebody, and it's Tyloo, still at 4. That's a round that wasn't as fantastic for them. And Tiger, they need every round they can get, so this could be the turnaround.
This could be the turnaround. I won't lie. Yeah, 8-3. It's easily recoverable. Get to like 6 rounds, maybe even 5. Nice preemptive incendiary to just neutralize the jungle smoke. Tyloo not going to face, of course. And Nine's actually getting quite a bit of information there. It's all about timing. Flashbang out, the 2 T's now ready and waiting. And they know where 9 is. 9's going to be falling on back. That could have been a free kill for him, but the timing... Oh, the timing is perfect. How well have they timed this? How well have they timed this, Dinko? It's almost unfair. Slowly finds Urcast. And 9 replies back on the summer. But the rotation has been cut off. Rotation has been cut off. Now they can head wherever they want to. Slowly. Trying to find another kill. Maybe catch another player. And it's going to find the player. That is going to be Dobu who's going to fall slowly. He's being such a problem. And they come charging onto the B bombs. And Danking finds Cabal. They know exactly where NCL is, or at least have an inkling where he is. And Danking flash a smoke out. It's still going to stick it. What a madman. Because he knows he's got a teammate nearby. Slowly he's going to find 9 as well. Slowly. He's got all the kills in CD spawn, Dinko. It's so not fair. And now NCL left. 1v3. Bomb planted. They know exactly where he is. And there's not a chance in hell. A snowflake chance in hell for him to win this. Attacker been standing out in the open, exposed in the window. That's gonna be Tyloo, just striking back almost immediately. And again, every time they win a round, they just destroy the economy once more.
It's really unfortunate. And that's what we always talk about. These better teams, every time, and it gets to the point where Tyler's just better than everybody. So it's okay to say in this scenario. But when they lose a round, they have the consistency and the ability to just immediately answer back and stop any momentum being built up from their opponent. And that's what allows them to have such strong halves, especially from the T side. You're on the CT side, your opponent needs to get their money going, and you just stop that from building all of the time. They're just going to be always on the back foot. Tyler are going to get a couple of free rounds here and there without much resistance, and these are those rounds where it's just P250, scouts in play. Tyler grabbing a 10th round on the board, double figures reached in the first half already, and we're going to move into the next. Tyloo looking for 11 as the Tech 9 just rattles them away. Tobu and Cabal both going down. And 10-4. Tyloo dominating right now on Mirage.
And even if they get 5 rounds. I don't really fancy Tiger's chances. 10 rounds on Mirage is pretty much a done deal. Although it depends on what mentality Tyloo have coming to this game, right? Like you've noticed against teams like Beyond, against teams like Vici, against you know, those sort of teams, we saw how Tyloo just performed at like a next level altogether. They're like, all right, we're just gonna win them, smash them, just destroy whatever confidence they have. And against some of the lesser teams, like for example Mars Life, remember the Inferno game? I forget which other team it was where it got pretty close in Mirage. It depends on which Tyloo we see. So against Tiger though, this is Tyloo, like you said, looking for vengeance. They want to show why they are the Dragon Emperor of Asia.
Well, 55 seconds. Tyloo taking this one a little bit slower. But it's going to be the B hit. Slowly the front man from short. Cabal up in the apartments with NCL tucked in below. The setup could work for Tiger. Tyloo aren't careful. Well, Cabal needs his first kill. Somebody is just so good at clearing corners. It's impossible to win against him. And now NCL up on top. Dan King, he'll fall, but the rest of his team are finding kill after kill. It's slowly shutting away Urcast. And now it's Dobu and 9 looking for a 2v4 B retake. And how? How did Tyloo keep doing this?
They're just better at aiming at heads, Dinko.
They don't even need the bomb plant. They take forever to plant the bomb. 11-4, Tiger just dominated in the first half.
Attacker 19 kills. I keep picking on Summer, right? I'm like, he doesn't get a chance to do anything.
He's throwing like 90 flashbangs, Blow. We can give it to him.
That's true. But it's I feel bad for him because, you know, once upon a time when before he changed his name to Summer, when he was called Fancy, he was regarded as probably the best Chinese player. And now he's kind of like taking a seat back. He's like calling for the team. He's being such a supportive player. And I got to give credit to him. I like how he's managed to kind of, I wouldn't say swallow his ego, more like kind of temper his expectations as to where he stands in the team. When you have players like the ones you have, there's no need for you to be the star anymore. As long as you get the win. I think that is kind of like a maturity I'm seeing out from Summer in the recent months, which is wonderful to see.
Yeah, and we actually seen some decent performances out of him in a couple of maps as well. I mean, he was up there fragging alongside the likes of somebody on 22 kills in one of the maps on Inferno, but Attacker, he's going to find himself just a plethora of kills, 3 coming in quickly, and now it's 9, alone in the world, and it's not a nice world to be involved in, but somebody in Summer, they're even worse. I'll see if we can shut him down. Move forward. 9 just left alone on default. He'll be peeking out to the left and the right side. A headshot. Okay. 9 nearly takes everyone down with him. But it's 12-4. Tyloo win the pistol round. But that was far too close at the end.
I couldn't even see because my feed lagged a little bit. I couldn't even see how Attacker got those kills. That was too fast. All right, there we go. Replay time. 1, 2. Oh, he even gets aim punched,
yeah.
and still gets the kill. Oh, dude, like...
Well, that's unlucky. Tyloo 4 away from taking the win here on Mirage. Tiger don't have anything in this round, so it should be 13. Absolutely no problem.
Well, if it does get to 13, then it's definitely 14 as well, because then they're completely broke, right? They'll just have Glocks. This is the force buy and Danking's position here. He's got a little trust fund gun, looking to get some money. He's gonna allow a player out. 1. Oh, not able to get a second though, but Attacker's close by. This is risky. M4 in hand, and he's getting teased by the player from Palace. That's good work, but Summer and somebody, they make it easy. The stripes on these Tiger, they've been stripped clean, Dinko. It's gonna be 14 for Tyloo. Absolute domination. I mean, look at that head-to-head, right? Like, these are the main operas. You look at the kills, you're like, oh, it's not that terrible. It's not terrible at all. But then you look at everything else. You look at the overall scores, and you're like, well, Danking really hasn't had to do much. slowly somebody, attacker. Oh, that's an ouch.
Nice kill from attacker. Somebody up in the apartments. I think I'm a fan of Tiger trying something here, but it's not worked out for them. They're just getting absolutely wrecked. Outcast, just left alone in the world. They're going to be trying to play for the win in regulation, but that means they have to win 12 rounds in a row, Blair. They have to win every single one of the remaining rounds in regulation. That's not a nice win condition.
Yeah, that's yeah, that's looking unlikely. I feel like real life Tigers have a better chance of surviving extinction than these guys do right now. Although I did read a new report that the overall tiger population in the world has really risen up quite drastically. That's some good news, Dinko.
That is very good news. Hopefully most of them are in the wild. And what? Somebody will be holding on, but the rest of his teammates are kind of falling down here. Summer and Attacker both gone without a kill from either of them. Boost should be finding slowly here as the smoke starts to fade away, but player inside of the smoke generally gets a good advantage.
Slowly
How
knows.
this one works out, and slowly, there we go. Dan King as well, just getting a kill before that. So we're back into a 3v2, favoring Tyloo somehow. Dan King's got a double kill. And Cabal and 9, they've got to try and work their way into this round. And how many times? You were talking about it in the pre-show, the graph showed it. Tyloo can turn these rounds in their favor pretty much every time. Well, 38% of the time, but, you know. A little bit of hyperbole to emphasize the fact they do it so often.
Oh, well, they know exactly what the last player is. He's at least got that little bit of a temporary smoke wall. And Dan King, of course he's gonna peek you. Of course he's gonna peek you. Well, I mean, let's look at the silver lining. This was Tyloo's map pick. And I kind of feel like over the past 3 weeks, we talk about Beyond Dinko, we talk about how Vici can be good on this map. I think the Kings of Mirage, well, the Asian Kings of Mirage are back. I don't think we can really argue against that. They've looked so very good. They made Beyond look like just rank amateurs in Mirage. Like, they didn't have a chance. 16-7, complete demolition. Play against Tiger, a team who can play Mirage as well. Look at Slowly, he's just... It's not allowing them any space to work with, although Ensil does reply back. So Slowly, a player who don't really see being this aggressive. Well, when you're 15-4 up, I guess you are allowed a little bit of...
It's like when that quiet kid at school even starts piping up and making fun of someone. Yeah, it's like, yeah, what he said. It's like, shut up. Shut up, Slowly. Well, 4-4. In terms of player count, just over a minute in play. As Urcast, well, he's stuck in Palace. He is over here on his own. I think Tiger realized we may have been able to pull us back into a 4 versus 4, but this is nowhere near a done round. Still got to work so much map control in your favor. They literally have nothing to play with right now. Eventually, they're going to send a couple of players down and towards middle, but they have to realize the bomb's still back there, so they have to go back and recover that again. They smoke off the window. Cabal's in towards underpass, but Summer has taken away Urcast over towards A, and they've just lost their most influential player on the A bomb site. And there's 3 players over here for Tyloo, and that's where the bomb's sprinting. I'm not seeing a great outcome, unfortunately, here. Tyloo have every player in the right position to deal with this.
The worst decision they could have made, Dinko. Go to A. And yeah, that's a GG.
Goodbye,
Just...
Cabal. Goodbye, Tiger. 16-4, Tyloo. Well, they've sedated the Tiger, and it's just kind of lying there. It's not going well for them at all. Tiger just getting absolutely destroyed, and Tyloo clearly showing that they're a much different team than played in ESL 1 Road to Rio.
And this seems like Tyloo is not even trying that make sense? They're not even trying. They're just out aiming, out dueling. Again, simple, basic counter strike, and whatever Tiger throw at it, it's just not sticking. It's not working out. Jason, Mitch, that was just a very, very quick affair.
Everything we expected and more, really, wasn't it? When we looked at this matchup, we said Tyler, they're going to come in, they're going to treat Tiger with a lot of respect or a lot of disrespect or whatever. They knew that they were going to have to win this game to show Tiger they're not going to be beating them again. And my God, did they do it? I mean, I'm looking down, grabbing a drink of water, turning around. It's like double digits for Tyler all of a sudden. What was that? Attackers dominating slowly up there. And something you guys were talking about, right? Slowly he's trying to pipe up and start to get those kills as well. Say, oh, I can frag too. It's like, we know everyone here can frag. All right. Where's the people on Tiger? And we mentioned that, Urcast, yes, he can be solid, but where else can Tiger look to get those kills? And in this series, well, I think our concerns have already been underlined.
I was looking at that and I saw the pistol round just go so cleanly to Tiger, and to me, I'm just kind of like, well, that's going to be a real close match. Maybe Tiger have shown up to play, but then with Tyloo getting 3 back-to-back rounds right after that, leads me to wonder, like, what was going on. I mean, Tiger, come on, they couldn't string any rounds together. Ericast was going for a decent amount of opening duels. He was successful with them, going 4-3, but NCL was 0-5. On the other side, Sully 4-3, Danking 4-1, somebody 3-0. It just seemed like every time Tiger had some sort of advantage, someone on the side of Tyler would just shut that down.
I mean, there's something we can look at in this where, like, pretty much any statistic you bring up, anything with the exception of Urcast probably that you mentioned for Tiger, is why they lost. I mean, there were just nothing, absolutely nothing. Even look at that last round, 4v4. What happens? Immediately they lose Urcast over towards the A side. He's just pushing by himself. Where, like, Tiger consistently gave Tyloo the opportunities, and this is a Tyloo that are coming in and realizing, as we said, they need to win this game. They need to prove to you that they're not messing about. And so they took every single opportunity that got handed to them. Yes, there were some over-aggressive plays from them. You saw the top mid pushes that were maybe a little bit loose, but it just doesn't matter. When you're winning up, 15 or 14-3, 14-2, I'll accept whatever the hell. If you just eco 3 rounds in a row and rush mid, yeah, okay, fair enough. Do whatever you want. You're so far ahead that I think you've already proven you win the game. And then my problem is you're coming to Dust 2 next. How much of a turnaround do you expect? I mean, Tiger were good on Mirage. They're not that much better on Dust 2. And yes, okay, the win rate for Tyloo is slightly inflated. They haven't haven't lost it for a while, but it's like overtime versus Invictus, 16-13 beyond. Good games, right? But then BTRG, 16-12, Camel Riders 16-13, and overtime versus Mazalai. Those are concerning, but not when they're playing like this. I mean, they could have lost every game 16-0 on Dust 2, and I still think they come into the next one and dominate Tiger.
I mean, we're looking back at our kill leaders, right? We're looking at this initial matchup before we even started the game, and it was Urcast having the better stats, funny enough, compared to Attacker. But as you can see here, even with Urcast being the top fragger for his team, it still doesn't even come close to competing with Attacker here. The headshots are not that big of a deal, but the ADR massively in favor of Attacker. And I mean, this is what you're going to expect, though, right? I don't think there's anything surprising about seeing this when you have a 16-4 scoreline. That's just pretty much another day at work for this team. This does lead me to want more. I want to see more out of Tiger. I want to see the team who beat them in the road to Rio. Like, this team, if Tiger can somehow take this entire, or maybe not this match right now, take it down to the line when we get to the potentially finals, if Tiger can make their way through. If they can win this whole thing, they set themselves up so nicely to take the whole thing and to get themselves into the major, which would be amazing considering even before the road to Rio, there was roster changes being rumored, but they wanted one last chance to make something happen, and they're going to have one last chance to take it to a third map here up against Tyler. We're heading to a break. When we come back, we're heading over to map number 2.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to PAL 2020 Summer. It's the possible final map, but final series is the confirmed. That's the only thing that's certain here, Blab. But Tyloo have been looking good. It's the final map of the group stages, most likely here, and Tyloo are just looking in dominant form. Tiger, this was the final versus Tyloo in Road to Rio. It was a close affair. It went 3 maps, overtime on the last, back and forth, Blab, but this is not looking like the same Tyloo, nor the same Tiger for that respect.
True, it's like Tiger peaked while Tyler was still trying to figure out the pieces, and now this Tyloo is scary. This Tyloo is probably the best Tyloo I've seen since, like I said, when Captain Mo, DD. This is even before Bented, because when Bented was playing for Tyloo with Xcure, sure, it was Bented and Xcure hard carrying the team, but the team as a whole didn't look that good. But before that, when you had Mo and DD, they were beating teams like, Luminosity, when they were called that back then, when Cobblestone was still being played. They were having some big upsets against international teams, and this is the first time in a long, long time that Tyloo, I'm starting to have some faith in this team, and that scares me, because I've had my heart broken too many times by them. But here we go, Dust 2, Dinko. Mitch did say that even though Tyloo's win record here, even though it looks good, they have had a lot of close games, but he still has faith in the Tyloo players. I'm actually going to disagree with him a little bit. I feel like Tiger, they're mature enough as a team that despite getting completely, utterly crapped on in map 1, they can kind of bounce back into map number 2. And Dust 2, so far, the games I've seen from them have looked pretty convincing.
Well, let's see. A little bit of Dust 2. It's a nice map to have, Bly, because we haven't really had too much.
I don't care what
Different
people say.
map
I like Dust 2, you know what? I like it.
Yeah, I like Dust 2. I like the new doors. Let's see if they provide a good game of Counter-Strike. It's Summer going down early on. Nine stepping in, shutting him away early on into the round. And now the push on towards the B-bomb side. Dobu flying through the air, gets rid of slowly. Another bomb plant kicking in from Dobu. A 2-man advantage maintained for Tiger and the B-bomb side taken. We know it's still very difficult to retake, especially with no kit nor any utility here for Tyloo. It's a good headshot from somebody. And it comes down to Tiger just not making any mistakes. No one overextending. Don't give anything to Tyloo, and you should have this round in the bag.
They should. So pistol round. Oh, okay. Wait. Hold on. Oh, Attacker, if you got the second kill, that could have been it. And now it's a 1v2, and Dobu's there to clinch it out. 4K for Mr. Dobu. And if Tiger wanna fancy any chances of taking this map and taking the map number 3, Dinko, I feel like he's one player that really needs to step up. Now, Urcast did what he could on Mirage. It was nowhere close to being enough, and everyone was kind of quiet. But when it comes to name power, when it comes to being one of the stars of this team, Dobu has been a name around the scene for quite a while. And ever since Urcast has come in, yeah, he's had his moments, but I wish he was a little bit like Urcast when it comes to consistency. And ouch, ow! What do you do to that? What do you do against that? That's rough.
Well, you don't do
Attack is
much.
still fighting.
You just get killed. That's how that works. Now NCL walks around the corner. Somebody luckily going down. Should be a follow-up kill for NCL. He's recovered the round so far for Tiger, but it's not done. Far from done, in fact, because Dan King's still alive with a scout. He gets rid of Cabal. And now we're into a 3 versus 3 blur. We've seen Tyloo win this round over Mirage. We've seen them lose the pistol, but answer back immediately. This is going to be a scary scenario for Tiger.
Why is tanking facing? What an absolute lunatic, Dinko. Why does he keep facing? 9 is so lucky not to drop to his death, mind you. He got tagged mid-air, down to 4 HP, and Danking another tag coming in. NCL down to 49. That SMG, Dinko, it could just shred the remaining players. As Danking looking for another kill. The pre-fire doesn't quite pan out. 9 reads him perfectly. Now it's a 2v2, but they seem to be unaware of Slowly's position. But NCL uses a smoke, creeps on around, and it's all on Summer. Oh, the bullets missed, Dinko, but the UMP comes out. Can he find the kill before he gets into the bomb site? He can't. Look at how low they are. 4 HP, 24 for NCL, 1 bullet. A piece is all he needs, but NCL's gonna clutch it out. 4K for him. That looked too scary for Tyloo, and Tyloo, a little bit of an overextension. We saw this in Mirage as well, Dinko. They didn't get punished then. They're getting punished a little bit this time around.
Well, 2-0. At least Tiger to find the round. It was a little bit scary at times. But Tiger come into this one with the better buy by far. There's a couple of CZ, a Deagle, and Jewel Berettas in the hands of somebody. Now, if there's a player to make this work, it would be somebody.
I always puts a smile on my face when I see the dual Berettas coming out. Although, usually, I see it in the pistol round, you know, you'd rather just go for, I don't know, CZ, a 5.7, or a Deagle, anything, any other pistol, apart from dual Berettas, but they're going to be walking in straight to contact play, and a Mac 10 in the hands of Dobu is farming up that cash, Dinko, as Cabal finds Danking as well, and still a player on Gandalf, but he's going to get checked by 9, being very methodical, and that should be the round. Slowly at least finds a consolation kill, but Tiger, 3-0. This is much better. They're just 1 round away from tying the score in Mirage, Dinko. Which is a terrible statistic. So terrible. I feel bad. I like these guys. I really like the Tiger guys. I'm friends with a couple of them as well, but
That is bad.
Tyloo had just been so dominant, yeah.
So Tyloo's coach, is he the manager that I'm thinking of? The one that speaks really good English? Kings? Is he?
No, you're talking about Kindy, who's
yeah.
kind of like the manager. Yeah, he speaks really good English.
He's
So
a
he's
nice
more
guy.
like a manager. Since he speaks English as well, whenever they travel, he's a must-have.
Oh, he definitely is. I remember doing media day with Tyloo, and I was having to do interviews and stuff, and he was the most helpful person. Definitely, otherwise that would have been a very long day, but not a whole lot done. Flashbangs over the top in towards long. 9 charging through as well. Flashbangs off the wall. And the Mac 10 charging through the smoke quickly here from 9. I love it. 4 players entirely right in front of him. He gets 1, but he's fully blinded. And imagine his reaction. What? Imagine just being unblinded and seeing 4 players right in front of you. Wait, what? What did I just wake up
It's at
into?
that moment. It's at that moment he knew.
Yeah.
I'm gonna finish it, but you know what I mean. Danking. Up towards Cat. Now, if Cabal peeks his right, he could get the timing. I'm not surprised Tiger just didn't like. Oh, look at that aggression from somebody. Finds Overcast. Finds out where Dobu as well. Gonna do a bit of damage and heading towards B, where I guess it's waiting. It's Mr. Reliable himself, slowly with the M4.
Well, slowly peeks into the open. Dan King shuts down Dobu, and now Cabal, the last remaining player, into a 1 versus 2. It is certainly winnable with Summer around the corner. He's going to jump across. Luckily doesn't die, but of course Dan King's going to hit the shot. Now Cabal gets the bomb plant. I don't want Summer to commit right now. I want them to wait a little bit where Dan King can arrive. They don't have a kit, so that is a big issue for them, so keep an eye on that. But at the moment, Cabal just sitting back in the bomb site, biding his time as Dan King and Summer both make their way through the double door. And now Cabal holds the angle, and Dan King is so quick. Blink and you will miss it. It's the first round on the board for Tai Lu.
You look at if there's a new and up-and-coming Opera, right? And then I look at it, if I have to compare Operas, obviously Kazi would be the right pick for me. I'm like, watch the way this guy plays and learn from him. But if I have to compare someone like Annihilation and Danking, I feel like Danking is the perfect blend between the reliability and just the I don't know, like the keen game sense of Kaze and the sheer madness and the reflexes of Annihilation. He's just that perfect mix of unpredictable at the same time being such a reliable Opera. I think I'm gonna enjoy watching him as we see more of Tyloo playing here, but a bit of aggression towards the long. And CL, he's gonna get one. Looking for more. Somebody replies back, somebody going for the full commit. So trades definitely going the way of the T's, but NCL being low, 9 down to half HP as well. They're gonna have to fall on back. And that's exactly what they're gonna do, but they've won the initial duel. And with that, look at the aggression from Slowly. I like that. He's pushed up towards B tons. He's got a mate. I wouldn't want him to push down any further, but the fact that they know that B is clear right now, and in fact he's going to do one better. He's going to find Cabal. He's down to just 4 points of health though, so he'll have to fall on back and kind of hold himself up, be in a pretty comfortable spot. They're going to be heading towards B here, Dinko. This could get very messy, but Slowly so good. He finds NCL, who was kind of low though, and now it's a 2v2. Summer and Danking on the retake.
Summer. Low HP, that's the big issue here as well. They pulled off a retake in the previous round, but it was a 1 versus 2, and Summer had health, but now Danking, there's just no winning this. You gotta get out of there. Why are you even trying this? Why are you doing this? Why?
It's because Danking.
He had no defuse kit, 0 utility, not enough money in the bank to buy an open in the next round. That's a round you save it. You can't win it.
It's Danking. I'm not answering your question. Why? Because it's Danking.
I suppose that does answer the question. Because it's not a very satisfying answer, but it is one.
Hey, sometimes, get answers to questions where it makes sense. The answer answers your question, but you're like, yeah, I'd rather not know that, but... Tiger, they've broken the money. Tyloo down to the pistols. We know how dangerous they can be, but this is much better from Tiger. They look like a very, very different team from what we saw in Mirage, but they were just depleted. Now they're showing that, hey, you know what? We do have the individuals as well. We can kind of take you on. Personally, I'm not a big fan of Dust 2 as a map pick, but considering you're facing up against Tyloo, who probably have one of the deepest map pools in the entirety of Asia, Nuke the only map they don't play. Apart from that, they're very comfortable in every other map. Maybe a little shaken overpass, but that's about it. So makes a lot of sense here for Tiger just to bring out a map that they're very comfortable on. Play your player comfort map. Don't have to worry about whether your opponent's good or bad on it. Just stick to your strengths, and that's exactly what they're going to do. Is they're going to be heading towards this A bomb site with 2 players waiting, and the rotation is definitely on. All 5 players are going to be ready and waiting here. Boost coming in, but the Molotov should play spoiled sport. Not really. Not burning alive. It's a little too deep. And there's going to be 9 opening and up finding Slowly. Somebody does reply back. NCL just peering over the corner, looking to gather some information. But it looks like normalcy will be restored. But Summer picks up an AK, finds another kill. And a bomb's dropped out in the open. This is not looking good.
And they cross back towards long to pick up the bomb, and now Cabal is up on the bomb site going towards Goose. Now the bomb will get planted. Overcast align that for the side. It's just, you can't win this if you're Tyloo. You just surely can't. As they move forward, there's just too many players to try and get rid of. They haven't got a kit, have no utility. Is this just the Dan King Summer retake show? It just feels like it has been for the past 10 rounds, no matter if it's A or B. Of course, we haven't had 10 rounds, but yeah, a little bit of hyperbole again. 5-1 for Tiger. They've had a great time in these first couple rounds in Dust 2. And now Tyloo, well, they're going to get a buy. They're not going to have the AWP again. There's just going to be rifles across the board.
Nice covering fire from 9 there, making that take a little bit easier. That could have gotten very uncomfortable for Tiger, but 5-1 up. It looks like normal services, well, I wouldn't say necessarily normal services, but it seems like at least Tiger, they're playing to their level, at least when it comes to Dust 2. Still early days though. Still a lot of rounds to be played, and one thing we know about Tyloo is how they haven't lost a single map so far in the entire group stage and go apart from the 2-0 loss to Invictus early in the tournament. That's such an intimidating statistic.
I feel like stats, though, kind of go out the window in these kind of games, though. In terms of really relying upon them, we talk about the fact that, yeah, it does change a little bit in terms of the standings, but for the most part, when you're playing against Tyloo, that's when the stats change a lot. They're a completely different beast. Somebody peeks down in towards top mid, 9 turning around and gets rid of him. That's the aggression not really working out for somebody. And Tyloo, they haven't really been allowed to play their own game right now. Tiger is shutting them down, and this is a good start, and I'm impressed.
That's one of somebody's classic plays, you know, just pushing in from the B tons. Summer spraying blindly through the smoke. Cabal 2 HP, but he stays alive now. Stalling slowly. Dinko is good for 1, but he's isolated. There's nothing he can do. The bomb site's taken over. Tiger, they've woken up. Maybe they were sleeping on Mirage. Maybe it was a little too warm for them. Maybe they were just like, yeah, whatever. You're gonna have Mirage. We're just gonna. I like that from Tyloo. Just running up towards short, slowly walking back. Cabal has no idea. He has no idea. He's in for a shocker the second he goes for the jump. He sees one, doesn't spot the second. Try and take away these guns, and I really wouldn't blame them for it. How does he get the kill on an attacker? That is just disgusting. And he gets a hell out of dodge as well. Summer's going to be left alone, and Dobu's running up. Might actually get the kill, and it might... No, looks the wrong way. But Summer should save his gun. But Tiger, my lord, Dinko, they're looking like a whole different Tiger this time around.
Yeah, and Tyloo haven't really done anything. They haven't got involved at all in the CT side yet. And I feel like it has been a little bit of economic mismanagement that's led to this point. Don't know if you would agree in terms of that. But it feels like they've never really had enough money or enough utility to get going. And I would love to see them just kind of take a little bit of a lower tier buy here. Just get a full buy in this next round. Maybe don't invest anything. Just use the 1 M4 you've got on Summer and just hope that that's enough. It's Tyloo, they need money.
Tyloo need money, and they need rounds.
Attacker, you're hurting me. Stop buying.
No, this is where he invests a 500 in buying a 5.7 as well, just to make it hurt for Dinko.
Why? Why have you done this? Well, it is to Attacker. He might pull something off crazy with it. Somewhere going to move forward, gets 1 kill.
Ooh.
Although there goes Attacker. MP9 making it by.
That's why.
That's why. You don't hurt me anymore, Attacker. I understand. So I don't understand. You know, from a mere mortal perspective, Blair, that just seems dumb. But from an attacker perspective, it's the obvious decision. And now he goes forward with another kill. Finally, he goes down, but he's got 3 kills in the round. It's up against Cabal. A 1 versus 1, slowly. He has only got a Deagle. He's got a little bit of Kevlar. And Cabal is 1 body shot away from death.
The bomb.
Slowly, he's going to find that. Surely. If he goes a little bit quicker, But he's gone back towards short, Blair. And that's going to cost him the information at least. But at least if he's towards short or towards CT spawn, he'll get info that he hasn't crossed to A yet. And that does allow him to rotate between B and A very, very quickly. And I don't think there's really another option for Cabal here other than to commit towards this A bomb site. Because slowly he could be around the corner outside of long. He could be up in towards middle. So you have to be really thinking about A as your only real option right now. And slowly he has the cross. It comes down to timing, whether or not he can place his cross out. And he looks away. Cabal, it's down to the timing. Slowly spotted him. He's seen the head. He knows he can just wait on by, and Cabal patiently waiting for Slowly to cross over. I don't think Cabal has seen Slowly, but Slowly certainly knows that Cabal is there now. He'll cross over towards the bomb site, taps to try and pull Slowly into the open, and this might just work for him, but Slowly, he knows. What a play, what a genius. Slowly just calculating everything, and he doesn't go again. This is unbelievable. 5 seconds, now he goes. He knows he has to commit to the plant. And now Slowly walks forward, the Molotov down. That gives away his position. Shows that he's moved forward. It doesn't matter. Slowly in with a kill, and he'll win the round for Tai Lu. And never, ever question attacker. That's what I've learned.
Well, I like how he answered your questions. Stop hurting me, attacker. It's like, yeah, here's a 3k for you, Tinko. But Slowly played that so smart, so well. I love it. I love how we might have criticisms of attacker, like, for example, this one's attacker, why are you buying? No one else has bought up in your team. You have questions about Summer. Summer, why are you going for this mid-round call? It doesn't make any sense. Then you have Danking, why are you running out in front of 2 people with an op, going for no scopes? Or somebody, why are you pushing the damn smoke? But how many times have you ever questioned Slowly going for a play? Rarely, super rarely. He has been one of the more sane players in Tai Lu. And that for me, I like that.
That's what I always talk about. Like, he's definitely the perfect addition. He adds some sort of sanity to the roster. He's the guy just kind of trying to calm everybody down. It's like in Peaky Blinders when they're all fighting.
I haven't really watched Peaky Blinders yet.
Well, you should definitely give that a watch. I held it off for years and just kind of binge watched all the seasons during lockdown. It's pretty awesome.
That's what I do. That's what I like doing. I like just so aggressive Danking. Yeah, I just like binging like multiple seasons instead of just having to, you know, watch a couple of seasons, just wait for like a year or something. Nice catch from NCL there. NCL not able to escape, and now it's all on Danking and Cabal. Peeks before the smoke blooms, and you know who you're dealing with. It's the man himself, Danking. Doesn't spot anyone out. Instead, they're going to keep running on up, and Danking might have overthought this. He's going to be pushing on in. Doesn't see anyone. AK-47 picked up.
No kit again, so that's going to be a little bit of an issue for him. He sits in mid, trying to catch them off if they rotate through, but yeah, he's definitely overthought this. They've gone over towards A, they've just committed towards the A bomb site, knowing they have the man advantage, knowing that wherever they'll go, they should be able to trade efficiently onto Danking. Now he's found a kit so that does increase his chances of winning this round. 9 with the AWP on the side itself, looking towards short, but now he drops back into rampant smoke, covers off NCL, gives Danking a 1 versus 1 fight, in fact, and NCL, he's down behind the car, just hiding his head away. And Danking should realize that's the possibility, but the ball was planted for long. NCL needs to be careful, his head's been spotted. I think Danking's just seen it over the top. There it is. There's the headshot. Danking, so clean in the 1 versus 2. Plays it to perfection. And it's a 3rd round for Tai Lu. It is not clean. It's 2 clutches in a row, but they are finding the rounds now. And they've broke down the money for Tiger.
So well played. That was a 1v3. It didn't feel like a 1v3. So clean. A little bit of mistake there from Cabal. He should have been wary of, you know, where Danking might just be if Danking would have the read. I love how our observers are, you know, switching off on and off the X-ray depending on some of the scenarios, and I love that. I appreciate that. It's, you kind of forget how hard it is some of these shots that the pros land, and you're like, oh yeah, he should have easily hit that, you know, because we have X-ray. You know, it's so hard to see the small little pixels. And it took a while, Dinko. It took quite a while, but I'll finally managed to, I know, just chop away the economy. Although NCL has got that hero AK-47. Not necessarily a big fan of it. But, you know, it's a little bit some pistol upgrade. It's good to have an automatic rifle to work with, and they're going to be heading towards B. They had found a lot of the initial success on this B bomb site as somebody peers down mid. Of course he will. This is a dry peer towards Dobu. And now slowly. Can he hold on, Dinko?
Oh, well, slowly. Good. Spray away. Gets rid of 9 in NCL. Cabal shuts down slowly in reply. Now it's just Cabal on his own. A 1 versus 4. They look back into the tunnel, but this round is certainly done. It's written. More time loot. Somebody swinging, taking the fight, wins it in the end. And a 4th round picked up for Ty Lu now. 2 away from tying things up. Money, because of NCL's rifle purchase, he's not going to have enough for an AK, obviously. Or he does, he just doesn't have enough for Kevlar around it. And you kind of got to buy now. And the scary part for Tiger is, even though they're purchasing and they're investing everything into this, they've still got a glass cannon, they've got a Mag 10 in play, and they have barely any utility. So the likelihood of winning this round is pretty slim. And then they'll be back to another eco or low buy, and that's when Ty Lu just continue to rein in.
Talk about utility. You don't need utility when attacker's just going to come running out and give you a free kill. Summer playing up close. I like that op shot out from... Oh, whoa, what? What? How does Summer with that? But slowly, peers are now trying to be the hero, Dinko. And, well, that's a way for you to have to eat your words. That's unfortunate. Somebody left in a 1v3 and the Cabal is ready for him. You were saying, Dinko.
Yeah, I mean,
firstly, I just want to preempt whatever you're going to say right now by saying that I completely agree with you. It's just that Tyler, I don't know.
I mean, they just should have won that round. 9 hasn't. There we go. He has ball Kevlar. I was waiting for that. Yeah, Tiger definitely should have just won that round. Shouldn't have won that round. I mean, the bite from Tyler was just much better. Obviously, there's a percentage chance. You can't say that any round 100% won. But Tiger, what they brought to the table in comparison to Ty Lu was not enough. And Ty Lu, I'm going to be honest, they look pretty terrible on Dust 2. They just look completely uncomfortable on the CT side. The rounds that they've won have all been clutches, pretty much, apart from the start of the game where they won. It was just 1 or 2 rounds easily, and then the other rounds have been able to pick up just clutches. So, yeah, it's just been terrible for them. Even against low buys, Ty Lu haven't been able to do a whole lot. So I'm not really too excited about Ty Lu and Dust 2 right now. They've got to try and change this up. Tiger having a great time on the T side. If this doesn't work out for Ty Lu in this round here, then we're looking at Tiger taking a very one-sided half.
Well, I mean, as Mitch says, yeah, you could still win 16 clutches and win the game, so there's that. Unlikely as it may be, but I agree with you. And all jokes aside, Tiger just feel more comfortable that, you know, they're able to kind of like flex their muscle a little bit. They're winning some of these duels, but Danking, one thing about this man is he is very, very good with almost any weapon. I like. And also like his aggression. And the thing is, he doesn't get punished for his aggression. Like, it always tends to catch people off guard. Look at the angle he's holding. And, oh, there's no way 9 expecting Danking to be holding that angle. And he's going to go for more, Dinko. This is when I'm like, don't do it, Danking. Flashbang is good, and he's going to be lucky to stay alive. Drops on down to safety, but he's done his job.
And that's a round. You want to see if you're Ty Lu. But NCL, he has time for the bomb plant. Danking, of course he's going to try this, surely. Got me shot? Go for it. Oh, he doesn't actually take the shot. He jumps to get the info, but doesn't take the shot at all. Knock about. Looking for the headshot, Summer, and slowly clean up the last 2 kills. And that's the best round we've seen from Ty Lu.
You are correct. I mean, 12 rounds in, that is the cleanest round we've seen coming out from Ty Lu here. No one really having to clutch. But again, right, if you look at it, it's again Danking just being hyper aggressive with the AWP, getting these opening picks. Mind you, little quick stat. Not Dobu, sorry. Danking is the player with the highest opening kill rating so far in tournament. And are you even surprised the way he wields at AWP?
Danking is a beast. Now attacking moving forward. Ocast is there for 1 kill, but somebody will trade back through the smoke and a wall onto Dobu. I feel like I haven't had to say Dobu's name a lot, but he is playing pretty well. 13 and 12. He's delivered a good bit of impact. Somebody gets away, but he takes a bit of damage from the scout. Dan King, though, just tears the head right off Nine's shoulders. And finally, it's looking like this war of attrition will go in favor of Tyloo, at least for the time being. NCL, Cabal, and Urcast, they've got a lot of work to do, and they really only have a long.
That's not a... Don't know how that smoke's gonna be useful, but at least the follow-up one's good. Flashbang. Force tanking off from his position. They know they don't. They know that Tiger don't have an AWP. And now look at somebody. The flank comes in right time. They need to cross on over, Dinko. And do they have any utility? They have one Molotov. That's it. They have no more utility remaining. How are they going to cross on over? How? Flank is on. Urcast finds Summer. That's big. Slowly finds the player who's trying to cross on over. And somebody. The timing is just absolutely luscious from him. Somebody. I've always had this feeling about somebody, whether he's just absolutely dumbest player in Counter-Strike or an absolute genius, like a mad genius. And I feel like he's somewhere in between. Like, you can't doubt the fact that he's a phenomenal player, and some of his flank, his timings, it's great. But the one time where I start feeling like banging my head against a wall for somebody is when he does the same thing over and over and over and over again, even though it hasn't worked out at all. It doesn't make any sense. I'm like, why are you doing it? Why are you, like, you know, it's not worked out for the past 10 rounds. Stop doing it. He's like, nope, still gonna run through the smoke. But it seems like he's kind of matured in game of late. You know, it's Summer and somebody are the two lowest rated players right now with Tyloo. Which I thought I would never say. Even when Benton was hard carrying for this team, somebody was up there number-wise. But right now, that's a pretty comfortable cleanup. Urcast does have an M4 and the Kevlar, so always going to be dangerous, but unlikely he's going to be able to pull off anything really crazy. Slowly shuts him down. And it's all an NCL with a P250. Actually, sorry, Tech9. Dan King with a P250 gets to kill. Let's go side up. Not too bad from Tyloo, Dinko. Considering what Tiger would, how, 5-0, 5-1 up, something ludicrous like that.
Tiger were dominating at the start of Dust 2, I think is the correct description. They were just looking so good. Tyloo, a lot of retakes not going their way, and they were just shut down 3 players immediately. Yeah, it was looking rough, and a couple of rounds that they managed to pick up were rather terrible. I mean, it were just clutches having to come in. And of course, they're flashy, but you don't want to have to go to the clutches time and time again. But finally, Tyloo up to 7 rounds. They could lead the way at the half, and that's definitely not something we expected. We've seen the 6-1 scoreline. I want to talk about this team as well, Tyloo, in terms of somebody and Summer being some of the lower players. I think now that this team has roles, they have defined roles in the team, and I think that kind of helps out. I think somebody's kind of the X factor player that gets in these weird positions, and obviously you're going to die quite a bit in those, but you have the fraggers. I think Attacker is one of the most pivotal players in terms of finding just that sheer aggression, sheer kills, multi-frags coming through. Dan King, Alper obviously very good at the clutches, and slowly is the more calculated player, the one that can help out the team. And Summer, we've seen already, he's a very supportive element, and somebody's just kind of that added addition to the team that gives them the flair that we know Tyloo have. And it's such an edge over a lot of these teams. So somebody may not be getting all of the kills like he used to do, but the fact that he has some really important rounds like this one, where he just pushes and gets the perfect timing, the perfect aggression, gives Tyloo just so much more than the other Asian teams.
And this is what I'm talking about, right? The 2 kills he gets, it's brilliant. And then he aggresses even further. There's no need to do that. There's absolutely no need for him to do that. And then he gets another dodge. He's always so hungry for more. He's always looking for the extra little bit. And when you face off against some of the EU teams, some of the top NA teams, and then, you know, they're not used to them. So the first time they face Tyloo, they're like, what the hell's going on? Why are we just getting picked apart by this guy, just pushing through smokes like a madman? But then they figure him out. Then they figure him out, and then they counter him. Unfortunately, it seems like
God.
Get the ace, somebody. Just like, knock him out of here. Oh, Cabal, for a moment, I thought he'd get 3 kills, but Tyloo, they strike back, and somebody, man, he's... Oh, I love him and I hate him at the same time. It's confusing. I have a very confusing relationship with somebody.
Will do. And well, he just look at this. This is just disgusting how that plays out. What the hell?
There's
This gets
no
on
one
top.
backing him
Yeah,
up at mid.
There's no
There's no
one.
one.
He just pushes on his own. and then he stays there. He stays there. He goes behind the smoke and he waits for them to come over the top of short again, looking for him. And luckily they don't, but then he just repositions perfectly back up towards B. He just has such a good read of the game. Oh, it's 7. Tai Lu. They've got a good bit of Kevlar across 4 players. Summer with a smoke and a flashbang. And over here for Tiger, it's 4 sets of Kevlar, a defuse kit, and a flashbang for Urcast. But I feel like this is a must-win pistol round for Tiger. Even though it's 8-7, we want to see them get off to a good start in the second half. Otherwise, Tai Lu are going to be continuing their momentum from the previous round. And Dobu, he's going to shut down Dan King early on into the pistol round, repositioning towards the back of the bomb site. And that's the bomb down in towards CT spawn. That's a huge commit from Tai Lu and a big mistake, really. But they get away. Smoke deep allows them to come back to the bomb site. And now a 3 versus 3 retake.
Bomb getting planted as well. Summer is very, very low. He doesn't need to face. They don't have any utility to flush him out either. They can just hold on there. Just play distraction. He's going to do one better. He's going to get a kill with a P250. And suddenly, this is not looking good at all for Tiger. They use up the last little bit of utility they have. Summer just distracting, buying time for the rest of his teammates, and now Attacker faces. It's all on Cabal 1v3, and they all peek together. Attacker having to slow down his rate of fire a little bit there, but he's going to win the round for his team. And Tai Lu, how is this 6-1 for Tiger? What happened? It's almost like we're just rambling along, and suddenly Tai Lu's like, all right, you know, let's win this.
I know, it's just, it's so weird how they just kind of went, okay, if we've let them have their fun, let me get a few rounds, and I'll just close it out. Something I noticed with the PGL broadcast as well over the past couple of weeks you've had is the skyboxes are just so much more pleasant to look at. Well, that's just a very small thing. But the push coming through and towards the B-bomb site is working out. It's somebody that takes down NCL. And a man advantage in play for Tai Lu as 9 swings on by. Attacker picked off through the door. And, well, bomb site towards B has been taken. Let's see if this works out for Tai Lu.
No, they need to save the weapons right now. Tai Lu is so confident in this B bomb site, that winning this B bomb site, that they have 2 players. Only 2 players, the other 2 are still floating towards mid. And considering the investment that the CTs have, you want to save your weapons. But somebody's like, nah fam, that's not gonna happen. Urcast was taken down. Somebody just charging out like a lunatic. 4 kills for him. Dinko, we talk about somebody, we've spoken about how Dan King, Attacker, and Slowly have kind of forced somebody to, you know, kind of take a backseat when it comes to the fragging department. But looks like Dust 2 is his playground. He's waking up here, and he's looking hungry. How is he allowed to get these kills? How is it just run out? Why does it do it? Why are there no flashbangs? Why is he such a lunatic, Dinko? It's just boggles my mind.
Well, Dan King as well. Bit of a madman himself. And somebody alongside him. 9 going down. It's just NCL left alone with the USP. Stuck in the lower tunnel. And he walks around the corner and just sees them looking right at him. Down into the eyes. And, yeah, it's not going to work out. 11-7. Tai Lu is starting to really ramp it up. And who's going to pop out of the drone? We haven't had the drone in our game in a while, Blair. It feels like we haven't seen much of him, and he's back again. The photographer, 12 flashbang used for somebody.
All flashbangs, 9 smokes, and he's not just a photographer, he's a madman. We should probably add that to the stats once we, you know, they have all these cool names like utility file and this and that. Maybe you can add a stat for someone who just pushes in through smokes. I don't know how you're going to calculate that. I mean, you need to have some crazy APIs, but I think somebody would win hands down. Call it the Stewie. Fast play towards mid to B, and the fact that Tiger have no one towards mid. They have 1 player that's towards CD Spawn, just spamming away. But it's going to be contact play. Why is it slowly not checked towards Car? I don't know. That's going to be 2 free kills, but Dan King burns Cabal alive. NCL doing his very best to keep his team in the running, but somebody comes pre-firing around the corner, jumps on across. He is internally bleeding on 5 points of health, but he's going to get the bomb down. And it's all down to Mr. Danking and somebody in Danking. He's aware. Flashbang fails. Danking, he's good for another one. It's all on Urkas, and I think Danking knows. Danking knows.
Urcast, oh, he finds one, but Danking repositions to window, and there's no way you expect that second player. Danking makes the right call. 4 kills picked up for him in the round. Somebody was the sacrificial lamb that allows the round to go in favor of Tai Lu. And Danking, how many 4Ks has that been? I think off the top of my head, I can think of 2, but I'm sure down the line there's probably been more than that. He has been so good for them, time and time again.
How did... Okay, maybe I just missed a sound cue or something, but how are they so sure of Urkast's position? Did somebody just peek out mid or something? I don't know. Danking gets a kill on the first play coming out from tunnels, and then he was like so sure, like they were so sure that the final play was in tunnels. Just correct, of course. I don't know how to figure it out. Nice taps from somebody. He's on a warpath, Dinko. He's just looking to get all the kills, all the frags. An NCL with a scout. Well, he does delay this for a bit, but just a scout and 3 HP. Just gonna try and save. He doesn't even want to risk picking up the AK-47 from mid. 13-7. 6-1 to Tiger, and now 13-7 to Tai Lu. I don't know what to say.
Well, I mean, if you're Tiger, in this moment in time, you're just kind of mentally broken. You're exhausted after you've had to battle so hard just to get this couple of rounds at the start. And now you've just kind of imploded. And you're starting to look at the scoreline, and it's out of hand. They lose this round, it's probably done. And Tai Lu backhanded you on Mirage. You didn't do anything there. Urkas, he was getting involved at the start of the half, but he wasn't able to do anything towards the end of Mirage. And he's been completely and utterly neutralized here on Dust 2. He's got 7 kills left in round 21, or heading into round 21. Well, that's a rough showing, especially being the #1 rated player in this tournament. That certainly is going to fall after this. Kaze will be rubbing his hands together, and while Danking gets rid of Cabal, now moving forward, it's slowly who falls the NCL, but Summer is so quick to trade, and the spacing from Tai Lu is perfect in towards this B-bomb side. Look where somebody is. He is after them. The Jaws music starts to play, and he cuts open at 9, and it's all onto Dopey and Urkas.
I think it's very apt. He is like a great white shark.
He is. And now he just disappears again. When's he gonna strike? In towards middle this time. Dobu, he fights back. He gets it done. He's hooked him in the head.
Yeah, but there's Summer Attacker and Danking still alive, so...
Time for Jaws 2, and 3, and 4, and 5. That's the thing
and
with Tyler.
Sharknado.
Yep.
Yeah. Look at this. Look, it's a Sharknado.
And it's the Meg. Oh.
I mean, look, it's really hard to kind of make sense of what's really happening. It's just that Tiger, it's like the claws are just being ripped off. That
Tiger
they seem to be
Sharks.
completely toothless.
That's a battle that would be interesting. I mean, obviously, Tigers don't go in water that too well in terms of being able to fight in water. They do swim quite well, but they won't be able to fight as well in water. Get torn to shreds.
They would, and man, I actually feel a little bad for Tiger, because if you look at the beginning few rounds when they were 6-1 up, it was like, all right, you know, we definitely have a fight in our hands, right? And then it just fell apart. Fine, it was 8-7 to Tai Lu in the first half. That's okay, but the CV side of Tiger, this is beyond flat. How is he allowed to get these kills? How is he dry peeking you every round? Every freaking round and getting kills, multi-kills.
29 and 18 right now for somebody. Luckily, he's traded back. But Tai Lu, they'll be happy enough with the situation they're in. There's absolutely no flashbang. No, there's 3 flashbangs. What I was meant to say, there's no utility of relevance right now. There's 3 flashbangs. That's all they've got. And just over a minute in play for Tai Lu to play with as well. So this is definitely looking good for the Chinese side. That's one of the flashbangs gone.
That is not ideal.
Now, I want 9 to be neutralized here. He doesn't get forced off the angle. Instead, he has to run away now, but he doesn't get utility coming in towards him. Tyler instead are going to throw players at him, and it works. Attacker, don't do it. Don't do it. Attacker, why? Oh no, this is ridiculous.
Look at
Cavalli's like, please don't kill me. Attacker just strikes fear into him. Cabal's just kind of jumping up and down, and there it is. Attacker with a double kill. 2 players. Cabal stays alive. He stays alive, and he gets back up. He goes with his big brother, and Attacker. He just beats him up as well.
How does he get both of them, Dinko? How does he get both of them?
Nobu. Oh, well, there's one and a second kill. But the round's won. Tyloo, 15-7. How have we got to this point, Blair? No one really knows. It went wrong at one point for Tiger, and then it never really got better.
Somebody's... Oh, look at these. How many times has he just won these duels, Dinko? Like, I've lost track. Oh, that was a nice shot, though. No, but... Nice shots aren't going to win you games. Especially when somebody is just abusing Tiger. I hope he gets his 30 bomb. I think he deserves it. Well, 9 at least with the saved AWP. He finds Danking. That's a nice opening pick for a cast. Nothing on a few bullets, just tickling away it slowly. So at least a man advantage here, Dinko. How is Summer allowed short like that? How is he allowed to be there? How is he allowed to be in this position? He's gonna get taken down though. Oh, okay, there we go. But how is he allowed to walk up like that? Why? Tiger, what's going on?
I have a feeling they're going to win this round, though. They have a good setup. Nobu gets 1 kill, and that should be enough. But somebody, of course, he's still alive. He's over towards B. He gets a kill on towards the B bomb site. Now the bomb rotating over. Somebody has to lock this down for quite a few seconds because slowly's nowhere near the B bomb site. And NCL, he's in the tunnel. Somebody realizes he's given it up. So as slowly approaches, somebody will go into the tunnels to try and take away NCL. And it comes down to whether or not somebody spots him, and he should be able to get this kill. There it is, and now 1 versus 2. Aircast, the star player of Mongolia, not just Tiger, the entire country of Mongolia. And we'll see if he can step up. #1 rated player in the tournament coming into this match, and he has been so quiet. 8 kills, not going to be enough. Somebody gets rid of him, and Tyloo, they will go and only lose 2 maps in this entire group stage. It's a long tournament as well. 10 teams, round robin, everybody plays everyone, and it's been 2-0s all the way through, only losing to Invictus Gaming.
Jason, Mitch, anything to add? Like, I've run out of things to talk about. That was brutal.
I think we're probably good. Yeah.
I'm good.
You good?
Yep.
All right, cool.
So that's going to wrap up the day. We'll be heading back on the 17th for the playoffs. We'll see you guys then. See you next time. Oh, okay. So we can't end it actually that way. All right.
What's a shot, Jason?
You tried, Jason.
I was really testing production on that. You know, look. We started off 6-1 for Tiger. We're like, all right, we got a game in our hands, right? We can do this. We can see Tiger take this to the 3rd map. We can see them hold on strong. And then I was an idiot, and then they only won 1 round from there on. Like, that's so unfortunate. I mean, I do want to say there was slight seeding changes that could have happened if Tiger won. For instance, Invictus could have taken 1st seed out of the whole thing. But in the grand scheme of things, it wasn't going to matter too much. So I feel like there was a little bit of a laid-back style out of both teams, a lot of missed flashes. Summer, I mean, there are things called flashbangs you can use to get around corners and peek in, except he doesn't really care to use those. Like, you know what, you save the $200. We'll save that for another round for a rainy day. I don't know how they were so free to run out in so many different positions. I don't want to be too harsh on Tiger because, again, I don't feel like this is a game that they were like fully focused on trying to play and win because it doesn't have the same impact as the playoffs when we get to them starting on the 17th. But it definitely wasn't the Tiger at the same time that I kind of hoped to see today.
The impact on the seeding for Tiger, as far as I can see, wouldn't really have made a difference. They definitely wouldn't have netted above Tyloo. I think we had a quick summary, right? It would have been Invictus up on that top spot instead, which would have obviously said that the game mattered to Tyloo. And even past the not getting seed 1, I think it mattered just because they wanted to prove that they're not letting Tiger come into this and feel comfortable, feel like this is, their next RMR win in the bag. We kind of expected that coming into this matchup, coming into this overall tournament as well, that Tyloo would be the team taking the top spot. I think it's, in a way, it's good that they got it, but it was expected of them, right? If you want to maintain this spot as the top team in Asia, you have to show up, and you can have one bad event, everyone does, but you can't do it again. And well, they certainly didn't. That was dominant. Even the rounds that Tiger are picking up, you're mentioning that they go up 6-1. Those are those early rounds, right? That's what, Jason, we've been talking about quite a lot in our cast, the 7-1 kind of score line or 7-0. There's a line somewhere around there that if you pass, then there's no excuses. There's no, oh, well, your economy and you lost one buy around the pistol and it just kind of spiraled a little bit. And Tyloo made it to that 7th round, and then they just dominated. Like, look at that. The bar is literally going off the screen. Like 50 ADR, 100. 100 looks small next to somebody.
It's like a middle finger sticking out there.
And that's what he was giving to Tiger all game long. He was unbelievable.
A player that we highlighted.
I'm looking at my hand, and I don't understand how that's a middle finger.
You know what? We just cut your other fingers off, Jason, and then it can be the middle finger.
Well, if you cut a finger off, then there's no middle finger.
We'll cut the pinky finger off and the thumb, and then it'll be in the middle.
Wow.
Then what am I supposed to do with 3 fingers?
I can't play. I can barely play.
Yeah, I can barely play Counter-Strike with 5 fingers. 3, there's no way. Somebody taking the MVP, 32 kills, 10. Okay, one more time. 10 multi-kill rounds, 151 ADR, and 5 opening kills. I think somebody has a slight little smile in there, making a statement in that match. I think Tyloo definitely made a statement out of Tiger there, because even Tyloo didn't look like they were trying hard at all, especially when it came to Dust 2.
Yeah, somebody was wearing the Tiger skin right now. He's just like carved them open. He's just wearing the skin. He's unbelievable. He's just so good. And we were talking about it, Blair, at the start of the first half. We were talking about the fact that somebody can sometimes be a little bit quieter now on this Tyloo team. He's not the player that is always up there. And he shows that he's still got it in him. And I love how it happens on Dust 2, exactly when we're talking about that. And he just shows up to another level. And that's the thing that Tyloo is so scary with. I feel like this team have had everybody be an MVP apart from Summer. This team just has so many individuals.
Or, unfortunately for Summer, as you just called him out, I'm going to go hit him up on Twitter and say that you called him out specifically for not performing. Dinko, shouldn't have done that.
I mean, he's a lot of angry fans. Flash buying. He's doing a lot.
He's trying to backtrack now. I like it. Let's take a look at the results from today. Like we were saying before, we only had 2 matches because the first one was a forfeit. Mazalai unfortunately had an emergency they had to take care of, so they could not play in that game up against Vici. We had Invictus take the 2-1 against Beyond. And as we just saw there, I don't even want to call it a match. That was more of a slaughter as Tyloo just take the head clean off of Tiger, put it up on their mantle, and have a nice little fireside chat. And that also brings us now into standings as well, considering we have all of our group stage games finally done. It's been 15 days, 3 games a day. That's 45 games in total, all best of 3s. And Tyloo, you can see there, plus 14 in maps. That's ridiculous. As they go 8-1. Vici at 7-2. And unfortunately, look towards the bottom. Bren and Mazalai not going to be participating into playoffs, but we can see from the standings there what teams will be matching up against each other. And if you're not keen enough to understand how that works, well, luckily for you, we have a bracket to show you, so you get really the idea of what's going to be happening. So we have Invictus gaming up against D13. We have Vici gaming up against Lucid Dream. Oh, Vici versus Invictus in the semifinals. Ooh, I'm getting tinglies. And then Tyloo up against Divine Vendetta and Tiger up against Beyond. So the potential to see the rematch of Tyloo and Tiger. And we also have that potential for Tyloo Vici or Tyloo Invictus gaming in the grand finals. This is going to be exciting stuff, Mitch.
I guess you can learn a lot when you get 16-4 and 16-7. You've got a very large sample size of all the things you did wrong. So hopefully Tiger will be able to recover from that as they move in, presuming they beat Beyond, which on that form, I would not put money on. That's certainly panned out to be a pretty exciting bracket. Tyloo get an easy first round. Well, on paper. That said, Divine Vendetta definitely haven't been an easy opponent for a lot of these teams. So I don't know. I feel like we've got a really nice day of 4 best of 3s coming up. Well, you guys do. Nice long one for you.
My name's Mitch. I'm leaving everyone. Let's just take a look at the schedule as you talk about it, actually. We just throw up on the screen like you're saying 4 best of 3s. Go ahead.
Yeah, so nice long day. Lots of Counter-Strike. It's always fun. But when we look towards the bottom, I think honestly the most interesting one for me, because the first game could be fun. Invictus will play a little bit into D13 style, allow them to play a little bit looser. That could be a nice, interesting game. Vici Lucid Dream, that should be Vici every day. Tyloo Divine Vendetta, yes, Divine Vendetta have been good. They've upset some teams, but with the form we've just seen Tyloo when they've actually got their heads screwed on, I really don't think they lose that game. Tiger Beyond, though,
Yeah.
I really don't know which way that will go, because Tiger's just been so inconsistent, but you do still have to give them that little tiny credit that they are currently leading the RMR for the region. So they do have pressure on their shoulders, because playing the way they do, I don't think they can make it to the major, but with the points that they've got, all they've got to do is tighten up the ship.
Well, I do want to ask you really quickly, Mitch, since you won't be joining us for the playoffs, who you think is going to take the whole cake here then? Who do you think is going to be the #1 team to come out with the most RMR points?
To me, especially with the way the brackets pan out, it's between Tyloo and Vici in the finals. It's who I'd envision, which means Tyloo, because we all know how that one's going to go.
Well, if Invictus can somehow make it through, they've already shown they can beat Tyloo, Blett, and Dinko. We'll be seeing you guys coming back on the 17th as well to kick off our quarterfinals. That'll be a Friday at the same time as well, 7 a.m. CEST or 6:45 if you want to see the pre-show and see who we're bringing in as the 4th and final person. A slight upgrade, a major upgrade, I have to say.
Mitch didn't make
but
the
obviously,
cut.
yeah, he didn't make the cut, not into playoffs. But Mitch, obviously, thank you for all the work you put in these last 3 weeks. And thank you as well to Dinko, to Bleh, and of course, the production team by PGL doing a phenomenal job over the course of these last 3 weeks. But it's only to get better. We'll be back seeing you on the 17th for PAL 2020, the Summer Asia RMR event. We'll see you guys bright and early.